Hi, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, ma'am. Very good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Dr. Anupma. Good morning, everyone.
Of you.
Just
Morning.
waiting chair to join. I'll just give him a quick call and then we'll join.
Sure.
Hello, sir. Morning, sir.
Morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Hello. Morning. All well. Rohit, how are you? All well?
Good
Anupama,
morning,
thanks for
Dr.
calling.
Gangadharan. Good morning, sir.
Okay. Nice to see all. Nice to see all wonderful people around here. Very nice.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste, Shobha Garu. Nice to see Dr. Nidhi also around there. Long time I've not seen her. Very nice. Yeah.
Hello everyone, good morning. Hello sir.
Yes. Hello, Julie. Nice knowing you today. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. I hope you're all well.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Julie. Thank you for
Good morning.
across the world for joining. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good thing to have all the panelists join 10 minutes before the start. But we will go live in just another 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
So a lot of news about the dogs in Delhi.
I mean,
Which dog do you mean?
Sorry.
Anupam, don't make let's focus on what Dr. Gangadharan is mentioning in the
Carry on.
Save
Carry
it for
on.
later.
no, it's the animal rights are up in arms. So.
I know.
Yes, I see there were some protests.
So where are you, Dr. Gangadharan, today? Chennai, Hyderabad?
Yeah, I'm in Chennai this week. I think the 15th I'll go to Hyderabad. So.
Okay. Nice.
I'm crazy traveling, and despite all my cutting down, I still travel. Yeah.
Despite all your cutting down, it's still crazy travel.
Yes. Despite. I know it's very challenging.
Something
Something or other
It
keeps. Yeah.
I don't think there's any such thing as cutting down. I've tried it. It doesn't work. It's like when you prune a bush, it just grows. It flourishes.
Probably we're trying to cut down on our work too, but then you have people like Anupama calling up and said, "Can you please share the session?" We can't deny. A person like Anupama calls, we can't say no, so that's how we get dragged. Teddy, I hope you're doing well.
Kind.
She has given us a chance to hear you and see you.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Teddy, I hope you're doing well in Mangalore.
Yes, sir. Doing very well. Just it's quite rainy. We had a very severe monsoon this year, so otherwise it's fine.
Yeah, Chennai for a change, it's raining. Normally we rain with the sweat, but this time we are raining with water.
Cool down a bit. Yeah.
So nice talking to Neetu a few days ago. And,
Yeah, sir. Same here.
Okay, nice talking to her. Yeah. Yes.
Ma'am has
I
given
just
a
wanted
chance
to ask you
to.
a few things about running the session, sir.
Yeah.
We will do a hands up at 12 minutes and then a smiley at 15 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, 15 minutes. Okay, go ahead, please.
So if you see my hand raised, the speaker should know that it's the first warning, and when they see my smiley, they should know that it's time to stop. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah, but let me tell you, if any of them make it very interesting to listen to, I may lose track of time. So one of you control it. Because you've got so many people who are all talking with a lot of knowledge and so much of experience. I might listen to them and forget the time. So one of you track down the also. Thank you, Anupam.
We will keep the time and then we will just do these two things. It's not very polite to do a ring or something like this. So we'll just do these little emojis and
Yeah, I'm game.
so
Yeah.
with that, I think we will just start the session, and very
Mhm.
happy to be here. And I'm very glad that I could, request all of you to be here and share your experiences with us. It is going to be very insightful. I'm 100% sure of that. And I'm very happy to actually see the enthusiasm of all the participants. Some of them actually asked me themselves that they would like to come and speak here. So very happy and we will all learn from it. And the response from the audience has also been very enthusiastic. So very happy to share that with you as well. And with that, I will request the CEO of Helpage India, Mr. Rohit Prasad, to please give the welcome address.
Thank you. Thank you, Anupma. So let me just first, on behalf of Helpage India, welcome all of you, all the participants, the panelists, and the experts. It is a privilege and honor that all of you have taken time to join us. And this is a subject that is very close to our hearts. It's something that we live and experience this all the time in our family, in our educational institutions, workplace, society. For us as an organization, intergenerational approach has always been foundational. In fact, when Helpage India was formed in 1978, our first program was focused on school students to build values and respect amongst for elders. And it was called Students Action for Value Education, or Students Action for Valuing Elderly. And it continues to be one of our longest running programs. And last year, coinciding with the International Day of Older Persons, we launched one of our most prominent campaigns, building on the back of the work that we've done, called Generations Together. And this was aimed to spark more conversations, connections, and collaborations. Of course, our broader work spans community-based healthcare, aged care, livelihoods, a lot of empowerment programs, and we do make efforts to do a lot of system support work and inform policy making. So amongst the audience today, I don't know the exact profile of our participants, but I am certain that it is very diverse in age groups. And I know that many of our senior citizen association members have joined us, so welcome to them, as well as students and volunteers who engage with us across the country. We also have participants from academia, civil society, and a broad range of different sectors. And I'm told that significant number of media members have also joined. And that's a welcome development, and we need media for also shaping narratives and building a positive society. I would like to, at this point, welcome the two chairs who have, stalwarts in their field, Dr. Gangadharan, whom I've had the chance of interacting more recently, sir, and it was a wonderful conversation some days back, a lot of time with you, and Professor Rama Baru. Both are eminent experts, scholars, sector builders, and I can go on. So thank you, sir, for taking our time to join. And to our esteemed panelists and experts in this session, as well as in the second one, from India and from across the world, very eminent, very eclectic, and international. So that's the profile, and we look forward to hearing their thoughts. I know the chairs will be making their comments, so I'd like to very briefly make 4 points that is very close to my heart, and also as an organization, how we see it. Let me first begin by mentioning the words that are in the title itself, Shaping Futures. And we know that population aging or longevity is a mega trend at the same significance level as AI and climate change, though it doesn't get that kind of attention, but it is at the same significance level. And the demographic trajectory shifts are happening by various drivers: development, declining fertility, reduced mortality, health span rising, and so on. We know that. But for the next 25 years, and if we keep the 2050 in mind, the trajectory is set for most countries. And therefore, we say that for many countries is going to be quite dramatic. India itself is going to go from 10%, 60 plus to 20% in a short span. And therefore, what do we do to proactively shape the journey and the destination? And that's an opportunity that we have. And linked to that is of course, the entire many generations living together. And India, again, many countries like India, never before. You have cohorts of generations living together. India itself is unique, second largest elderly population, largest youth population. The Gen Z itself is 300 million, 15 to 30 years. And population between above 50 years, right now, India has a population of 300 million. So you have one end, the Gen Z force, and you have the other force, not at the other end, but I always say in the continuum flow, walking ahead of us is another 300 million. So how do these multiple generations living in one roof, how do we think not just in terms of coexistence, but care and collaboration? But there is a complication, and that's the challenge or complication that we have been witnessing. We know it's around us, and what is referred to as the generational gap. The divide is deepening. Several forces are at play: family structures, migration, digital, and it is testing the ties. It is stretching the relationships. But more worryingly, and we observe this, it is a silent drift. And I refer to it as a silent drift because it is not something that is brought out. So we made an effort to bring out an intergenerational bonds report to put more data, stories, anecdotes, experience behind it, and that's something that Anupma will talk about it. But the key point I wanted to refer to it is that often we see that intergenerational divide is almost inevitable. And that's the sentiment that a lot of us carry and say that it's going to happen. It's happening, it's going to happen. And that is where, I think we need to take a different stance and say, this can be nurtured, the foundations are strong, and therefore bridge the gap. But the good news is that it is increasingly getting recognized. And we know this, that mutual support across generations is immensely valuable. It's going to be a pivotal force. We know the generations are not isolated silos. They are dependent ecosystems, interdependent ecosystem. Often the flows are bi-directional. Older adults bring wisdom, caregiving, a lot of other things. Youth have energy, drive, digital fluency. And as the saying goes, youth can walk fast, but the elder knows the road. And so it's complementary, and that's something we recognize in many contexts: care settings, social connections, lifelong learning, digital workplaces, when often not talked about, workplaces, urban planning, responding to climate change. And it's also there in many of our frameworks. National policy on older persons by the Government of India has intergenerational as a focus. MIPA has it, UN Pact for the Future, SCAP, UNFPA, WHO, all of them have it. So what is missing? And that's what we say is that the response is not proportionate to the challenge that we have. And therefore, intent is not translating into as much action we need. So the call to action as an organization we put forward is intentional intergenerational engagement, deliberately designed for it. Policies, programs, systems, not left to chance or nature, and go beyond incidental family interactions to more structured, purposeful initiatives. What is at risk? Age segregation, misunderstanding, lost opportunities. What is for us to gain? Fostering mutual respect, empathy, shared growth, unlocking potential. And that's the collective action that we all need. It's not for only researchers, academics and civil society organizations. I think it's for educators in schools, sociologists, psychologists, the private sector, the tech leaders, engineers, architects, innovators, I can go on. All of them need to embrace this intergenerational approach and bring it in their work streams. So with that, I would like to thank and commend my colleague Anupma Datta, whom you saw earlier. She has been the force behind convening this webinar, and I think wonderfully done to bring all of you together. I wish thoughtful deliberations, throwing up new ideas, approaches, and an action plan. Thank you very much. Anupma, back to you.
Thank you, sir. I think you have said the most important things, I think, but I will still try and sort of, sum it up in a little presentation that I have for the audience here.
Correct.
See the presentation. Yeah, I hope you can see the presentation.
Yes.
So all this is a pictorial representation of the work that we do. You see a wide variety of activities that we do with the elderly, and on the left hand side, you see the three important things that we have for the elderly: dignity, independence, and hope. These are the three very important guiding principles for us as an organization. Um, Mission, we work for the disadvantaged older people. That has been our focus ever since we started our journey in 1968. Vision is for elderly to have active, healthy, and dignified life. Approaches are very important because approaches decide our intervention and our outcomes. So it's important that we serve the elderly in need, direct benefits, community based, but we also work with systems. We try and find solutions at the mega level, at the policy level, because that change is also very all encompassing. Because we are a small organization, we can only reach those many. But when systems change, when policies change, a very different outcome is what we see. So advocacy and research is also part of that, and mindset change. Like we have been hearing debates and discussions and activity around ageism, and that's the kind of mindset we like to change. That's why you will see all our efforts are towards enabling the elderly to actually to achieve their potential. They still have potential. We don't think that they are a spent force, and we think that they still have potential, which needs to be given the right environment to flourish. So care, empowerment, and age-friendly environment are these are the three areas that we work with. Key principles, like I said, community and family-centered age care, because we cannot do away with elderly do need care, and with advancing age, many require more additional care. So community and family does have a central role to play. There are integrated care responses that we talk about, because if we have fragmented care system, it doesn't help people. If you give them just one thing out of the three that they need, then it doesn't help, it doesn't work. So integrated care response is something that we advocate, and we also do in our own intervention strategies. And partnership approach, like it's very important for all stakeholders to work together. No one single actor can actually help deal with this challenge that we have for the elderly. So and this is the kind of this is on the left hand side. You see the thematic focus. We have actually divided our work because, like I said, we work in diverse areas. So these are the four classifications that we normally use to structure our work in a more concerted fashion. So healthcare is primary importance because health is an important concern for the elderly, both in terms of curative and preventive. And you will see elements of all that here. And it also has community-based approaches in mental health and well-being. We have just recently, launched a program called Sarthak. I will urge you all to go and look up our website to see how we are actually trying to involve the community and the non-clinical, actors in this whole thing. Age care is very important for us. You see a wide variety of activities that we do under this mission, which is Elder Line, which is a telephone-based helpline where people can just call and ask about anything concerned with age care, and anything concerned with policy schemes about aging. They can ask for legal assistance. They can ask, and if nothing else, they can just call the helpline person to just sit and talk with them and do some active listening for them, which is also a very important point for urban elders. Homes are very important, and centers, aged care centers are very important, which we run across the country. Training and capacity building of geriatric care caregiving is also very important because families are unable to take care of the elderly. So we go into this training of people who would act as caregivers. Physiotherapy is very important. I'm sure you will all understand and you will all appreciate the fact that physiotherapy is a need of elderly, which keeps them mobile, and it's not available at the scale at which it should be. So this is also one of our areas. Livelihood and resilience is also very important because like I said, we still believe that elderly should be given a chance to continue to be economically active and productive. So this is an effort in that direction. And during disasters, we found practical experience that elderly were the last and the least to be covered. So we started a program, and now it is a full-scale program where we do relief and rehabilitation in a big way, and also disaster risk reduction in certain pockets. And advocacy and research and awareness is also very important. Most of our surveys, and Lasi also says that awareness of among the elderly about what benefits they can take from various schemes and programs is very less, is less than 50% in many cases. So this is awareness is also one very important aspect of our work. Digital literacy is one aspect of that. We also do training on not training but awareness sessions on Maintenance Act. That is also an important activity for us. And policy advocacy, like I said, based on research, based on evidence. It's not based on our experience alone. It's not based on anecdotal, but it's based on quantitative research reports that we bring out there now and then. And we reach about 2 million people directly, 75% in rural and these are the two segments, rural elderly and women, which we think are actually not as as responded to in the statement and this in the response system as they should be. So special emphasis on rural elderly and women. And we work with a range of partners, senior citizens associations. I'm told that we have more than 2,100 senior citizens associations which are in some way associated with us with a 12 lakh membership. We have rural self-help groups which are about 7 to 8,000. And of course, we have CSR institutions which are 100 plus. And of course, we are represented on policy and sector committees in various bodies. Then I will actually, to make it more visually appealing to you, I would request Vishnu to play the helpage video for us, which will give you a broad idea of how we. Show. Share again. Okay, so I will just. How can So, just like the CEO told us that we have been doing this program with schools ever since, ever since we started in '78, and it has taken various, forms and shapes according to the need of the hour. And this is one of our latest examples of that, digital literacy program where we are including the school children and college youth very, very in a big way to, to help elderly learn the skill of digital and the younger people to engage with the elderly people and understand aging. We have a little film, but I think I'll skip that in the interest of time. And if we have time later, I'll show it to you. Um, but I'll come straight to the report that led to this whole webinar and our understanding our journey to understand intergenerational relationship in a much more detailed and a more systematic way. So I'll just briefly take you through this the main points and main highlights of this report. This report is because if you look at the top side, it says that India's aging balance is shifting. So we have a large segment of younger population and we have a bourgeoisie, elderly population. So these two segments of population are going to be very important. And changing family structures, because up till now we were all expecting the family to take care of the elderly in a more conventional way. But we see on the ground that that conventional mode of family taking care of the elderly is changing. So we need to understand and see how that is working out. Urban segments B and C, I think, are also very important for us because these are the people who are, for a want of a better term, are called the missing middle. These are the people not getting covered by any anti-poverty programs of the government. They do not have the capacity to take services from the market. So this is a segment which forms the about 60% of the population. So we wanted to look at these particular segment of the population to understand how the family and care is happening here. An emotional disconnect, despite co-residence, is also felt very, very strongly. So we commissioned the study, and the objectives were like to explore intergenerational relationships, their nature, quality, and perceptions, and youth's attitude towards aging and the elders. So we wanted to do a comparative of how both segments of population view aging and aged, and also what are the levels at which each feels included in the life of the other, and also identify communication gaps and generational barriers. So this is the long and short of it. These 4 5 points are very important when we look at the youth perception and elders self perception about aging. So if you see that the youth associate aging with loneliness, dependence, but also wisdom. So it's not a complete negative picture that they have about the elderly. They also think that these elderly people have wisdom to share. Whereas the elderly themselves had sort of more negative feelings about their status and their life experiences. Then, if you look at respect and value, the youth express strong respect for the elders. Many elders, but the elders feel undervalued. Though the youth are saying that we value and respect the elderly, but the elderly say that they are not doing the same. And stereotypes and lived experiences are also we see disconnect there as well. Capabilities and independence is also very important because youth say that the elderly can stay active and support dependency and capabilities for which is sort of somewhere in the middle. Uh, and independent elders are happier and more confident. That's what we found in the report. And media influence is very important because 80% of the youth said that their perceptions about the aging were getting, this is what was informing their, their attitude about aging and the aging. So very important for us. This is something I think it captures the essence of the report. A country growing in two different directions. It seems that the elderly are like slow and steady, and they have their own values, and they are considered a little ossified at times. But there is a generation of youth which is very fast, which is living in a different world, if I was to say that. So, but again, respect, value, and roles. I would like to say here that. The high respect was always for the educated, financially independent, and healthy co-residing. So it seems in the report that elderly who are independent and healthy and who can interact with the youngsters in a more adaptive way were always giving a happy experience of aging to the younger people. Then, of course, family was taking care of them, but the elderly complained that, oh, my grandchildren or my children take me to the hospital, get me my medicines, but they lack that warmth sometimes. They're just doing it as a duty, which I don't want. So there are challenges there. And of course, digital is one very important, digital and technology, which we think why I'm showing this slide to you here is because this is a tool which can be used to bring both generations together very easily. But this is where the dissonance is happening maximum. And that's where I think, as an organization that believes in intervention and bringing things in the right way, has to concentrate its efforts. And so, if you look at these are just figures, but they will tell you something very important story. They tell us that elderly are using technology only for some very basic things like making phone calls and video calls. And if you look at the right-hand side of the graph, you will see that the more complex the technology becomes, the less elderly are using it. Then second point here that I would like you to pay attention to is challenges in use of technology. The youth perceptions and the emotional barriers are very important for us as an intervention organization. We need to work on these to see that how we reduce the gap here. So during the course of discussion, I would request everybody to talk about this. This slide is very important for us because this talks about the generation gap and the happy feeling that we get when we look at this, this circular figure on the right is left is that yes, there is, they all, both the segments agree that there is a generation gap, but they all want to fill it up. So this intent is very important for us as an organization because that's where the starting point of our efforts should be. These are some expectations that they have from each other, but I'll just skip it for the time being. And this is the way forward, when we spoke to the younger people who formed 65% of the respondents of this group, we came up with something very, very constructive and very, very structured and synthesized. They said that we want public education to actually have this element included in the curricula, which is very unusual. Then digital inclusion and strengthening of aged care infrastructure. And intergenerational programs. If you look at the last point, launch of national intergenerational engagement mission. That this is a suggestion that has come to us from the youth. So we are very happy and hopeful. And with this, I'll just stop here. If anybody is interested to download a copy of this report, you can go to our website. If you want to know more about our work that we do, which is very interesting, you can look at helpagindia.org. So I'll just stop here and. I will actually request now. Sorry for taking your time, Dr. Gangadharan. I'm really sorry, but you know that we get very passionate when we talk about helpage. So I'm sure you will you will not make too much of it. So over to you, Dr. Gangadharan. But before that, we will just show you an introduction slide of Dr. Gangadharan. We in the panel don't need any introduction about him because we have all learned. He's in a way our guru in a sense. We have learned about aging from him, his extensive experience, not just national but international. You can see a very few of his achievements listed here. I think maybe just 1/10. So, so thank you, sir, for agreeing to chair the session. And over to you.
Thank you, Anupama. It was very interesting to see. I hope Mr. Rohit is here, even if he's not there. Thanks for his being there to welcome all of us, and also to. I'm sure you have worked very hard to bring us all together, and getting people from across, and last minute cancellation, last minute inclusion. Excellent, very nice to have all of them. I really don't want to take too much to talk about being a chair, except to tell all of us work with not only with the elderly, we all work with youth also. I think I definitely ensure that we work with youth all the time, not because I've become old, but we think that they are very relevant. And the numbers that you have, projected in your, presentation makes it very, very clear. Despite all the changes taking place in this country, population of the youth is also quite high. They will never be equivalent to, they will always be more than the senior citizens. So very happy that that this discussion is taking place. And your work on this, bringing out a book, is all the more interesting. Maybe in 2021, we also brought out a book with the Gandhigram Institute on a book called Intergenerational Solidarity. It was a compendium of about 8 to 10 papers presented by professors. So the Gandhigram Institute felt they should bring out a book. That book is available. And the fact remains that I'm very happy to have. I've spoken to most of the people here. I've known most of the people here, except perhaps Julie and Neetu I have not met. Otherwise, most of the people I've known. And I'm looking forward to listening to them than making any comments on that. And we'll stick to the timing that Anupama has already mentioned. I don't want to repeat it. And Anupama, kindly help us, control the time as well simultaneously. And the question that comes in is, I think we are going to make all of them. Everyone is going to speak after that question and answer going to come. Am I right? Is that the way that we play so that we don't lose time? With this, I will invite Dr. Julie Biles to, start her presentation. Are you introducing her, Anupama?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Hello?
Anupma, you can.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can just take it up. Thank you, Professor Julie. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to share my screen. I can share. And I'll share, oops, this one. Okay, all right. So, and I'm just going to put that on a presentation. Sorry. Too many things in the way here. Okay, so can everybody see my presentation now?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Yes, okay, thank you. All right, so thank you, everybody. My name's Julie Biles. I'm from Australia. I'm the co-president of the International Longevity Centre Global Alliance, and I'm actually hoping that I'll see many of you in person at the International Federation on Aging meeting in Cape Town next month, because I'm very excited to be going to that, and hopefully some of you will be as well. So I wanted to talk about this topic of generativity and intergenerational solidarity, and particularly drawing on my experience with the Australian Longitudinal Study on Women's Health, which is a study that's been running in Australia since 1996. We recruited 3 cohorts of women at the time, and the eldest ones were aged in their 70s. And I took up the privilege of being able to follow those women most closely. And of course, those that have survived are now in, around about 100 years of age. And there's about 100 women still left out of the 12,432 that we started with. So I'm grateful to those women because I've been able to learn a tremendous amount about aging from them. And I'm being able to put that into practice as I go through my own later years. Now, the discourse on aging often focuses on how younger generations can support older generations, and of course, that's really important. But what I want to do here is also to turn that whole premise on its head and examine the desire and opportunities for older people to support future generations in older age. So we might think of older people as being somehow selfish and greedy and needy, but in fact, they tend to be very generous and very have a tremendous amount of interest in the future and future generations. So and so that's really important. And these sorts of considerations include financial transfers, mentoring, volunteering, and caregiving. And they also include the transfer of knowledge and wisdom and real interest in the well-being for each generation for the other. So we call this generativity when older people are interested in future generations and not just in their own and themselves. They don't want to just be surrounded by older people doing older people things. And this generativity is also important for older people to feel, have higher life satisfaction, have a sense of purpose, and have improved mental health. So in this presentation, I'm going to illustrate it with data and examples from the older cohorts of the Australian Longitudinal Study on Women's Health and with examples from my own family. So, and I just want to start, click that on. Just want to start by pointing out that when we're talking about older people and multiple generations, it's not a binary. It's there's multiple layers and the interactions go up and down and jump layers and so it's quite a complex thing when we're talking about generational connections. So we can take me as a woman in my 60s. I somehow count as an older person because I carry a card from the New South Wales government that says I'm a senior, and I take on a large share of caring for my 2 grandchildren. And in fact, we might get an interruption from one of them at some time during this presentation. But so that's me and my grandson George holding a snake there. That's connecting us. It's wrapped around us. I hope it doesn't squeeze us too tight. So maybe this intergenerational is the relationship I have with my grandchildren, but what about also the relationship I have with my daughter in supporting her to look after them? But then, or are we talking about the relationship between me and my mother? So my mother here is in her 90s, and she's very much in need of care. So, you know, we might ask, well, is all of that relationship going in one direction? What's happening there? And so when we're talking about intergenerational relationships for older people, we really need to be careful of which end of the snake we've got and whether we've got the middle or whatever. And then the other thing, of course, is the, you know, getting to the extremes of the generations and how do we connect those together? So how does my grandson George interact with my mother? And so in this picture, so George here is 3 or 4 and my mother's about 90. Who's helping who here? Is he helping her with her walker? No, not really. He's probably getting in the way. But is she helping him, making sure he's safe and holding on? So I think that's the thing about these intergenerational relationships. They're mutual. You don't have one or the other. They don't flow in one direction. And they're not necessarily hierarchical. They can jump layers. They can be across multiple layers. And then so they're not just pairs going in one direction. Now, as I said, I'm going to talk from the Australian Longitudinal Study on Women's Health. And through this study, I've followed this very large cohort of women who were born in 1921 to 26. They were 70 to 75 when we started the study, and I've been able to, as a researcher, follow them through their 70s, 80s, and 90s, and through to 100 plus. Now, when they're in their 70s, they rejected the standard stereotypes of aging, just as baby boomers who are in their 70s now might reject the stereotypes of aging and say we're not going to age like previous generations did. Well, guess what? They probably are. They've just got the wrong idea about how people age. So when the oldest women in this cohort, the ones born 21, 26, they said, I'm not the average 70-year-old. And that's a quote from one of the women, except they were. It was just when we had a look at the women, most of them were like that woman who was saying, I'm not average. She was pretty spot on average in terms of what she was able to do, her living circumstances, her participation in society. But it's just that we had the wrong idea about what it meant to be 70. We had very ageist ideas about what it was to be 70. And even the 70-year-olds, maybe even most particularly, the 70-year-olds had very ageist ideas about what it was like to be a woman in her 70s. So as one woman said, she said, I'm satisfied, but one has to work hard to look after oneself and maintain a reasonable lifestyle and not be swamped by increasing age and less money and alone and less importance in the community. So I think that sort of sums it up a lot, that it's how we are and how we participate in our role and value in the community isn't defined by our age. It's defined by ageism. So that's the first thing we have to combat. And of course, these oldest women weren't the only ones in the study. We had the other 3 cohorts at the time. And so as time's moved on, and this is the thing about aging and intergenerations, as grandma moves on, the grandson grows up. But as time's moved on, these women who were in their 40s when we started the study are now in their 70s now. So we were actually able to look across 2 generations of older women. And so what these women have done from the very beginning of the study, and what captured my imagination and made me interested in aging, is that they defied that stereotype of aging and provide evidence of their engagement with life and contribution with its society. The more I got to know these women, the more excited I was about getting older because they made it seem exciting. So we've looked at changes to their health, and so certainly they've had serious changes to their health, onsets of disease and disability, increased need for health services and aged care services, and of course, by now many, many, many have died. Most have died. However, many of the women maintain good mental health and social engagement and continue to enjoy life with purpose and value. So and what we were able to do when the women were in their late 90s, we actually interviewed those women to see what it was in their life that they valued. how they perceived their lives in those later years, and what brought joy and value to them. And one of the things that came through so strongly was those intergenerational transfers, particularly being able to pass things on, have relationships with their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, but largely their grandchildren. I think those are the ones that featured most. And being able to pass things on to those grandchildren, such as recipes or family histories or other stories or favorite things that they could pass along. And that was so important to those women, even if they might not even get to see them that often, but they could talk to them, write letters to them, and all of that. So the other thing that I want to challenge is the idea that these older people all require care. So here we have looking at the percentage of women who are caring for another because of that person's illness or disability. And on the left, we have the women in the 1946, so the baby boomer cohort, and they, as they age from in their 50s on the left through to their 70s on the right. And then we jump to the next cohort as they age from their 70s on the left through to their 90s on the right. And the reason why one graph's a lot smaller than the other is because I wanted to keep the scales the same. So there's a line there at 20%. So you can see, and the two different lines are one where people care for someone who lives somewhere else, and that's more common than the lower line, which is one where people care for someone who lives with them. But what you can see is that there's still quite a large amount of caregiving, even in that oldest cohort, even when they're in their 90s. And one of the sayings I like to perpetuate is that the women in that oldest cohort were twice as likely to be providing care for someone else than to be needing care themselves. Now, that's where they certainly were at the beginning of the project. They were about, I think, I'll just check my numbers, but 10% of women were providing care for somebody else, and 10% needed care themselves, and 18% were providing care. So we had a 1-to-2 ratio there, and that ratio continued up to their 80s. Now, by the time they get to their 90s, they were less likely to be providing care than needing care. But that's not so much because the proportion providing care dropped down. It was because the proportion needing care went up. So I think we should never just think that caregiving goes one way. And also these roles of being a carer and being cared for frequently coincide in the one person. You don't get either or. You might sometimes be both. And so neither category of caregiver or carer represents the full experience of life in those later years. That one's dropped out. So here's the story of a couple of women. One woman said, my main occupation is looking after my husband, who is an 80-year-old. He's 80% disabled. We live very quietly and have help with lawn mowing, chopping wood. We've been happily married for 43 years, and we look after each other as best we can. So they're getting support, but it's looking after each other, which is probably the most important thing. This next one, she says, my husband was diagnosed with Alzheimer's last year, and in the early stage. At 90 years of age, he's very frail, no longer drives, shops or cooks. So I'm managing to care for him, but I get some respite. And then a bit later, a few years later, she says, I'm the carer for my 93-year-old husband. He's aged 3 years. He's been assessed as high care and I'm low care. We can get a package of home care, which allows us to stay in our own home. And then he died, and so that's important and she's survived him. So what if we look at that next cohort down? Before we do that, sorry, just go back. So no, if we look at that next cohort down, we see that this is the women who started off in their 40s and are now in their 70s. And you've seen this slide before where many of them are providing care for someone who lives elsewhere, and some of them are providing care for someone who lives with them. In this cohort, we asked them who they were caring for. So you can see there that these women, a lot of them are caring for an older parent or parent-in-law. So that's a woman in her 70s providing care for someone in their 90s. They might be providing for their spouse or partner, so that's on the same generation, or a friend. But some of them are providing care for a child, so that's going down the generations. Some are providing care for a sibling or sister, and then there's others, neighbours and grandchild. So that's because of their disability. And this is the the other thing that the women do is also provide care for grandchildren. So not because the children have disability, but because they're helping out the subsequent generation so that the mothers can go to work, they're looking after the grandchildren, and they're providing that bond and that relationship between grandparent and grandchild. One woman says she's actually looking after 2 generations, one up, one down. So she says, or 2 down. She says, however, between helping our daughter raise the 2 gorgeous girls, also supporting her through a dreadful divorce, together with daily challenges of my mother with Alzheimer's, my beautiful husband and I have very little free time to enjoy our 60s. We didn't in our wildest dreams think we would be in this situation at our age, having worked so hard for the past 41 years. It's taking a huge toll on our physical, mental and emotional well-being, and I can't see it ending anytime soon. It's 24/7 stress. No wonder our generation is referred to as the sandwich generation. So in this graph, you can see that on the left is those women in the baby boomer cohort, and on the right is the women in that older earlier 1921-26 cohort. And this is whether they provide care for their grandchildren daily, weekly, or occasionally, or never. So the darker the bar, the more likely it's never. So you can see that.
I'm going to warn you just a minute more, please.
1 minute more. Okay, so you can see that as the women on the left get older, they're more likely to be caring for grandchildren. But even in the women on the right, in their 70s and 80s, are still caring for grandchildren or other people's children. So I just want to finish off by saying that these intergenerational relationships are really important in all directions and across all levels. And that there are many structural ways we can encourage this, but probably the biggest thing we've got to get beyond is ageism, and not that just the ageism of one generation for the other, but our internalized ageism that takes us out of the picture. So I think I'll just finish there and finish with 3 cheeky generations all being together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Julie. Very, very, very interesting. I'm also very happy to, listen to linking, caregiving to the intergenerational relationship, because there is a lot of validity in, building solidarity between generations. I'm very happy that you brought that out, in addition to other points. I'd like to close it now. Now we invite the second speaker, Professor Teddy Andrews.
Just before that, sir, if you could announce that people should write their questions in the question and answer segment.
Okay. So I think all of you are able to listen to what Anupama says. Any of you have any questions? Probably put it in a question answer session or in a chat box. So we'll try to see whether we could answer them before we close. Now with this, we invite Dr. Teddy Andrews to be the next speaker. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
Hold on. Let them read about you. I think we were interfering. Yeah. I think, all of us know Teddy has done a lot of work on intergenerational relations, and I'm sure he's going to share his research findings as well in some kind of references on that. Thank you. Yeah. Hold on for 30 seconds before you start, Teddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're closing it up. Okay.
Yeah. No worries, sir. Is my screen visible? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Very good morning and good afternoon to people in the East. And also at the outset, I would like to, sorry, at the outset, I would like to thank the Helpage India, Dr. Anupama Datta, and then Mr. Rohit Prasad, and of course, the session chair, Dr. Gangadharan sir, who is my role model and a kind of a mentor in aged care. It's truly an honor to be in this webinar organized by Helpage India, and thanks for Anupama ma'am for giving the kind of an overview of what Helpage is doing, and also the report, which I'm really keen to read and then learn about it. So yes, as Gangadharan sir said, I've been involved in intergenerational relationship research for about close to 8-9 years. And so for this talk, I draw insights from my research work and also from my personal experiences. And as I go on my talk, I will, show some of the, kind of experiences and insights that youth have shared with me. So the whole inspiration for me to come up with this sort of a research work is basically, what is happening is, if you see the intergenerational care or relationship discourses, it's primarily the older people and the youth or the young children generation. And again, if you see, it's a lot of work has been done in terms of certain structured programs that are happening or created by different NGOs or schools or government bodies. But then the thing was, what struck me was I felt that I need to, really look into what happens in a natural family environment, okay, across generations, where when I tried to look at what are the different studies says, and I found it was very limited or probably almost nil, which talked about how these in a regular natural environment, how these relationships exist, and what sort of dynamics go on, and what sort of communication patterns, emotional support exchanges, and all other care arrangements going on. And that intrigued me to go deeper, and then I came up with this work on looking at the intergenerational relationships and how it evolves in the globalized world from a multi-stakeholder perspective. I did a long, huge qualitative research, looking at older adults, their children, and their grandchildren, and also professionals working in this area. So, but however, yeah, I have a lot of data, but again, I'm not going to talk about lots, but just few insights what the youth shared in my work, and also what I've seen, through certain observations in my personal experiences. That's what I'm going to share. And definitely, yes, I will stick to whatever time given to me. With that, yes, the kind of youth experience I would like to share from two different scenarios. One is, what are the youth from who are living within multi-generation families talk about intergenerational solidarity. The other one is the youth living out of multi-generation families, and what are their views about intergenerational solidarity. So moving on with that, one thing that came out from my work is, feeling loved and cared. Quite often, if you see all the aging gerontology literature, they talk about that older people receive care. And then the one critical thing that I felt was missing, it was the care that the older adults provide to their children and to their grandchildren was missed out. So this is extremely critical that came out from my work, that the young people, when they say that, they felt it is extremely helpful for their emotional well-being, where even the recent past, last year, the WHO declared loneliness is an epidemic, not only with old adults but also for young people. Okay, so given these sort of scenarios coming up, I think one of the important finding that I found was the kind of experience of love and being cared by the older adults in the families stood out in one of my from my work. Now you see nowadays both parents go to work, and unfortunately children do not get proper care and affection. So when the grandparents are at home, the youth themselves, they are saying that they receive proper affection and care from their grandparents. And being feeling cared and feeling loved by them, and also what they also go ahead and see is the kind of deliberate efforts made by the grandparents in kind of amidst all the whatever age-related concerns, difficulties that they're having, but still they make deliberate efforts to engage with the young people. So that they value a lot. And also here it shows that, they don't take older adults for granted. So they really value the kind of deliberate efforts that they make, to kind of engage with them, support them, and provide care for them. And all this, in addition to, of course, a lot of our other literature also says, with regard to support exchange and other care exchanges, financial exchanges, instrumental support exchanges, all these creates a sense of belongingness, which is actually, of course, it's quantitatively, it is very difficult to measure. So that's why, I use the qualitative method to see, what is coming out. So the sense of belongingness currently, the young people, if you see in the literature, young people try to find the sense of belongingness through virtual platforms by getting Facebook likes, by getting LinkedIn likes, and, through different social media. But however, the young people in my work, they said, the kind of the warmth, the kind of emotional attachment I have with my grandparents when they hold my hand and teach me what to do, how to go about. And also when they return back from school, and the grandfather, for example, in one of the cases I mentioned here, the grandfather is the first one to receive me and inquire about how the day was, how my exam went on. So these are the things, they found it's extremely, extremely helpful for their emotional and social well-being. So these are the kind of, of course, there are a lot more, but just for this, I put few from the youth who are living in multi-generational families and the relationship with their older adults, older parent or grandparents. Moving on to the other side of it, mainly, the youth voices, youth who are living outside of multi-generational families. So they kind of engage with older adults in different platforms, different spaces. So this is a guy who spoke about his experience of engaging with older adults in a daycare facility. So what he felt was, engaging with the older adults in that facility, helps change his perspectives. And also he says that, he become more observant, and also he kind of become more understanding and try to read and study people, mainly because the kind of, the social learning principle that worked in these sort of engagements that help young people, bring in changes in their perspectives, and also overall it makes them a better person. And moving on, they also see older adults as a source of knowledge, basically in making career decisions and also navigating through various challenges in their life. And because they see that their repository of knowledge and experience, what the older adults have, they found it extremely, extremely helpful. And also they've come up very hard way. So, they have a lot of knowledge, that they can learn from the older adults that they're connected with. And also they found, they felt it is very critical to create opportunities and structures for building intergenerational solidarity. So of course, it is to do with the parent generation or the kind of middle generation. I think, again, as I said, that's one of the critiques that I have is the intergeneration relationship literature. It talks primarily about older adults and the grandchildren, but we need to really also address the one in the middle, the parents of the young children generation. So they also need to be engaged in some form, and they need to create platforms to bring in their children to spend time with the elders. And also, there are a lot of NGOs which are creating platforms. And of course, in my work, I heard about the work that has been done by HelpAge India, and also the work done by Heritage Foundation, and also Aruvi in Chennai, and a lot of organizations that works. Thanks to all those organizations, I think we need to expand much more, and more, such intergenerational activities need to be created. And also, I would like to finish with this, wherein the sense of belongingness also enjoyed by these youth outside who are outside the multi-generational families. So this is an extreme case which I recently, 2 months back, when I visited a village in Tamil Nadu, a very interior village which had just 5 streets, and there's one old person who's about 79. He is not related, but he kind of organizes young youth for to play sport and also support them in studies, and also he runs some tuitions out of his own cost. So the youth have built a kind of a very close relationship with him, and when there was a notice from the school to invite their parents for a parent teachers meeting, so she came to the tuition center and then she said, Tata means grandfather. So Tata, you need to come to attend parent teachers meeting that they're organizing in my school. So imagine somebody who is non-related, somebody who's just probably built that sort of relationship just over 1.5 years, and the youth feel so connected, and so they have that sense of belongingness to call that person, I mean that old person, to come and attend parent teachers meeting. So these are the kind of nuanced dynamics that are very critical. So you know uh, I would like to stop here, and definitely I think a lot more qualitative work need to be done in order to understand the nuances in these intergenerational dynamics, and then yes, so that definitely that can inform the programs and policies, which can definitely be scaled up at larger level. So once again, I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to share my thoughts. Over to the chair.
Yeah, I'm on coming up. Thank you. Thank you, Teddy. I think I'm quite happy that you brought in two important points from my point of view. Number one, I think intergenerational relationship has to be cultivated. It has to be deliberately cultivated so that we don't lose track of it. That's one. Number two is, you have mentioned particularly about source of knowledge. And it's very important that kids take that from across. And I must tell you, when you mentioned about the grandparents being invited by the child to go to the school to meet the people, let me also tell you on very very ironical. This is about 15-20 years ago. I was in a school. A 10th standard boy. I was asking him why not many grandparents don't come to participate in the events meant for grandparent grandchild program. And the reply that boy gave me was very, very enlightening. He said, I do not want my grandfather and grandmother to come to school because they wear the dhoti, what is called panjakacha. We don't want them coming to the school in that dress. We want them to come in a pant and shirt, which they don't wear. So they don't want them to come. So there are a lot of inhibitions. I think this also, quite goes well with what duly mentioned about sort of ageism, the steps in and what really happens. I think these 2 points are very relevant. Thanks a lot for sharing your experiences on this. Quoting some, I think, examples are more learning. Thanks a lot, Teddy. We go to the third speaker. Now we have Dr. Neetu. Neetu's done a lot of work, and she said she's done practically a longitudinal study for 10 years. Very interesting to know from her what she's going to share with us. Thank you, Neetu.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. And it's
Yeah,
really
wait for a minute. Let people know you. I think by the time we are all talking, yeah.
Keep it on for a few seconds, 30 seconds, yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Shall I?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And I'm really thankful for this invite. I extend my wishes to Ms. Anupma Datta for this attempt. It's truly a necessity that academicians and action-focused individuals come together and do something fruitful. And both the presentation brought so much positivity to this word, and actually we need it this time. So generally, as academician, we often begin with data, graphs, and figures, but today I am refraining from overloading with these numbers. If anyone needs the detailed data and statistical reference, I will be happy to share with them later. And there are so many data on LASI report, and even in Helpage India report and Heritage Foundation report, I have seen on as sir when I came to know about her, and it's a wonderful interaction with him. I want to focus on the social realities. It's just facts from coming from the stories behind those. So, as we know, the aging population is rising worldwide, as observed by many social scientists, and India is no exception to this demographic shift. Our elderly population is growing rapidly, and this growth is not uniform across the country. As we can check the data from different sites, southern states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu already have a higher proportion of elderly due to lower fertility rates, better health indicators, education, and so many factors. In contrast, states like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar have younger demographics. However, socioeconomic factors such as poverty, inadequate health infrastructure, migration make older lives vulnerable even in states with smaller elderly population like UP and Bihar. So, India's aging population is diverse in terms of age, caste, class, gender, religion, and community. While these differences can be linked to a spectrum of colors, their fundamental needs, coverage at certain common points. As a sociologist, basically I am we often focus on the heterogeneity of the population, but it is equally important to recognize that needs span across caste, class, religion, and community. The colors and patterns may vary, but the underlying fabric remains the same. I have done a lot of work on heterogeneous population, but this time I'm not going to share this. But we'll sometime other time we will look on this. So when we look closely, the challenges in the all the regions differ, but coverage on few core needs like earlier mentioned also by the Anupma ma'am also, that health and care support, income security, social inclusion, community and social networking, safe living conditions, self-respect, and a dignified life. Like in India, socio-cultural fabric, joint families have a long served as the roots that anchor our lives, providing emotional support, help in household management, and economic security. These intergenerational bonds between elders, adult children, and grandchildren have been particularly strong in as my studies I revealed in I studies and found that especially strong in middle and upper class household. And indeed, we cannot overlook the close connection between caste and class in shaping these patterns. We can't deny this. In lower income households, love and willingness are not in short supply. I'm not saying this, but resources like money, time, and support system often are. The strain of care can sometimes lead to social isolation, affecting the well-being of both the elder and same for the caregiver. However, there is a social reality. My previous studies also reinforce this point that we cannot deny the positive correlation between caste and class in the Indian context, and nevertheless, changing structural realities are reshaping this dynamics. All these statements have stories behind them, but due to the paucity of the time, I'm not sharing them here. So sometimes given a chance, I would love to. Furthermore, if we talk about the caregivers and elderly can be categorized by age and gender, regardless of caste, class, and community. So here, care recipients and caregivers, younger elders in their 60s and 70s, and the oldest old in 80s. Studies show that not all aging populations seek support. Some are actively aging, maintaining their health, do activities like yoga, walking, meditation, also engaging in hobbies such as painting, dance, music. However, only those who can afford it participate in these activities, physically active, exploring these experiences with social issues, include those involved in caring for the elderly. So if we talk about the caregivers, but today the winds of change are reshaping this landscape. Caregivers, whether in their 40s or 60s, face new challenges. Caregivers in 40s are usually still in the workforce, sometimes caring for the school-going children while also looking after the parents. And those in 60s who may themselves need rest and health support often have less energy to manage daily caregiving demands. Another crucial aspect is that caregivers sometimes become so passionate about caring. It's an example in my neighborhood also. Elderly parents that they neglect their own lives, focusing solely on their needs and emotions. Only yesterday, there was a post about a NRI boy who came to India to see his parents and shared that they don't want to go abroad. So he's worried about them, especially now they have lost their parents. And another issue is that most of the elderly don't want to leave the place where they belong. So he was very worried about this thing. So we can say that both groups face financial strain, emotional stress, social isolations, and particularly when care is intensive. So we can conclude the elderly challenges financial insecurity, declining health, loneliness, utilization of their time, energy, and experience. So state is trying to exploit their experiences and energy, but still there are people. In low income households, the pressure is even greater. Work demands, lack of resources, emotional toll of isolation from community life, and compound the burden. So, the caregivers face numerous challenges like financial strain, psychological stress, physical exhaustion, and their health issues, and sometimes their conflicting roles. So, coming to next point, like gender and caregiving, the thing that even Dr. Julie very beautifully explored all those things, like from the different cohort groups, how they are thinking, how they are connected. So, care work in India also remains heavily gendered. We can't deny this, like wives, daughter in law, and married daughters are often the default caregivers. However, this is gradually changing. Women's increased participation as the workforce means more men are taking on caregiving roles. Nevertheless, culture and norms sometimes make male caregivers and female elders uncomfortable with tasks that require physical assistance, illustrating how slowly some traditional evolve. In families with only daughters, these daughters increasingly take an elder care, but their ability to do so depends on economic independence and proximity. Married daughters, especially those without their own income, often face more limitations in helping their parents. So this gradual move from the filial responsibility where care is duty of the eldest into more collective responsibility is significant, but it also raises new question. Is the state ready to support this shift? Are our policy catching up with our social changes? So what I say, the closing thoughts, the title of work, Root and Wings, captures the essence of this challenge. Root stands for care, connection, and tradition. Wings represent mobility and independence and change. And the interaction between these two elements shape our current intergenerational relationship. So some of my research papers I can share with all you, in which these all stories, whatever the findings are there, but stories are in my papers, and some of my unpublished work also. So just I want to share three questions with all of you. Like, how do caste, class, and gender shape caregiving expectations in our rapidly changing India? How do we bridge gap between traditional and contemporary ways that protect dignity for all generations? And finally, how do we make caregiving a shared societal responsibility, supported not just by families, but by the state and community institutions? Thank you, everyone. And it's
Thank you, Dr. Neetu, for giving a very elaborate coverage on caregiving. I think caregiving is an important aspect of, the intergenerational relationship. I just wanted to tell you yesterday, I noticed something very interesting. I was talking to somebody, and she kept receiving phone calls every second minute. She kept on receiving calls. So I asked her, "Why are you not taking the call?" She says, "My mother is calling me." I said, "The mother is calling. Why don't you take the call?" So mother is 68 years. She is a teacher, faculty. So she has ordered for an auto. And the auto driver calls up the location. And the mother is calling, the auto has not come. It kept on for about 8 to 10 calls she received. Then after the whole thing was asked her, what happened? She says, I'm alone. My mother lives alone. She lives in a place which in a distance of 4 to 5 kilometers from my sister and my brother. I live about 8 to 10 kilometers away and I'm alone. I'm asking her to come and stay with me. I think there's another point that you mentioned. One of you mentioned about this very clearly. They want to live alone. Independence and dignity is something that is very important. When you're talking about intergenerational relationship, this poor lady was not able to concentrate on what she was doing because she kept on getting calls. And she's refusing to take an assistant. She can afford to take an assistant. She worked with the Neyveli Lignite Corporation, 68 years old lady. Said, I won't wait. I think these are all the areas of conflict which I think I remember LPage used to publish a lot of report on elder abuse. The elder abuse comes out of this kind of a situation when people get frustrated of this kind of problem. So very nice that you touched upon caregiving along with Julie about the intergenerational relationship. Thanks a lot once again.
Thank you,
Now,
sir.
yeah. Now we go to Dr. Nidhi Mishra. Nice to see Dr. Nidhi Mishra for a long time on a picture, on a video. I've not seen her for a very long time. Good. Look forward to listening to you. You seem to have done a lot of work according to what I see here. Thank you. Good.
Thank you very much, everyone. I am glad to be here, and thanks to Helpage and Dr. Gangadharan, whom I really admire a lot. Sir has inspired me in many ways, and so is Helpage. My first exposure in gerontology actually goes to the research studies I have, the reports I have studied from Helpage. So thank you for providing me that exposure. And to start with, I'll just share my slide here. So I will be talking about, I have been like working for the past 20 years in the area of gerontology and specifically in intergenerational bonding. Starting from my lived experiences, I'll be sharing certain experiences with you and moving on further to what my students do, because most of the work which the other panelists have been talking about is how to expose youngsters to this field, how to inculcate in them or to sensitize them about intergenerational bonding. So here are some of my experiences in academic and in the corporate setup which I have worked in earlier. I'll be sharing it based on those experiences. So I would just start with this quote: bridges are not built in a day. They are woven over years of shared stories, empathy, and purpose. And so are my bridges built with the seniors. With my master's dissertation 20 years back, when I started working on exploring how do seniors adapt to retirement. And as Dr. Neetu and other panelists have mentioned about gender as a very important factor, so did I also try to explore, does gender impact those kind of experiences as well? Because mostly the seniors belong to that group where it has always been thought that women don't work often or they are not into workforce participation as compared to men. And I found some very interesting factors to see like how women adapt so creatively with those retirement aspects, and those as the time is limited. So if those of you who are interested, I have a published paper on this. We can connect and we can discuss about this. So I just want to, these are some of the pictures I took with my senior participants with whom I collected data for my PhD, and I did some training programs with them. On the right side, if you see, she is Sister Flory, and she was my warden in the working women hostel where I was staying in Mumbai. And she used to admire my work because she has never seen people working, young people working on older peoples. And on the left side is this lady is whom I have interviewed for my data collection. And of course, I took her permission to share the picture as well. So these are some of the experiences which led to my journey in community initiatives, research and teaching and capacity building with my students. And here are some more experiences. As I said, initially I did my PhD in gerontology, but I have not taken up any teaching position because I wanted to work in this field in the real life with seniors. So I joined a couple of NGOs. I worked with some CSR initiatives. And later on, I started my own initiative, which is called Senior Express. And these are some of the work which I did in Mumbai and Pune with some seniors and intergenerational aspects, focusing on those things. So if you see the meetup which is on the right side is about Sarayu. We popularly coined this term. Sarayu means bringing all ages together. And we used to have these meetups in Pune with our senior friends and youngsters. And you see, the youngest most member in there, if you see, is my youngest daughter, who was just a few months old, and the eldest is Mrs. Neeta, who was 80 plus there. So is the middle picture. If you see, when I was working with Senior Express, one of the director of ICFAI is a business school they invited me to organize some intergenerational programs for their students with the seniors. So I actually, with my connect through Senior Express, I actually organized a intergenerational program where 5 seniors presented their talents in front of the students who were there, and later on they had interaction with the students. So if you there was somebody who was singing, somebody was playing a mouth organ, or somebody was showing some kind of creativity. They were talking about their experiences. And then we also celebrated this World Elders Day in our old age home in Pune with children, with youngsters, and with seniors. So these are some examples, and which I did in terms of community engagement. Moving further, then I basically I was teaching the diploma in gerontology at TISS course, and also moving on after joining Geetam full time, I actually tried to apply my knowledge in gerontology, teaching students applied psychology. And here you see my group of students on the left side are basically my positive psychology students, whom I gave the assignment about how to work with seniors. They came up with some case studies about healthy aging. And one of them mentioned that, ma'am, I never got an exposure like this earlier, because though my grandparents are staying with me, but I never made an effort to talk to them wholeheartedly and know about them or share my perspective with them. So these are certain things, like, which I made a part of their assignments. So initially they said, actually, we did it because you forced us to work on that assignment. But eventually we loved it, because that is what brought us more closer to our people. And so just I'll share one of the instance of our BA. So I basically bring in this intergenerational solidarity aspect in the BA projects I do with my undergraduate students, the MA dissertations which my students are doing, PhD guidance I'm providing. And there are a couple of publications which other panelists have mentioned. I worked on positive caregiving aspects, and it is published in one of the Q1 publication. Also digital inclusion. These are some of the projects I have worked in, which are actually working on intergenerational aspect and also looking into the healthy aging aspects. There are certain collaborations. So here a picture you see, I worked with IRC Global Alliance project on positive caregiving. And herein where we were looking at the aspects of positive caregiving, because caregiving is often supposed to be people consider it to be a very burdensome or a kind of burnout people experience. But caregiving is positive too. And we looked into those aspects, and I came up with one publication with my team in this. So I just want to bring in one instance of how one of the BA student who was working, whom I actually sent for internship to a palliative care home in Hyderabad. And initially they were a little hesitant to go to a palliative care. And this girl comes and speaks with me with a teary eye. And she says, ma'am, I'm very thankful that you made us exposed to this field, because we were never exposed to this field earlier. And when I asked why the tear is in your eyes, she said, there were 5 days I was talking to a 80-plus-year-old gentleman who was diagnosed with cancer. And I was talking to them every day, and I was looking forward to interact with them. And yesterday when I went, he was not there. So this is not the tears of losing that person, but the tears are that I made some meaningful contribution to his life in the last 5 days. So that was that was in itself like no achievement for her, for me, that we are adding, through education we are adding values to the life of people as well through these assignments. Then in the MA dissertations, there are many students whom I remember the other panelists were talking about the intergenerational bondings in a family setup. And so are my students working on intergenerational solidarity aspects, exploring in assisted living care facilities or in households with joint family system. So one student was so keen to explore a joint family system that she actually took 2 months, which was a very important time for her research work. And she found out that there are people where joint families are there, and she came up with some responses based on that. And we are in the process of publishing that work as well. Then in terms of PhD guidance, there are students who are working in the area of health psychology or consumer behavior. They are looking at some of the aspects of applied psychology across different generations. That's also something which is quite interesting. Publications, I have already mentioned that couple of publications I worked on in the area of applied psychology in this aspect. And collaborations are, I am working with professors, senior professors in Russia and Canada on certain aspects related to positive caregiving and healthy aging, where I'm involving my students too. So here are some, it's the heart of my work, I would say, the student engagement initiatives, which I thoroughly enjoy doing with my students. When I joined full-time teaching, I actually engaged my students into webinars and online interactions, especially during the COVID time, because you can see all online classes were there. And the health psychology students were exposed to the healthy aging aspects, and therein where I actually asked and invited some of my friends, senior friends, to come and interact with these kids and students and tell them about what healthy aging is, because they are studying in books, but they need to know what exactly it is. Also, I also invited some of the people who are examples of healthy aging and tell and inspire these youngsters how they can live a healthy life and lead a normal life during the COVID time. That is something which were organized for these students. Also, one very interesting part is the induction program. Every university have their induction program, and I was made in charge of one of the activity, and I took these students to a old age home in Visakhapatnam, where I am right now. And these students, and the touching part of this picture, which I have put, because few days back I was teaching same students in one of my class where I teach qualitative research methods, and one of the students said, ma'am, when you took us to that old age home, I remember those memories are still very fresh in my mind, and the lived experiences they shared with us. So that is the work what has been achieved, because they are actually living it, they are enjoying it, and they are remembering what has been told to them. Also, I make these field assignments, field visits and assignment mandatory as a part of my teaching work, whether it's about health psychology, positive psychology, or these things. So I am taking these students to field visits, and they are having one-to-one interaction with this student, with the seniors there. One very interesting part of which is very close to my heart is that I designed a specific course on aging and health as a part of a specialization basket which we offer for health psychology students. And these students have come up with these you see these collage and these kind of pictures, wherein they are actually I made them go into the field, talk to the seniors, come up with what requirements they have, and design some kind of workshop for them. And these students actually did those things, and that is, and still they are very close to me working on these kind of aspects. These are like change makers in this field. I have a video to show, but due to paucity of time, I'm not sure if the chair allows me, I will share. Otherwise, I can share it later with others who are interested. And I would like to end, I would like to say that these students, they actually told me, one of them told me that these are like survival manuals for me whenever I talk to these people, because old age home has always been a point of contact for me, for people with some kind of depression or isolation. But I saw hope there, and they gave me resilience to live a life with a positive mindset. And with this, the mission I have in mind is to continue the community initiative, academic research, and make students contribute to intergenerational solidarity. And my other initiatives, which I have with my old students, I'm working on designing something like music and art therapy kind of initiatives, and also working on memory work and digital kind of mentoring for seniors, and storytelling with seniors who have a lot to share with youngsters. And my vision is to have a society where generations collaborate, respect, and learn from each other. And I would end with this: bridges are built when generations walk toward each other. So that I always tell my students, seniors are contributors. They are not just receivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi. That was very interesting. I definitely like the word that you used, survival manuals. Very interesting. And talking about students and inculcating in them the imbibing the spirit of caring for elderly is very important. Let me once again tell you one point. We used to organize a program, one of those programs called War of Ages. War of Ages was a program that was one of those programs that we attended and conducted in Hyderabad. We had 3,000 people participating in this. The event was very simple. Old people, it was a 40-minute show choreographed, 40 minutes, olden days music and current day music. Old people were asked to dance to the current day music, and younger ones were asked to dance to the olden days music. I can tell you, this is one of those memorable events. Colleges, schools, everyone participated, and a big number of people, but we had to restrict it to 40 minutes to make it very interesting. I think the question is, it's a deliberate attempt. I think all of you in the last, all the four speakers have said it's all deliberate. It has to be planned and done, though it takes its own cost. Thanks a lot for making it very interesting, Dr. Nidhi. I'm very sure three professors in the group, other than Dr. Nidhi Mishra, Dr. Sai Gita, and Dr. Teddy would have really enjoyed the presentation of Nidhi. Thanks once again. Now, coming to a very enthusiastic senior citizen that you have in this group is Dr. Shobha. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Shobha is everywhere as far as Andhra, Telangana is concerned. And she's also now becoming a big lady in the All India Senior Citizens Confederation. One of those highly dedicated ladies that we are continuing to work with her on a variety of programs. I can say she's our backbone on a lot of our programs. So we are going to have something to talk about her. Thank you. Wait for 30 seconds before you close. Thank you. "54 times blood donation, fabulous, excellent, very nice." And I think we should start.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really very, very happy to be here, especially with my mentor, Dr. Gangadharan Garu, and the always supporting Helpage India. I really happy to meet you all. There is an American saying, tell me, I'll forget. Show me, I may not remember. Involve me, I'll understand. Actually, when I was a little girl, I was a writer. I used to write stories in all Telugu magazines, Champak, Chandamama, Balamitra, and all. So I used to get small remuneration. My mom used to spend that remuneration to all elders, grandparents, and the elderly by giving small remuneration, no fruits, biscuit packets, handkerchiefs, like that. So, like that, it was a starting time for me. So, what happened, when I was a student of 10th class, I had become very active in writing as a writer. So, I got first prize in story writing competition. In those years, I got 500 rupees, means very much great. So, myself and my younger sister were planning to enjoy with our cousins who were at Kakinada East Godavari district. So we went there. Then at the time when we thought of planning what type of party should be there with all of us, the teenager cousins. So at the time, uh, our father's father brother, so Pedanana, he had come in front of all relatives and told that he is planning to construct an old age home in Kakinada. It was the word old age home is very much new, but we were surprised. Old age home, what does it mean? So, but he was saying, yeah, it is even in our area also, that is a small town, but there also old age home. Why means so many elders are thrown out and not bothered by their children. So, we thought of constructing, and I want all of you to contribute for that. So I, frankly speaking, I closed my mouth and did not say anything. But my mom said, Shobha, the youngster is going to give her 500 rupees as the first donation. So, like that, mom had given. It was really a bad experience at that moment. But what happened in the evening? Uncle took me to the place where he is planning to construct the old age home along with his age group people. To my shock, they were talking. He showed and explained this little girl is going to. She has given 500 rupees, so that is the first donation. So all of them appreciated me and blessed me and said that we are in a very pathetic condition, and you see within few years our problem will increase. So children like you should come forward in supporting. That was my turning point. And after that, from my intermediate onwards, I was very much closer to senior citizens. So, as an intergenerational bonding, I can say from my 16th year, I was with elders, senior citizens' homes, and senior citizens associations, and all that. So, what happened, So, all of them really happily allowed me to involve. So, as a writer, I wrote so many dramas, and actively I made senior citizens, school children, college children participate in it. So, like that, one after the other, many Andhra Balananda Sangam and different associations also participated, and old age people also involved. So, here I have to say, my mentor, another mentor, Sri R.N. Mittal. So he was in Senior Citizens Association of Hyderabad. He said, "You are very active and energetic. Why don't you come and join?" At the time, I was only 20 plus, maybe 25 or 26. He said, "You be active in various fields and you continue like that." So, like that, I was quite active. Afterwards, what happened, when I was involved in that area as an associate member, because age was very much lesser in that time. Uh, as I told you, I'm as attached to senior citizens. So all senior citizens asked me, why don't you do PhD in problems of senior citizens? It is, we are sure no one had done PhD on problems of senior citizens. So I requested Telugu University to make me do MPhil in senior citizens problems. So university said no. As a writer, why don't you think of feminism, because being a lady, and even problems of children? Why only senior citizens? But the elders told me, and the eyes in which I looked after, I said, I want to do these problems only to cover. So I want to do senior citizens problems only. So MPhil I did in Telugu University. And even in Usmania University, actually what happened, as a writer, my storybooks are Sweet 60. I had written in different magazines short stories, are compiled together, and the Sweet 60 book was super hit, and it is translated by Senior Citizens Association of Kondapur. And he made the Beena Devi, the writer, to translate to English. He did not tell me. Yes, to my surprise, he showed, Shova, this book has to come to many people. So I took like this. So after that, after reading my book and had written the about the coverage, Dr. J. Ramul Garu, the Dean of Usmania University, had come to my house and told, your work is very interesting. I want you to do PhD under my guidance in Usmania University. So like that, I did PhD in problems of senior citizens depicted in short stories in Telugu from Hyderabad Usmania University. So after that, fully involved, I was very active in doing different works with different generations. So what happened, Helpage India, and our Senior Citizens Association of Hyderabad both used to do various programs. So for those programs, I had written short dramas involving the problems of elders and what type of role the youngsters should take in helping. So those types of dramas were clicked a lot. Like that, it was continuing, and when I entered my 60th year, I joined. As I told you, I was in AOSC, so I was the first lady president and first youngest president of Senior Citizens Association of Hyderabad. So from there, Helpage India and this, uh, Raza Muhammad sir encouraged me. So because of him only, I'm happy that I could meet Dr. Gangadharan Garu. So he said, Shobha, Gangadharan sir will help you and motivate you with various problems and various programs of elders. So you continue and I'll be with you. Like that, we did continuously. And Raza Muhammad sir and I'm very happy. Doordarshan covered our programs. And always in Hyderabad on Senior Citizens Day, dramas, full cultural program of elders will be covered by me at Ravindra Bharati. So, like that, continuously we do. And radio programs of Hyderabad, All India Radio, especially there was a full-fledged elderly program in radio station of Hyderabad. There also continuously every month I used to bring some old association or other, and even old age homes elders also I used to take care of bringing them in participating. They used to feel very happy, and it was a very good memorable day for them. So like that, continuously when we were doing like that, Helpage India, and here I have to say Heritage Foundation, really Gangadharan Garu is not only my mentor, he is like my elder brother. He encouraged me in various aspects. So with his help only, throughout, not only in Hyderabad but even in different villages of Telangana also, we did various programs. I'll tell you one example. Unfortunately, I could not bring photos and videos, but I'll explain. On Yoga Day, what I did, I am a yoga teacher too. So in the Abhyudaya school in Hyderabad, I asked the parents and grandparents to come. So I explained what type of yoga steps, asanas to be done by different age groups. So elders are seeing youngsters asanas, and youngsters are seeing elders asanas, and middle generation is taking care of it. So all those things, that program was very successful. And when I was doing PhD, I had to cover different places in Telangana. So when I went to various places in Telangana, I felt very sad. In many villages, there were no hospitals. Very remote villages, I am saying, no hospitals. Then when I asked why there were no hospitals and the electricity is not proper, what they said is, yeah, ma'am, hospitals are not there, but we'll take our children to hospitals with the help of our tractors or our two wheelers. Then I asked, what about senior citizens? Senior citizens are the main persons who will be always having some problem or other physical problem. Then they said, they laughed. Arre, ma'am, what are you saying? They are the people who are going to die shortly. Then why should we take care of them? अरे चिटका वैद्यम ज्यादा होते हैं, कुछ ना कुछ चिटका मेडिसिन ले लेंगे, तो इसमें क्या है, like that. So I felt very sad. And in some villages also, as I told you, I covered all villages in Telangana. In one of the village, I was shocked. no old age home at all. And they said, oh, we are very happy to be with our parents and grandparents. And so there is no question of old age homes at all in our area. Then after I was a bit confused, because after seeing the faces, I understood that there is a need of old age homes in that area. So after going a bit far, then one of the persons said, ma'am, old age homes, our villages doesn't like to be known that we are not caring our parents. So what they are doing, they are keeping their elderly out of our town or village and preferring Hyderabad. So when relatives or friends ask them, where are your mother and father? When they rightly say, yeah, yeah, they are in our parents' house or our relatives' house or friend's house, or they went to some God's places, different Tirtha Yatra. Like that, they said. And in another place, to my shock, again, I'm a journalist too. So, as a journalist, I do senior a column in a magazine. So, for that, since 15 to 20 years, I'm writing column by covering of successful elders. So, as a journalist, I always talk with a senior citizen who was very friendly with me. So, he said, my grandson's birthday is coming nearer and nearer. Ma'am, you just come. You to enjoy the nature of the birthday celebration and all. Okay, okay, I thought, but repeatedly he called me. So I went there. When I went there, I saw he was not anywhere. So I asked his son and daughter-in-law, where is your father? They said, he went for some work. Hey, why some work? Why can't he be? Because it is the birthday of his grandson. They said pension problem has come. It is a must for him to attend. So he had to go. Okay, okay, I thought. When I was talking, I was sub-editor in Andhra Bhumi magazine at that time. So some call has come from my editor. So I don't want to disturb the crowd. So I went to check. When I went to check, it was so shocking for me. I saw that old man sat there, and there was a plate nearer to him. In that plate, the eatables which will be served down had kept there. He was in a very bad mood and he did not eat. He is more interested to watch the children, his friends, and all. So, but at that time, he felt so embarrassed. Actually, he doesn't want to say that they made him sit up. So he said, no, no, हवा बहुत कम है ना नीचे, इसीलिए हम ऊपर आके बैठा अम्मा. Like that, he told. So I understood. So that is the problem of senior citizens in many areas. Keeping it aside, I am attached to Confederation of Voluntary Associations. So there I covered hundreds and hundreds of schools in Hyderabad, especially in Old City. There we did hundreds of schools coverage. For that, what we did, we want to do a good project work. So for project work, we all know, for even as a student, I too observed, project work means we used to, in those days, no computers. So we used to depend upon our siblings. They will draw or they will give photographs and they'll write the matter. But as the uh, care of elders teacher, I told them our project work is entirely different. I want all of you to do project by interviewing with elders. You are free to talk with your grandparents or your nearby persons, or you go to old age homes, or you can talk with fruit vendors or vegetable vendors and have a photograph and keep it. That will be that will be utilized for the competition. To my surprise, hundreds and hundreds have come, and children with enthusiasm, they did wonderful work. As the judge, it had become very difficult for me to judge. So intergenerational bonding, if we do like that, children will come forward. So with Kova, we are doing not only this, even inter-religious programs also. In the inter-religious program, not only Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, whatever the religion is, we are asking the youngsters and elders to join that for that function to attend, and after that we will make them speak and write articles too, and those will be given prizes. So religious culture, heritage, and all things, youngsters will know about not only the function, but they'll listen to elders how they celebrated Diwali in those days, and all those things also Kova we did. So like that continuously we are doing. And coming to Kova and heritage and helpage, I am attached to Telangana Senior Citizens Confederation. I am the vice president there. Our president Sri Ramachandra Garu, he said, why don't you start a special organization of ladies by you, and you can do lot of intergenerational programs there. Okay, I said, and I took lead as the president. What I did, my grandchild, she's 2 year old, she's the youngest member, and my mom, who is 90-year-old, is the eldest member. And in between are my daughter-in-law, my friends, children, all are there. My old friends also joined me. There are now we are 100 people, gents, ladies, and all generations. We do only intergenerational bonding programs. So like that we continuously do. So what happened? One channel, TV channel, they told me, ma'am, you are doing intergenerational bonding programs, no? On Friendship Day also, we will do a program. So what they did, my boy Bhimanna wife, Haimoti Bhimanna, she is of my mother's age and myself, and the anchor is the youngster who is doing her medicine. So three of us intergenerational, and all of the coverage was liked by all age groups. Why? Three generations. Why? It is very shocking to me and to all of us. Elders means only elders friends, youngsters means only youngsters, children only children. Why? So my youngest granddaughter will accompany wherever I go, and throughout the program she too will be there along with, so 92, like that continuously we do. And I'm happy to share with you all that hundreds and hundreds of programs I'm doing. And now, yes, and now, so not only that, as a blood donor also, I observed one thing. See, girls will always say, we are equal with gents in all aspects, but in work sites they will not show interest. So as a blood donor of 54 times, I always come forward and talk with young girls. Why don't you come forward? I'm an elder person, elderly, and I'm doing blood donation. Why don't you do? So like that they start. And I till my 60th, now I'm 64, till my 60th year I donated blood. And last time, when doctor said no also, when the delivery lady, youngster, poor lady, no blood was available, at that time I donated. I showed that also to them. See, even at the 60th year also I did, and did not happen anything. So come forward even that. And not only that, organ and body donation also I am the member. Today evening we are doing at Gandhi Hospital, and there I talk along with others, not only with medicos, but students who come from various colleges and schools, that and including all youngsters and middle ages, come forward and do something for generations to come forward. So like that, intergenerational, culturally, socially, economically, we are doing many programs. And all my books also will cover not only about elders, youngsters, and middle agers also. And even Dr. Gangadharan Garu's radio program also, many of my elders participated in it. My 90-year-old mom felt very happy to sing in his radio program and said, Shobha, I'm very happy. And she told me to tell all my relatives that my mom is singing in her 90th year. So that is the credit goes to intergenerational bonding program. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. Thanks once again.
Okay, I think Shobha poured her heart out, and nothing more for us to really, talk about it, because she just said everything. that probably we all could learn. Fabulous it was. And yes, as I've always mentioned you, she's an asset to a society of, particularly Hyderabad is really proud to have her because she's so dedicated. She's just not a talker, she's a doer. So I think it's nice to have her talk about it. Yes, one point from her I want to take out for Dr. Sai Geeta to probably cover it if possible. She mentioned something interesting. 5 of the adolescent girls went to Kakinada with a 500 rupee to celebrate. That turned out to be the mother said, give it away to something else. Now that's something interesting. I do not know whether I can do that to my granddaughter today. If I give her 500 rupees, she will probably spend 800 rupees and ask for 300 rupees more. And she says her mother gave it away. She did not give it away. Her mother gave it away. It's something interesting for us to discuss. If there is a possibility, Dr. Sai Geeta could talk, mention anything about it is good. Probably otherwise we'll have some time to talk about it. Now we invite Dr. Sai Geeta. I had a nice chat with her some time ago. Very interesting. So
thank you so much, sir. And I thanks Helpesh Prasad sir, Anupamaji, Gangadharan sir, and all the esteemed panelists sitting here. Thank you for this opportunity. Yes, as mentioned in the bio note also that I anchor 2 programs at the Center for Lifelong Learning. I hope I'm audible. So these 2 programs I do anchor, and there's a lot of interactions and experiences that is coming from these 2 cohorts. My area of interest was youth basically, but over the years I happened to take interest on the issues of gerontology and aging issues, and that is how now I am at a position where I'm anchoring 2 major programs and the institute, and these 2 programs are one of the programs offered at university level. So this is also giving me a lot of learnings as to how to collaborate these 2 cohorts, youth and the older adults. Now just to give you the context that in the diploma in gerontology, of which Dr. Nidhi was also part some years ago, here we have students right from 25 and above. Over the years, I have seen that in my class, there are at least 2 or 3 of age 60s, 70s, and 80s. So this is the cohort, and it is a very unique cohort of elderly and gerontology, because the moment you hear gerontology, people feel that this is just for older adults and they come and enroll, but it is not like that. So what we did, tried to do at the institute level is we tried to introduce some of these courses into UG level, into MA level as well. And interestingly, we found that more and more young people are also interested in this study and on the issues. And maybe while I'm presenting my presentation, I'll bring in some experiences and sharings from the collaborative work that we do with these 2 cohorts as I move forward. So, so I've been asked to present my thoughts on understanding the intergenerational bond from a theoretical perspective, from the different lenses that we can see. Since I teach in both the programs, I have a little bit understanding of the theoretical lens that goes into looking at youth generation and also looking at older generation. So what I have done is I've tried to pick some interesting theories, and then we will see how this intergenerational bond can be analyzed through different lenses. So straight away going to, this is one of my favorite theories, which I teach in both the cohorts. It's a life course theory, and it talks about different phases of human life and how different life events shape and how the historical context and timings change the identities of different phases of human development. So if we look at it from the perspective of older adults, we kind of see that they have a lot of past experience. They are rich in cultural traditions, and they always feel a responsibility to guide and pass on their wisdom to the next generation. This is how the life course theory sees or puts highlight on the older adults. Now if you look at the youth perspective, we find that they view elders as a source of lived history and practical guidance. And their developmental stage pushes them towards exploring identity, values, and belonging, which elders can help shape. So what it means is that youth have their own trajectories and older adults have their own trajectories, in this whole life course theory. But how can the integration happen here is that elders provide stability and continuity while youth bring in their energies, new ideas, and that can even reshape the roles and sense of purpose of elders. Moving on to the next slide. So this is another important theory I feel to be mentioned, which is social exchange theory. And this also explains how older adults and youth, they also, take part and contribute to this social exchange theory. Older adults often offer intangible resources, like everybody mentioned in their talks also. It's wisdom, it's emotional support, moral guidance, while they also seek companionship, respect, and emotional connections. On the other hand, youth have many things to offer, like technological skills. They have fresh perspectives, vitality, while they also seek mentorship, emotional safety, and life navigation. So where is the connecting point? So the bond between the older and youth can thrive when there is reciprocity. So elders feel valued for their experience, while youth feel empowered when they get the same, respect and support from older adults. This is a very important theory, and this Erickson's theory mostly talks about youth. However, there is a point where it also talks about the generativity stage of older adults. And he says that at this stage, elders always strive to contribute to the well-being of next generation, because they feel that they have, completed their life, they have done what they had to do. Now they want to contribute to other people's lives. So that is what is the feeling which always older adults have, to give. On the other hand, youth are at a very different juncture. They are in between, identity crisis. There is a role confusion stage, and they are somebody who want to explore things around them, and they have their own struggles there. Now, how do we integrate this relationship? So elders can, generate actions because they are wisdom. They have wisdom and they have a lot to contribute. They can be mentors. They can be storytellers. So there can be cultural transmission from one generation to another. So they can directly feed into youth's identity formation, while youth feedback and engagement can also reinforce elders' sense of usefulness. So this is how I have tried to map it, and the different theoretical perspectives, and the core and the foundation that you can see is that um, if there is mutual respect, if there is reciprocity, shared meaning. So it's not just about all this important concept, but it is also about co-creation of knowledge, resilience, and social cohesion. So these theories, and there are many more, they give a very different lens of how do you look at this two population group cohorts. And it also talks about how intergenerational bond is not only about passing the tradition or passing the information, and as I just mentioned, that it is about co-creation of knowledge, resilience, and social cohesion. So what I do in my classrooms is that I find opportunities, I give spaces where the students of gerontology can interact with the youth students. They come in together, they discuss things, they are part of panel discussions, they are part of elderly mela that we organize. And because of the way they got inspired and sensitized through these interactions, that a lot of students have taken research work on gerontology. So that was a very beautiful outcome of those interactions and spaces that we create in classrooms. So yes, so all these theories and how valuable they are, it is important and critical for us to understand that this help us to move beyond stereotypes. So we always view young people as rebellious adolescents, digital natives, and we also stereotype older adults as merely dependents or caregivers. But we have not actually looked at the lens where we find that both can contribute, both can act, they can be collaborative work, and they can form meaningful relationship. Only one thing I want to add here is that a very important connecting link between this cohort is the middle-aged people. Say, for example, like us, the connection that we can bring in, the collaboration then that we can bring in between older adults and youngsters is us. So we can play a very important role, and that can be taught right from the early days. And also when we look at older adults and issues of older adults, it is not just when we are crossing 50 or we are crossing 60, but it has to be looked at from a life course perspective. Only then the sensitization of young people and their working for senior citizens will come into play. I think I have taken less than 10 minutes. I rest my case here. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Saigita. I think you gave a different perspective altogether, purely academics. Very nice to,
Yes.
touch base with our understanding of the whole relationships. Very nice. I think it's a very nice conclusion for that. And so, Anupama, with this kind of, all the 6 speakers have come. First of all, let me thank every one of you who made it very, very indulging. I think everyone kept them, I think you kept all of us very busy listening to you completely. Thanks a lot. Now we take on the questions. I think there were some questions first circulated by the Helpage India. I would request Anupama, if you think you can put those questions across now on the screen so that we can ask, I think there were also very specific questions to Dr. Julie. I saw that in the case sheet.
So there are questions shared with you on your chat.
Do you have that? Can you show it or you don't have it? You don't have it, no problem.
You can just read. You can just read the questions that you think are relevant, and you can
okay.
Answer.
Now I think on the chat there was a question for Dr. Julie. Let's look at that.
Dr. Julie, Dr. Neetu has asked a question to her.
Yeah. Dr. Julie, questions. I think I saw that question in the chat box. 1 minute.
Yes.
I can read it out if you like. What is the
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
average in men and women in Australia? What type of family structure is most prevalent in Australia? And the study you talked about includes both rural and urban populations. That's 3 parts to her question.
Okay. So, gosh, I can't think of the average age. I thought while you were reading it out, I'd have time to Google it. But okay. Hey, Google, what's the average age of men and women in Australia? But
Sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, there you go.
Something else. Do you
uh-oh.
want to know what is the average age of a man in Australia?
Yes. No, she's not going to tell us. Anyway, so but look, Australia has a fairly advanced age structure. I think our average age is like 40 or something, so quite an advanced age structure. We've long had that transition where we've had fertility rates are below replacement, and we have a very long life expectancy at birth and a long life expectancy at 60. So we do have quite an aging population. It's not aging as rapidly as in some other countries. It's aged slowly, but it's advanced in its aging. So, and we do have quite long life expectancy, as I said. So the family structure that is most prevalent is a nuclear household with the mother and father and 2 children. Older people tend to live on their own, either in a couple or on their own, but usually supported by family in some way. So it is much more of a nuclear family rather than an intergenerational family. I consider I live in an intergenerational family because, as you might notice, I've been juggling children all day. But we just live in different houses. So this is George. We've just picked him up from school and we're at his house now. But yes, so I work with my daughter to look after our grandchildren, and but it is normal for just a nuclear family. The longitudinal study on women's health, which I spoke about, it is sampled from all over Australia, including offshore islands. And also we deliberately oversampled in rural and urban populations. And we do find quite a difference between rural and urban populations in lots of ways, and sometimes not the ways you would think. So social support, for instance, tends to be better in rural populations because they're smaller and the communities are more connected. But those women living in those rural areas will be physically further away from their families and socially closer to their communities. So for them, for instance, one of the women we talked to, she, they often still drive in rural areas rather, because there's not much traffic. They don't have to go very far. So this woman would drive to the shop every day to pick up the newspaper and some milk. And then that was really part of her support system. So it was intergenerational, but not within family. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now I'm going to the first question. First question is for Dr. Teddy. The question is, this was a question circulated to Helpage India before commencement of this workshop. So these questions are not available to you on the screen. In what way can elders approach with younger generations for better bonding? I'm repeating, in what way can elders approach with younger generations for better bonding? By Peturaja.
Okay, sir. Very much for the question, and yeah, I think it's a little difficult to answer because the kind of diverse groups, and the culture differs from state to state, and and also different regions. So, but from my experience, what one thing that I probably a couple of things that came from my work is, one is definitely the parent generation plays a key role in kind of bridging the generation. And mainly, say for example, some of the family get-togethers, what some families do, was found to be extremely instrumental in bringing generations together or bridging the gaps. And also, yes, the other thing is, as one of the participant in my work said, the parents should allow, because quite often in some families, parents do not allow their children to mix with their older parents. So so again, we need to kind of see how we can kind of work with them to facilitate those opportunities for the young people to engage with their grandparents. And also the other areas what I have in mind is from my work is also the kind of platforms that can be created. Say for example, although there are certain formal structures available to bridge the generations by various activities, by Helpage, all those things, through schools, where school children going to old age homes, all those things. but also all these informal youth groups, youth clubs. So they can take up some initiatives, at the community level and make it a very regular event to kind of, work with the older people in the communities, and particularly the older people who are kind of left behind, and who go through the kind of experience of loneliness and things like that. So that's another important thing. And mainly this, one of the examples that I quoted last was about this, the old person who is organizing sport and helping them with studies. So from that experience, I can say that, even sport or art or culture, so these also could act as a nice mediator, or, to bridge the generations across. Um, and yeah, I think, it's ultimately one thing that I'm very strong. I mean, the strong feeling I have is it's built over period, and that has to start early and in the family.
Thank you. Thank you, Teddy. Let me add one point to that. Not adding, pointing, substantiating. I saw a beautiful article about maybe 15, 16 years ago in Hyderabad newspaper. It was about an industrialist and a building builder. They had an arrangement which every first Sunday, their 6 children, all the 6 children and their families will come to his house for lunch. And they will all meet. Nobody will cancel the program, nobody will travel, nobody will do anything. The first month, all of them will come. There's a beautiful picture, published in one of the newspaper with practically none of you will believe about 46 people were there every Sunday. I think these are all the deliberate attempt to bring in, maintain the solidarity. I think it's sustaining it. I'm sure. So somebody was asking them. A question was, "Will you have difference of opinion? What do you do?" He said, "The whole purpose of meeting is to sort out the difference of opinion if they exist, because it's all discussed collectively. It is not discussed in isolation." I think that's a very interesting learning, which I thought I will add to what Teddy said. The second question is setup or initiation of intergenerational practices in the rural part of India. Question by Rahul Pate. I got a suggestion on this, though LPage was not part of a presentation. I would think either Mr. Rohit or Anupama should probably respond to this.
Anupma, go ahead.
Okay. See, intergenerational bondings are of a different nature as far as our experience goes. In urban areas, there is a certain living arrangement is different because it is more nuclear family oriented, and like Eddie was saying that sometimes there is a dynamic in the family and children are not allowed to mix with the elderly people for various reasons. But in rural communities, like even when Julie was saying that, community mix is stronger and human relationships are stronger, bonds are different, lifestyle is different, and families are still not nuclear in that sense of the term. So there is a certain difference in living arrangements and intergenerational relationships in both areas. That has been our experience. But Mr. Rohit Prasad can add to that if he likes.
Yeah, I'll just add that, obviously the rural context is very different and possibly not studied that much at all. So therefore, but we do a lot of work in rural areas, and we started this approach of organizing elders into self-help groups. And the reason was very simple, because of migration, many villages you won't find youngsters. They are only villages with predominantly elders living there. And therefore a lot of loneliness, exclusion, social exclusion, opportunities to participate in the mainstream is not there. So obviously the context changes. It's not the same for every village. There are many vibrant villages as well, and it differs from Kerala to Bihar to many other locations. So we have tried to build in the intergenerational component as well. And in the self-help groups, now we are adding the intergenerational self-help groups part. So the idea is to bring the young population, and it's a very simple thing because on their own, they obviously have a steeper slope to climb, and after a certain time, sustainability of such efforts also become an issue. So unless you have the young people along with the older people in rural settings where poverty, exclusion, all those dynamics are playing out, the ability for them to sustain it for a longer time, and it also gives a lot of opportunities to them. But it's an area that needs far more attention. It's something that most of us work in urban areas, and that's also a reality. And therefore, Professor Gangadharan, you rightly flip the question to us, and I think in general, I think we all need to work on the rural side far more.
Thank you. Thank you for LPH to come to that. I think the third question is going to be a little tricky. Probably I need to get in, let's see whether Dr. Neetu or either Nidhi or maybe Sai Gita, all the three probably can also respond. The status of migrant care workers for elder care. How gender plays a role in intergenerational caregiving in the family. How life stories of the senior citizens could generate cues for how they want to be taken care. This is by Namrata Panigrahi. If I don't think all the three of you need to answer, if any of you probably have done some work on that, it will be appropriate. Otherwise, I will leave the question to Dr. Neetu.
Thank you, sir. Just I want to add one point in last question about the rural settings and intergenerational living patterns and living arrangements. What I just started exploring the rural areas nowadays and the recent my study. And what I found, even I quoted in my talk also, that there is a caste thing is very important, and you can see the living arrangement of the particular caste is a, you can see joint families in particular caste, you can see they are not joint actually. It feel like they are staying at a one place, but they are small households which are nearby and they are living, and the financial things are not jointly. So there are many things, actually, especially in Uttar Pradesh, the caste plays a crucial role, what I have gone through. So caste and class, and that links positive correlation. Like if you are economically well, then your living arrangement, then your financial things, and if you are from backward caste, and your living arrangement and the economic things. And sorry, sir, I just missed your question. I'm extremely sorry. Actually, I got a call. My father is hospitalized right now. So I am
Would you
going
want to?
to
Would you want to
call
leave? Would
my
you want to
mother
leave?
right now. Yeah, sir, no, don't want to leave. Just I need 2 minutes to call to my mother. She's in Bangalore and I'm in Lucknow.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Thank you.
So I would probably, thank you. Thanks. Take care of your mother. All the very best. Father, sorry.
Thank you.
Now let's see whether, either Sai Gita or Dr. Indi could answer that question. Is it possible? Or would you probably move on to the next question? I will repeat the question. I will repeat the question.
Yeah, I think that will.
Status of migrant care workers for elder care. How gender plays a role in intergenerational caregiving in the family. How life stories of the senior citizens could generate cues for how they want to be taken. There are three questions in this. I think this person has asked three questions. Even if you are able to answer one of them, it's fine. Otherwise, we can skip and move on.
Yeah, no, maybe in general, one would look at, the role of women in general. I don't think migration and caregiving, I think, is an area which needs to be researched more. And thank you to the person who has asked this. I think we should start thinking about how, it can be a double, triple jeopardy for migrant women especially, and as caregivers, as women. So it is adding on to the issues of women. But women in general are perceived to be caregivers because that's the culture and that's the norms and expectations of society. So I think and also women by themselves take on that role, thinking that they are very good in taking care of people, even if they need more attention to their own health or, other needs. I think this was beautifully brought out in the discussion by Shobha, madam. I think she had explained this and also Dr. Julie, when she presented her paper on how a majority of women in our country, and especially older women, are caregivers. I think a majority of them are caregivers, and I'm sure the migrant population and with the status that they are in, it's just adding on to the issues. That is what I just want to say. So it's a cultural and structural aspect.
Thank you. Dr. Nidhi, would you like to add on to that?
Yeah, in addition to what Dr. Sai Geeta was saying, in one of our research, what we found is, yes, the women are the one who are taking more of caregiving role, also because there are a lot of cultural aspects being attached to it. And what I found in my one of my research is this: when we talk about dharma and karma from the indigenous knowledge system point of view, women feel that it is their duty to fulfill those roles, especially the daughter-in-law or the daughters. But surprisingly, in my research, we also found, and that was based on the lived experiences of these caregivers, because the question is also about the lived experiences. The male in the family, the men in the family were also playing a very important role. So I think it's not, I mean, culturally, there is also some kind of perspective we have that women should take care and they are forced to take care. But at the same time, we also need to look at the other gendered perspective where men also can play a very important role. There are many who are not taking up family responsibilities. They are not getting married because they have parents to take care. So this is something which interesting in my study. I just thought of bringing it forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nidhi. Can I go to Dr. Julie?
Yeah, so I'll pick up on that bit about women are the caregivers, and we keep making that statement, and that the caregiving burden falls on women. But whilst that's a truth, it's not an inevitability, and it will vary by time and place and culture. And I think we need to be challenging that only women can take care. We need to be challenging that in terms of parenthood, and we need to be challenging that in terms of family members up and down the generations. And so we did some research in Ghana, and of course there it fell to mostly to daughters to take care of their fathers or their mothers. And in order to do so, I mean, it's interesting, you'd think everybody was living in one big happy family and it all worked seamlessly. But no, because the daughters, in order to care for their ailing and frail parent, would leave their families. So they were no longer caring for their own children and their own husband, but caring for their parent almost exclusively. So not only did it disrupt their work and their relationships, it disrupted their families as well. So I think we have to be very careful of these assumptions, and recognize that these disruptions and the effect, we think about the needs of frail older people, but we need to think about the needs of those who are caring for them, because they're the mainstay, but we have to support them. I think the issue of migrant workers is really important. Obviously, for us in Australia, we rely quite heavily on workers from overseas who come out and work in our care homes and work in our home care services. And there are a huge number of implications, ethical, moral, financial, political, in relation to that. And as we say, we could spend 3 hours unpicking that and still not be even close to that. And then I think the third question was about learning from elders about what they want. And I just want to make a statement about that I'm on the Lancet Commission for Long-Term Care, and my job is to have a look at what older people want for their care. And the one thing they want mostly is independence. And somebody else mentioned this about independence. And I think what we have to do is turn the idea of care around, that it's not about taking things away from people, but it's about helping them to keep doing what they need to do. And so I think we need to completely reframe caring, that it's a help, not something that you have to stop doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Julie. I go to Dr. Teddy.
Yeah. My work, my experience also aligns with Dr. Nidhi's work, wherein from my work, we also noticed that there are men taking up the care role. mainly because, the women are also working. So, which means, the men are kind of pitching in to fill the gap. And also, I think in this kind of very migrant mobile world, another thing that came up was the task sharing model of caregiving. In the families where there are more than two children. So what they do is, they take turns to provide care for the older person who is probably staying in a different town or city or village. So they go around and, they take turns to provide care. So that's another thing. And also, I think the cues that we get from older adults with regard to how their care need to be. I think from my work it looks quite ambiguous. So some mainly the older people's perception is very ambiguous, because they say yes, we need independence, autonomy. That's quite interesting. At the same time, we miss being with my family members. I miss my grandchildren. I miss my so that sort of a ambiguity still exists. But again, I think we need to just be open to that.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Very nice interventions. I go to the next question. There are 3 more questions to go. One is the question is, if a son or a daughter and their family does not provide any emotional, moral, or financial support, what should the senior citizens do? Go to the Maintenance and Welfare of Parents Senior Citizen Act. Okay. Now, would any of you want to provide any the thought process other than the act itself? From the socio-economic front, psychosocial impact. Would any of you like to answer this? If a son, daughter, and the family does not provide any emotional, moral, or financial support, what should the senior citizens do? Dr. Teddy.
Yeah, from my experience, I think, there are very interesting stories and narratives we got. So we had older people from this background, and during our interview, they said, it took some time for them to accept that the emotional support or financial support is, they're not receiving from their children. Okay, but however, what they've done is they've approached the local NGOs which are working in aged care, and then they started getting some sort of resources, food, probably also like from morning till evening they stay in the daycare centers, or probably a residential facility which is running free of cost. And slowly in the process of moving into that space, what happens is with the staff, with the students who are interning there, so with them, they kind of develop an extended network of relationship. Okay. So over a period of time, in fact, this relationship, even I had a couple of experiences of older people who said, we kind of getting a compensation for what we lost from our family through these interns and through these volunteers who are coming and visiting us on a regular basis. So that's the kind of experience that I got from my work, sir.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Nidhi.
From a psychological perspective, I would like to share some of my experiences. I have seen such cases in the past, and actually the intergenerational counseling or one-to-one kind of counseling with both the parties really helps. So many times there is some kind of gap between the generations, and that's true. Because often seniors feel that the youngsters are not understanding me, but the seniors, like seniors, even in youngsters want their own independence. And nowadays, when we talk about Gen Z, they are the one who look forward to their independence, unlike us, right? So many times there are certain things, certain psychological angles and aspects which they are not talking to each other, wherein a role of psychologist can play a very important role to bridge that gap or to end that kind of discord between them.
Thank you. Now, let me tell you, before I come to Sai Geeta, let me tell you something not exactly answering this question, but something interesting that I noticed. There was a gentleman called Mr. Naidu. Now, this Mr. Naidu is no more. He worked with Hitler in Germany. Now, one day he told in one of in the IDOP meeting in '95, press asked him, what is the success for this man at the age of 90 that he is able to move around? Among all the things he said, I would like to be seen in the midst of the girls. He told a lot of things, but this particular thing he was. So we were all curious why this man is making a statement at the age of 90 that he would like to be in the midst of the girls. And when the press asked him, I remember this has come out in the Times of India all over the country in 95 January, 95 October. He said, when I see girls, one, I want to dress up well. At the age of 90, I want to feel young. I want to dress up well so they are able to talk to me. Otherwise, they will ignore me because I'm voting. Okay, this is one area. But something much more than that was, I went to his house in Secunderabad. He says, you come and see what I'm telling you will understand. Now, when I went to his house, he was living in a defense colony because he retired from the railway office and he stayed there. Now, we found 8 girls studying in 10th standard, 12th standard. They're all staying with him. So now he said he would like to be in the midst of the girls. When we saw 8 to 10 girls, my wife was also with me. He said, these are the girls. I bring 12 girls from the rural areas of Andhra. I bring them to stay with me. I pay their school fees, college fee fully. I get them dresses. I buy them, dresses for Diwali and all those functions. Now, what all I do is I do foster care for them. They're bringing them to me. I get only one thing in return. They make whatever food they make, they give me. And I pay for the food, I pay for the grocery, I do everything. But whatever they do, I said, what do we eat? Now, he has got a katori full of raw garlic. He eats only garlic. I said, what is it? He said, they eat food. He says, for me, there is nothing called lunch and dinner. I eat bi-hourly small quantities of food, so I don't overload my liver. Okay. Now, let me tell you something interesting. This man lived till 99. He was staying in our hospital till 99. Unfortunately, this man went with his great grandson for a walk. Some auto hit him. He was all set to celebrate his 100th birthday, but unfortunately, post-surgery, post-accident, he did not survive. And he also said something interesting beyond the subject that we are all talking today. I go to the doctor when I'm sick, but I do exactly opposite to what the doctor advises me. Now, this will go against all of us that we are talking, practice, but he says, come and see me. I practice exactly opposite because I do what I feel is good for my health. I go there to ensure that I'm not that sick. I think this is something, it's a native intelligence, something that you need to always bear in mind. Senior citizens have that kind of a quality. Now I go to Dr. Sai Geeta.
Thank you for sharing that story, sir. Very interesting. So more or less on the suggestion or the comment that Dr. Nidhi gave, I think it's very important to understand why people are not giving emotional support, the reason and rationale for it. Another thing what I feel is what is lacking in our culture maybe or in the new family setup is communication. Not just communication between these two, grandparents and grandchildren, but also communication between children and their parents. I think that somewhere in this whole new rapid changing world is missing out. We see that absence of communication, that listening, even in our day-to-day lives. So I think we need to actually go deep down into why this disconnect and why is this, and that will address some of the problems, I suppose.
Thank you so much once again. Very nice introductions. Now I hope Dr. Neetu, I hope your father is good.
Yeah, he's hospitalized because of he has a infection in gallbladder, and my sister and my brother-in-law is there, and my brother is also reaching there. So they say, don't worry.
I'm sure you will also reach very soon because the program will get over very soon. And we wish him a very speedy recovery.
Sure.
Now, coming to next one. How can we strengthen the connection with the younger generation? What kind of program should the government or NGOs to support this? Raja Kishore Samantrai. obviously it is from West Bengal. I'll repeat. How can we strengthen our connection with younger generation? What kind of program should the government or NGOs support this program? I will give it to the lady who is working with both young and the youth, Dr. Sai Geeta.
Yeah, I think there is so much that one can do for both the generations to come. Not just government and NGOs, but academic spaces, I think can be a wonderful space to bringing this, working with both the groups. I think whatever programs and events that you organize, what I feel is the core principle of, having that shared space, having that mutual respect to each other helps. And then these kind of events can be organized, everywhere. You can have music, dance together. You can have melas together. You can have some community programs. Even you can have nukkad nataks where you are bringing in and talking about both populations. So there are various ways in which how you can do it. My only point is have that space for both the parties to be heard, to speak and things like that. I mean, if that shared respect is there, everything works. Thank you.
Okay, now before there are two more questions that's come up with the question answers. I will go there before I come to the last question that HelpAge had. At most of the HelpAge seminars, platforms, deliberations, webinars, most of the audience are older people, very few youth. How do we approach youth, especially from non-multi-generational family, to attend such program? Before I ask probably HelpAge themselves to respond to this, if the HelpAge has got 2,000 or 1,000 clubs, associations of senior citizens, I don't think anything much more can be expected than this kind of people coming in there. Yet, I think I would expect Anupama to probably answer this. Okay, Sai Geeta. Okay, Sai Geeta, would you like to answer this question? This is what I put there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Is Anupama answering?
No, don't worry. You answer.
I will answer, but
organizers can always answer it later. Yeah.
See, this is what happens, in Indian situation. If it is older adults, it is to do with only older generation. You don't have to bother about it. If the problem is of children and women, then only they can take care of. I mean, they are party to all the discussions and deliberations happening. So I think there is very less awareness, about these issues. And we also realize this and we start working on this when we reach 50 or 60. This is what happens. We don't look at it from an umbrella where each one of us are going to pass through this phase, and at the end we will reach there. So this kind of sensitization and awareness needs to go, and we need to very systematically include young people into this discussion. What I am seeing for past 2-3 years is that many young people are getting interested and they are wanting to learn about this subject and this is whole discipline of aging. And they are coming forward to understand this through various ways, through research, through webinars, through some discussions. So I can see that awareness taking place, but it has to grow really fast, because the world dynamics is also changing. So we need to very deliberately bring in more young people, say from educational spaces, because there you can capture a majority of young people by introducing courses, maybe by engaging with them more in different ways. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will go to the next question.
Sir, 1 minute. You asked me to answer that question.
You want to add? Okay, go ahead. You want to add?
I'll show you. I'll request Vishnu to please play the video on Grandparents' Day for us. It's just a 60-second video.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Thank you. Thank you.
This is just one example,
Yeah.
but this is just one of the examples. But there are many other, instances where we are actually, in a structured way. We work with 2,000 senior citizen associations and 7,000 elders group, but we also work with 1,000 schools and educational institutions. So it's not that we only work with elderly. We work with both, but we speak about elderly and we work primarily with them. So of course, you see only the elderly in our programs.
Thank you so much. And the next question that I got.
If I may add just one point, while we are discussing it here, I have also asked my student to attend this, and I've made this a part of their assignments to write a report on this particular webinar. So
Thank
that's
you.
how you can engage youngsters.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. That's lovely, Dr. Nidhi. Now go to the next question. This is to be answered by Dr. Neetu. Do you have the question in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, please.
What I can say, yes, in Holland, there is a practice of time bank, and it is good. Even I am talking to many platforms. I don't know how to reach to the state to organize something like this, we actually need like time bank or these type of banks where we can deposit times and can spend. And even in education system also, we need, like, all are practicing, my all fellows are talking about all these assignments things and the workshops and doing action on these things. We need in education system, while giving the assignment, and like students are doing from the Google and with the help of AI and submitting to us, instead of this we can do like go to the particular NGOs or the community or even in their locality and do something fruitful, and we give numbers to those things, like what they do, they volunteer something, they help something, they help in like making their BPL cards, like Ayushman cards, or there are so many things they want to do. They need people, even spending a time in evening playing Ludo or Carom with them. So there are so many things youngers can do, and in this way we can sensitize. So we need these two or three things which can apply all over, not in particular area or in some universities or in some colleges. Yes, we need.
Thank you. I think we need to probably bear in mind that's going to be 10 minutes left for us to close. Before we go to the last question, okay, let us take the measurable outcomes for intergenerational bonding. I am not taking the sixth question, because how can we improve increase the intergenerational activities so that both generations benefit? I think we have answered this in abundance already. There's no use of repeating this again and again. Therefore, I'm skipping the question. Measurable outcomes for intergenerational bonding. I would like to give to each one of you exactly 30-40 seconds so that we get some output for that before we close. We'll start with, Dr. Julie. Is Dr. Julie available?
I think
she mentioned that she is stepping out.
Okay, fair enough. Then we'll go to Dr. Teddy.
Yes, thank you, sir. I think it's, to be honest, it's very difficult to, measure through quantitative measures. Of course, there are these, scales available, which has 6 broad domains. Mainly this intergenerational bonding scale. I forgot the name of the author. So associational solidarity. And consensual solidarity. So there are 6 different domains, but again it all measures only at one point. But my take is that as we have been discussing, the intergenerational bonding or relationship is built over period, and again the strength varies from time to time, context to context, and the way it is expressed differs. So my take would be to using both mixed methods would be more appropriate, using both qualitative and quantitative methods to get closer to what it is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Then I go to Dr. Neetu. You're mute.
Yes, sir. Do you want to answer something?
The last question I'm asking each one of you to talk something. Measurable outcomes for intergenerational bonding. The open question. Is there anything that you would like to comment on that? If you don't comment, it's perfectly fine because
it's measurable. What can I say? It's actually we all have to work together for this. And we think sensitization from the early childhood and be a part of those things make sensitize both, like counseling helps elderly also, because sometimes they are very adamant to some things, like very strict to things, and children say that we can't open to them because of many things, and but their experience, their wisdom, their talent we have to recognize. So I think we can't measure these things, but yes, we all have to work together on those things,
thank
and
you.
very positively.
Thank you so much. I go to Dr. Nidhi.
I think it can be measured based on the frequency of interactions and the quality of interactions between the two generations. And this is something I keep doing with my students as and when I am giving them these assignments.
Thank you so much. That's lovely. Then we go to Dr. Shobha's not here. Then I go to Dr. Sai Gita.
In addition to what Professor Teddy mentioned, a mixed research, maybe longitudinal studies would also shed some light. And maybe it's also an opportunity for all of us to come together and do something on this collectively.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think now I just want to probably mention among all the points that you all mentioned, I think one area probably we need to talk about it is also, some of you are in academic particularly, I think qualitative research could also be very helpful. I think when you're talking about sensitivity, creativity, I think that is something that we need to really do. I'm not sure how much of work has been done in this country on that, but qualitative research could be there, because I remember somebody came and met me from Malta, and she runs a retirement community there. She came and gave me a book. She says, this is a story of 100 women who resided with us over a period of 10 years of time. And each one has only one page. I think when you read it, it conveys so much of message. I think that is very important for us to understand. Understand also there are people like you who are in research, people like you who are in academics. There are also people who are practitioners. I think practitioners are not going to listen to all the stories that people give unless they find a relevance. I think it's very important that we look at the qualitative research is one area which I thought it would be. And two, I think we have extensively discussed about the gender perspective. I think there's a lot of change. I remember 20 years ago when I wrote to somebody, or when somebody wrote to me saying, Ganga, I am on a leave to look after my parents because my wife is working. So I'm taking off the job. I think that's something that gender came into big caregiving much earlier. And our experience of looking after patients in our facilities over the last 30 years of time, I would say, yes, men are not less caregivers as far as our experience is concerned, not that they are less. But I think all of you mentioned also a very important factor, it naturally comes to you. The naturally comes to the ladies to caregive. I don't think we can use it as an abuse, but the fact remains that it's an animal control, because I want to, my wife's sister lives opposite to this in Bombay. I can only tell you, her husband unfortunately had at the age of 57 years, he had a massive hemorrhage. Now it is 18 years. And she was a teacher in one of the schools. She gave up the job. And I can tell you, her mother was staying with us, and she said, I would like to go and help her daughter look after the son-in-law. Let me tell you, the family became a caregiving family for 18 years of time. And I don't want to explain too many things, but except to tell you, there are two grandchildren, the boys. Boys both are from I am Ahmedabad and I am Calicut. Amount of care with their wives they provided to them, it's phenomenal. That's a huge, learning of, another reason I'm talking about qualitative research. I think this will give us a much more learning experience than talking about the numbers. Numbers will be useful only from certain perspective. But to a typical caregiver, I think qualitative research is something that I would think is important. I don't want to repeat everything that all of you have said. And I would like to definitely thank Anupama. For some reason, she chose me that I could do some work in this place, this conference. So thank you for calling me Dr. Anupama for this, and also thank Mr. Rohit Sharma for being there with us all the program, and thank every one of you for enabling me learn something new in my life. Thanks a lot. I find some Mr. Pradeep Chakrabarti's on the line from SEO. Nice to have him too. Thanks a lot once again. I wish you all the very best. Anupama, take over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for actually sharing insights, along with the other speakers. But I'll hand over to Pradeep, who's our Chief Operating Officer, for a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you. I just want to know that I am audible. Anupama, am I audible? You have to guide me on.
You are audible.
Thank you so much. Friends and colleagues, Anupama had actually talked to us about building bridges, intergenerational connections. So as we find the webinar settling, and I find myself reflecting on kind of the energy and insight that filled our virtual space, it was also an honor to be part of such a very meaningful conversation on intergenerational bonding and connections. And I just wanted to extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for bringing in your insights and your valuable participation. All esteemed academicians who are part of this discussion, your research, your data, information, and insights, they provide the critical foundation of what we do at HelpAge. And it is just by studying these connections and data insights that you are proving that it is necessary to delve deeper into these kinds of intergenerational bonds. So it produces the robust evidence that we need to advocate for real change. And for our practitioners who are basically the architects of these bridges, your experience and innovative programs are basically I think it's an achievable reality with the kind of insights that have been generated today. So thanks for being deeply inspiring and deeply practical, offering a very clear path for HelpAge as well as other organizations in the elder care sector for doing this. And also to members of the media, thanks for using our very powerful platforms to amplify this message. So you play a very important role, a seminal role in public discourse. So by sharing these stories, sharing these insights, you help us from isolated programs to maybe a cultural shift from with more intergenerational bonding as well as reaching to every corner of the society. So this is not an end of our conversation. I think it's a powerful beginning. We also have the webinar continuing, our second part of the webinar continuing in the second half after lunch. So I look forward to meeting you again in ways that you can continue to build out the elder care sector as well as strengthen and celebrate these vital connections that we have made over the last 3 hours. So thanks to all of you. Thank you once again.
And thanks
all the best.
Thanks
All
to
the best.
Dr. Gangadharan, sir. You, as always, you guided this conversation so beautifully. So, it's so lively, and you brought so many stories and, to the conversation. So grateful to you for joining, and of course, all our esteemed panelists.
Thanks a lot once again.
Yes, sir.
Keep doing more such programs. HelpAge. Take care. Bye. Thanks, Anupama. Bye.
Thanks. So we'll be breaking for 1 hour now. We'll reassemble here at 2 o'clock.
All the very best. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
एक दूसरे से करते हैं प्यार हम, एक दूसरे के लिए बेकरार हम, एक दूसरे से करते हैं प्यार हम, एक दूसरे के लिए बेकरार हम।
भैया ताता भैया कान खोल कर सुन लो भैया छोटा सा
कई बार सुनते हैं द टर्म जनरेशन गैप बिटवीन द ओल्डर जनरेशंस एंड द यूथ, बट व्हाई डज दिस गैप एग्जिस्ट? आइए हम दोनों साइड्स की बात सुनें, उनके एक्सपीरियंसेस, सोच, पर्सपेक्टिव्स को समझने की कोशिश करें।
Gray hair, maybe old tradition.
They are kind with everyone. Like they see every child, every person who is younger to them as in a good way, in a kind way. So that literally brings joy to my heart to see that.
वो अपनी जिंदगी इस तरीके से जीते हैं, वो हमारी लाइफ में प्रोएक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व तो नहीं है, बट कहीं ना कहीं इन सर्टेन वे कुछ हिंट्स में या फिर कुछ ब्लेसिंग के फॉर्म में वो हमें लाइफ जीना सिखा देते हैं।
It depends. कई लोग समझते भी हैं, कई लोग नहीं भी समझते हैं.
There is obviously a generational gap. We don't understand their challenges, they don't understand our challenges. But I feel when there is will, there's a way.
My whole generation, like my parents, us, are a generation of technology again. So we are very used to it, and they're not so used to it.
Feel so blessed क्योंकि ऐसा लगता है कि हाय हमने कुछ सिखाया हो। हम हमेशा उन्हीं से सीखते हैं। जब आप बड़ों को सिखाते हैं तो आपको एक अलग ही फीलिंग आती है।
Right. A mix of emotions, sometimes frustration.
आजकल जो जनरेशन है वो चेंज हो गई, वो सब अपना फ्री रहना चाहती है, कोई किसी के साथ रहना नहीं चाहते।
मेरे भी पोते जवान हैं, लेकिन प्यार से बोलूंगी तो सब बढ़िया मुझे मिल जाएगा। अगर मैं गर्मी में बोलूंगी तो बच्चे नहीं सहन करेंगे। जनरेशन जो ऊपर आ रही है आज की पीढ़ी की, ये नहीं सहन कर रही।
मैं उसको बोलूंगी बेटा तो परिवार को जोड़ के रखना, अगर परिवार को जोड़ के रखेगा तो आगे जाके तू भी सुखी होगा, और परिवार वाले ही काम आते हैं।
सबको प्यार बांटते चलो भाई।
I'll finance them. I'll tell them to make money, to work hard and respect elders.
वाओ, ये सब सुनने के बाद मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव तो डेफिनेटली थोड़ा चेंज हुआ। शायद ये गैप कहीं ना कहीं हमारी ही सोच में है, और इस सोच को बदलना कितना आसान है। All it takes is to talk to each other, to understand each other, and have the strength to say, मेरी नजर से देखो, walk in my shoes.
बेटा, इस बार भी बेटा, इस बार भी
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world.
हम कई बार सुनते हैं द टर्म जनरेशन गैप बिटवीन द ओल्डर जनरेशंस एंड द यूथ, बट व्हाई डज दिस गैप एग्जिस्ट? आइए हम दोनों साइड्स की बात सुनें, उनके एक्सपीरियंसेस, सोच, पर्सपेक्टिव्स को समझने की कोशिश करें।
Gray hair, maybe old traditions.
They are kind with everyone. Like they see every child, every person who is younger to them as in a good way, in a kind way. So that literally brings joy to my heart to see that.
वो अपनी जिंदगी इस तरीके से जीते हैं, वो हमारी लाइफ में प्रोएक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व तो नहीं है, बट कहीं ना कहीं इन सर्टल वे कुछ हिंट्स में या फिर कुछ ब्लेसिंग के फॉर्म में वो हमें लाइफ जीना सिखा देते हैं।
It depends. कई लोग समझते भी हैं, कई लोग नहीं भी समझते हैं।
There is obviously a generational gap. We don't understand their challenges, they don't understand our challenges. But I feel when there's a way.
My whole generation, like my parents, us, are a generation of technology again. So we are very used to it, and they're not so used to it.
Feel so blessed क्योंकि ऐसा लगता है कि हाय हमने कुछ सिखाया हो। हम हमेशा उन्हीं से सीखते हैं। जब आप बड़ों को सिखाते तो आपको एक अलग ही फीलिंग आती है।
Right. A mix of emotions, sometimes frustration.
आजकल जो जनरेशन है वो चेंज हो गई। वो सब अपना फ्री रहना चाहती है, कोई किसी के साथ रहना नहीं चाहते।
मेरे भी पोते जवान हैं, लेकिन प्यार से बोलूंगी तो सब बढ़िया मुझे मिल जाएगा। अगर मैं गर्मी में बोलूंगी तो बच्चे नहीं सहन करेंगे। जनरेशन जो ऊपर आ रही है आज की पीढ़ी की, ये नहीं सहन कर रही।
मैं उसको बोलूंगी बेटा तो परिवार को जोड़ के रखना, अगर परिवार को जोड़ के रखेगा तो आगे जाके तू भी सुखी होगा, और परिवार वाले ही काम आते हैं।
सबको प्यार बांटते चलो भाई।
I'll finance them. I'll tell them to make money, to work hard and respect elders.
वाओ, ये सब सुनने के बाद मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव तो डेफिनेटली थोड़ा चेंज हुआ। शायद ये गैप कहीं ना कहीं हमारी ही सोच में है, और इस सोच को बदलना कितना आसान है। All it takes is to talk to each other, to understand each other and have the strength to say, मेरी नजर से देखो, walk in my shoes.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to
Good afternoon, everybody. We are all here, but we don't have too many people on the in the audience gallery. So I hope you don't mind if we start 5 minutes after 2. Professor Baru, if you could.
Sure. No problem.
We'll start and we'll play the loop till that time.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to starry sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one.
Welcome everyone. On behalf of Helpage India, I'm very happy to welcome you to this second session of the webinar on intergenerational bonding. I hope to hear a lot of interesting presentations and discussion. Requesting all participants to please put in the questions and comments in the either in the chat or in the Q&A box. With that, I'll request Professor Rama Baru, who's chairing the session. We'll just show ma'am's CV quickly so that you can take a look at that. Ma'am, would you like us to keep the time or will you?
Will you please keep the time? I'm also keeping it. Thank you.
And we'll take the questions at the end, ma'am.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. So, ma'am, over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Anupama and the participants in this webinar. It's a very, very important and an interesting topic, especially as societies age and there is greater fragmentation of familial relationships, largely due to the migration of the younger generation for work, and also that we live in a world which is very fast changing. And we used to talk about generation gap many years ago, but you see how as an aspirational society, as the young move and want to make a new life, there is also the distance that grows between the older generation and the younger. But having said that, I think what is very important, and the Helpage report in fact highlights, is that intergenerational, trying to find ways to rebuild intergenerational links is no longer just about the question of filial piety or, that there is an obligation for the elder, because I think those have become a bit passe now. So therefore, there are efforts across the globe, both in the north and the south, to try and see how do you build this relationship between the older persons and the younger people. It's very interesting that when I was doing some field work in Shanghai, see, there are several aspects of this intergenerational linking. Of course, there is the financial aspect, there is also the locational aspect, and then there are these whole areas of relational issues, whether it is within the family or in the community at large. But as a policy initiative, the Shanghai local government always located their old age or long term or end of life care homes within neighborhoods. And it was very interesting when we interviewed these institutions, the people who run these institutions, largely as public-private partnerships. They said, it's very nice that school children can come and meet the older persons, that is those who are a little bit more able, and also that those even going through long-term care can hear the children while they play and in their activities of school. So that really touched me somewhere very deeply. Even before old age and the questions of building intergenerational solidarity came up, I remember soon after the Vietnamese Revolution, when they set up childcare centers all over Vietnam. Then at that point, I remember that there were very, very interesting innovations that were used. That is, they used older women in the community to actually run the creches. So, just because you grow old, you don't become less able. Of course, you, over the life course, you do, but you're still able, you still have a lot to give. And so there have been these kinds of efforts much, much before it has become an issue today. And largely, and I want to end with these remarks, saying that this question of the need for intergenerational solidarity also comes from the alienation of older persons. This deep, and a lot of the presentations today are going to talk about that, this sheer sense of loneliness, this feeling of isolation from the family and from the larger community. And in a sense, you get invisibilized, you get forgotten. And I think this idea of an intergenerational solidarity, one has to recognize that this happens as people age. Therefore, a conscious effort has to be made. And I also think it's important to go beyond the family, because families are also conflicted zones. They're not always very kind to those who are elderly. There are financial conflicts, but there are also other forms of conflicts. And as the Helpage report often has highlighted, and even the recent report, that it also leads to abuse. And I think this abuse is not just emotional, but it can also take a physical dimension, including actually throwing older persons out of the home or disinherit, making sure that they are not a part of the household anymore, etc. So there is a certain disenfranchisement of the older person, which becomes very important. And I think it is these issues that really leads you to look at how do you rebuild intergenerational solidarities. With these few words, I'm going to stop. And we have 5 excellent presentations, and I really look forward to it. A lot of them have done work on how to do this intergenerational solidarity and rebuilding of relationships. So without any further ado, may I invite Dr. Jopei Tan. Dr. Jopei Tan is currently working at the Manchester Metropolitan University. Her expertise has an intergenerational care and family relations, with a particular focus on East and Southeast Asian communities. I have preceded your biodata, and it's there on the slide. So may I please invite Dr. Jopei Tan to make a presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen. Let me see. Okay. This is so. Ooh. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, right. So, good afternoon, everyone. Just going to. don't use Zoom much, so I'm going to struggle a little bit with this, so please bear with me. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this webinar series on strengthening intergenerational connections. Thank you for inviting me to do this webinar. So I am Dr. Liu Pei Tan, and today we are exploring how bridging generations can transform our communities and also understanding the complex realities of intergenerational relationship in our modern world. The title for my presentation for today is Weaving Generations Together, Intergenerational Connections Beyond Family, which aims to discuss the challenges and share some success stories from around the globe and highlight the benefits of building intergenerational connections within community and ultimately leading to a call for action in research and practice to foster intergenerational care. You know that 60% of young adults reported feeling lonely, while 35% of older adults experience chronic loneliness. So these are not just statistics. So they represent millions of people in our communities feeling isolated and disconnected. For example, among young adults, studies have shown that loneliness can result in increased risk of smoking, taking drugs, consuming alcohol, and mental health problems. While among older adults, loneliness can be a risk factors for depression, cognitive impairment, decreased subjective well-being, sleep disorder, and suicidal tendency. In fact, the negative consequences of loneliness in older adults can pose additional challenge for old age care services and medical resources. Among older adults, so research have actually shown that loneliness in older adults is often associated with factors such as social isolation, loss of loved ones, and physical limitations that restrict their social interactions. While among the younger generations, despite being often digitally connected, they are grappling with higher rates of loneliness, and it is often associated with mental health challenges as well, with 1 in every young adults today between the age of 5 to 19 reported having a mental health issues within the current societies. But here's what's fascinating to me. So recent research shows that both groups are looking for exactly what the other can provide. In fact, a growing body of systematic reviews shows that intergenerational programs where children, adolescents, young people, and older adults interact in a structured setting can significantly reduce social isolation and loneliness among both young and older adult participants. So I want to pose this question to everyone who's attending this webinar. So what if the solution to youth isolation and older adult loneliness was each other? So besides the challenge of loneliness epidemic, we are also facing an unprecedented global care crisis. Populations are aging rapidly, families are becoming more nuclear, and traditional support systems that kept generations connected are weakening, in fact. In terms of aging population, so between 2015 and 2050, the proportion of the world's population over the age of 60 will nearly double from 12% to 22%. In fact, the pace of population aging is much faster than the past. So while this demographic shift in population aging started in high-income countries, it is now low and middle-income countries that are experiencing the greatest change. It is speculated that in 2050, 50% of the older people will be living in low and middle-income countries. Looking at changing family demographics. So demographic shift, including geographical migration due to economic reasons and shrinking family size is leading to a rise of smaller, more isolated nuclear families, which reduce naturally intergenerational support and contact. Traditional communities and family structure that kept generations connected are also deteriorating, and the family is aging, and not just the individual in many societies. While looking at technology, so technology offers potential for communication and collaboration. However, it can also highlight the different levels of comfort, skills, and preferences across the different generations. So this contribute to a sense of separation. And we can sometimes see that generations are living parallel lives with very little meaningful interaction. So this is not happening in one country. It's a global phenomenon affecting communities from Tokyo to London to right here in India as well. So the irony is striking. On one side, we have young people or young adults who desperately need mentorship, life skills, and emotional support, as well as a sense of purpose, which could contribute to broad behavioral health and also developmental benefits. On the other side, we have older adults who need social connection with technology, and more importantly, to feel valued and needed, which contributes to better physical and mental health. So the ingredients for mutual benefits are all there. So this actually points to the fact that we just lack the recipe for bridging them together meaningfully. So I would like to draw on caregiving research as an example of intergenerational adaptation. So older adults, caregivers are adapting, but so are younger generation, as being described in different research. So in my research on caregiving across generations, pre-adolescents living with their grandparents learn patience and also cultural continuity. However, intergenerational ties and caregiving are not always positive and can be challenging with intergenerational conflict and also co-parenting issues. So this three-circle Venn diagram reveals how different generations tend to navigate care relationship. So for older generations, represented in the red circle, brings deep emotional wisdom rooted in traditional concepts of duty and resilience. So they have mastered emotional labor and also understanding care as a fundamental responsibility, which is passed down through generations. In comparison, the younger generation, shown in blue, approaches caregiving through their own value systems. They are learning patience while adapting to caregiving roles, often struggling with the experience they feel familiar to their lived experiences. And communication style, the third critical element in this diagram shown in green. So each generation has developed their own distinct way of expressing and also interpreting what care means to them, from the direct traditional approaches based on cultural norms to the more nuanced modern expression of support, such as using digital methods like WhatsApp or FaceTime. And the intersections of all these circles tell our real story, where the red, which is the older generation, and the blue, the younger generation, meet. We find shared challenges. So both generations are experiencing care burdens and role confusion despite of their different starting point. So where each generation intersects with communication style, their own unique way of communicating, we see that how traditional versus modern expression can create both the connections between the different generations as well as tension arise as a result of all these differences across generations. So, but here, in the very center, in the middle, the overlapping of these three circles lies intergenerational empathy. So this is where emotional bonds, emotional connection being renegotiated in real time. For example, our key insights based on past research reveals that caregiving isn't just about tasks or responsibility. It is about understanding that each generation interprets care, duty, and support through their own emotional and cultural lenses. So the pathway isn't choosing one approach over another, but actually it's building bridges of empathy that honor different needs, values, and communication style. So when empathy is present, we can utilize it as a tool, transforming caregiving from a source of tension into an opportunity for cultural continuity and also mutual growth. So through mutual understanding, shared emotionality, and communication, intergenerational connections can lead to a stronger bond and solidarity within families and beyond. So extending into the communities. Before we go briefly into looking at some specific programs, so I would like to share some research evidence with everyone. So a comprehensive systematic review of 44 studies by Krivkoska and colleagues found that 67% showed significant health benefits, 63% demonstrate social benefits, and 50% showed connective benefits from intergenerational program. So this evidence is particularly strong for loneliness reduction. And in fact, a systematic review showed that multiple studies demonstrate that intergenerational programs significantly reduce social isolation and also increase cognitive functioning for both age group regardless of how the programs are being delivered. And more specifically, these intergenerational programs serve as the key health promoters by decreasing the risk of social isolation and also loneliness. So in fact, this is not just feel-good programming. So it is evidence-based intervention with measurable outcomes and also peer validation. Again, so what if the solution to youth isolation and older adult loneliness was actually bridging and connecting with each other? I just want to highlight some intergenerational programs around the world. I won't be going into details as I know that the last speaker, Professor Catalan, will be discussing international case example in his presentation. So in the Netherlands, there is a successful intergenerational housing program where university students live with older adults, which show remarkable results in improving cognitive function and also social engagement. And Japan, so Japan intergenerational share sites where physical spaces are used to naturally bridge generations together, including the intergenerational daycare centers where childcare and care for older adults happen in the same place, also provide some compelling evidence in improving cognitive functions among older adults and also increasing empathy scores in children. In Asia, not too far away, in Singapore. So Singapore's community pairing program, such as Adopt a Grandparents program, which is a structured community matching, so demonstrate the economic case along with social benefits. So this isn't just a social programming, this smart economic policy could address healthcare costs while building community connection. So you can actually see from these three global stories that intergenerational communities connections are being embedded in different programs, the housing program, care program, and also community solidarity programs across the different countries. So how would intergenerational programs benefit the young and the older adults? So what do young adults actually gain from all these connections? So research shows that it is far more than we might expect. So a study by Gagliolo and colleagues documents significant improvement in identity formation, skill development, and reduced behavioral problems among young adult participants. And Belgrave documented improved cross-age attitudes and also enhanced empathy among young adults. In specific, these young adults, they receive practical life skills, emotional support, and also mentorship, career guidance, and opportunity to connect with cultural heritage. Perhaps most importantly, find the purpose through helping others. something that clinical studies show significantly impact their overall well-being and life satisfaction. For older adults, study provide some concrete evidence of benefits. So research shows improved self-esteem among older adults, reduced depression, decreased risk of cognitive decline among program participants. So beyond learning the digital skills, older adult participants gain genuine social connections and also rediscover their sense of purpose. So the measurable health benefits include increased physical activity and also mental stimulation. Most importantly, clinical assessments show that they regain their sense of value. So they are not just care recipients, they are also contributors to their own communities. Looking at the broader implications of intergenerational programs, the community benefits has a solid economic backing, whereby economic analysis consistently show that this program could reduce healthcare costs, which translate into public saving in the long run. Beyond cost saving, community report stronger social cohesion and also enhance mutual understanding across the different age group. Research documents preserve cultural knowledge and also skills, enhance community resilience during crises such as the pandemic, and also measurably stronger social network. When generations are connected, communities become more robust and better able to handle challenges, including crises as a result of climate change, such as flooding, earthquake, and also tsunami. So this is a call for action, for practice, start local. So how can we start this in our local community? So these are just some very brief steps. First, identify existing spaces and programs that could host intergenerational activities such as schools, senior centers, and also community hall. Second, try to connect with local organizations, explore partnerships that could create mutual benefits. Thirdly, start small. Organize a single event such as technology workshop or storytelling. And finally, build on what works by developing regular programs based on the community response. And remember, we don't actually need to create something entirely new. So we can often connect with existing group in new ways.
I'll have to ask you to wind up. Thank you.
Okay, right. So I'm coming to the last slide now, so closing. So here, what I want you to remember, for example, when generations connect authentically, everybody wins. So young people gain wisdom, life skills, older adults gain vitality, purpose, and also entire community becomes stronger and more resilient. And more importantly, against a backdrop of a rapidly aging population around the world. So this also raised a question in my mind. So what happens to a society when boundaries of care are stretched across generations, cities, or even borders? So we often think that aging is an individual journey, but what if it actually is a collective experience, an ecosystem of care that impacts span generations? In fact, technology is transforming care connections. How many of you have set up an older older family members set up Zoom during pandemic? That is also caregiving too. So let's stop framing care as a burden. Let's see it as a social infrastructure. The desire for connection exists on both sides. So we just need to build better bridges. In fact, intergenerational care is not dependency. It's mutuality. It is survival through better connections within our community. And thank you for joining me today. So I welcome your reflection and including your questions and continue this important conversation. So the future of aging is not just about growing old, but it's about growing together. So I would also like to do some self-publications. I published a book on care relations in Southeast Asia. So the details are actually on the slide. So please feel free to get in touch if you're interested in the book. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jokmai Tan. Now may I invite Ms. Samia Akhtar Khan. Ms. Samia Akhtar Khan is a psychologist by training and has lived and worked and researched in Myanmar on old people's loneliness. Her doctoral thesis at King's College helped to develop a new framework for social expectations to understand loneliness. Without further ado, may I please invite Ms. Khan to make her presentation? And please try and keep within 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can you see my slides?
Yes, thank you.
I'll just move the bar up. Okay. Okay, thank you so much for having me and inviting me to this really interesting webinar. And I think Dr. Tan gave a great introduction already to this topic, so I'll skip a few basic information here about loneliness as well while I talk. So today I'll just be talking about loneliness as well and the relationship to contributing in later life. So I'll give you 4 studies, or just a little overview of 4 studies that I did on volunteering in Indonesia, on grandparenting in Myanmar, and also with Myanmar migrants in Thailand. And then talk about implications for research and practice. So we know already that loneliness is a risk factor for health outcomes, so I'll skip that and move to the new report by the WHO Commission on Social Connection, which was just released recently, showing that the lower the income group of a country, the higher the rate of loneliness. So this is actually the first global data indicating that loneliness may be more prevalent among lower middle income countries than higher income countries, although there's still a lot of data that's missing in low middle income countries. This might seem surprising because when we think about loneliness, the conversation is usually about individualism, and that we think that people who live alone, they're more lonely, and societies that have more individualism are more lonely as well. But what's important to understand here is that loneliness is different from social isolation, and it is defined as an experience resulting from the gap between your expected and your actual social relationships, which you can see here in what we call the core mechanism of loneliness. So you have certain expectations for, and if that is residing with your family members and that's not met, then you might feel lonely. But if you live in a society that has social norms where older people live alone, then you might expect also to live alone when you're older and not expect to live with your children. So what we created here around this core mechanism of loneliness is a social relationship expectations framework, really talking about these expectations and how they shape loneliness in later life. And what is important here is that this core mechanism is embedded in contextual factors. So these expectations of what we want from our relationships, but also how we cope with unmet expectations, is really dependent on many contextual factors such as future time perspective, role loss, functional limitations, so health status, but also cultural aging concepts, migration, displacement, and poverty. But what do people actually expect from their relationships? And this is what we define in this theory, based on literature review and on research in Myanmar, for example, is that there are 4 expectations that we want from our relationships that are already kind of considered in loneliness scales and interventions, which is proximity. So we want to have social contacts available, support. So we want to feel cared for and able to rely on others, especially if we have health impairments or are older and need support. We want intimacy, so we want to feel close, understood, and listened to. And then we also want fun, so sharing interests and enjoyable experiences with others. So this is already kind of covered in loneliness interventions, but then we have 2 expectations that we define that become more relevant maybe in later life, which is generativity, so having opportunities to contribute meaningfully or leave a legacy, which also caregiving and volunteering, for example, count towards, but then not just providing care, but also feeling respected, valued, and actively included. So we hypothesized in this framework that these 2 expectations haven't been really considered that much in loneliness research and interventions, but need to be addressed when we want to reduce loneliness, especially in later life. So I want to use this framework as the base for these 4 studies that I'm going to briefly present. And the first of them is that we looked at in a systematic review between the relationships between volunteering, caregiving in later life, including grandparenting, but also caregiving to spouse, for example. And there we found that, for example, caregiving to a spouse was a risk factor for loneliness, but volunteering and grandparenting, so caregiving to your grandchildren, were consistently protective for loneliness. The problem here was in the systematic review, we mainly identified studies from higher income countries. So in my PhD thesis as well, I was really interested to see what do we know from low and middle income countries, especially if the loneliness prevalence there seems to be higher, and wanted to understand this maybe a more complex relationship than we think about between caregiving, volunteering, and loneliness in these 3 different countries in Southeast Asia. So the first study is a longitudinal quantitative study about volunteering in Indonesia. And here we found that among 3,570 people between 2000 and 2014, 15.1% developed loneliness. And we wanted to predict this increase in loneliness or development of loneliness with volunteering and caregiving. And what we found that moderate volunteering, so moderate, this is defined as like 1 to 99 hours per year, was related to lower loneliness, particularly for people if they were involved in the decision-making process of that volunteer activity. So as you can see in the figure, the red blocks or orange blocks that people who participated in the decision-making process of that volunteer activity, older people, were even less lonely than those who did not participate in the decision-making process. Then in the next study, we didn't just look at volunteering, but in grandparenting in Myanmar. This is a study that's not published yet. This is based on the Grandparents Caring for Grandchildren in Myanmar survey, which is in Mon and Kayin states of Myanmar. So it's at the border to Thailand with high out-migration flows to Thailand among the middle generation. So you have many grandparents living with their grandchildren, but not with the middle generation and skip generation households. What we found here is that social relationship expectations were really important for predicting loneliness and the fulfillment of these expectations. So we looked at these 6 different SREs, and we found that grandparents who expected their children to support them in the future, they were less lonely. And also the people who had a fulfilled expectation for generativity, so those who gained satisfaction from helping their children provide care for grandchildren, they were also less lonely. And also those who felt respected by their oldest grandchild were also less likely to feel lonely. So this kind of gives us information about the expectations and the fulfillment that are related to loneliness in later life. Now we looked at also support and other factors in the grandparental role, and we found that a continuous caregiver role with shared responsibility was also important to protect loneliness. So not to expect that grandparenting would end at some point, but also to not have the primary care responsibility was more protective of loneliness. And we found one surprising finding, so regarding who the support was expected from. And there we found that grandparents or caregivers were more likely to feel lonely when they received support from neighbors and friends, but less likely or it wasn't affected by receiving care from family members or daycare centers, which shows us like this cultural expectation for wanting care from family members and not from neighbors or friends, because we might burden them, especially in this Myanmar context where you don't want to put a burden on your neighbors by them helping you out, but also maybe your children not being able to take care of you or help you with the grandparental care. So kind of also a shame. When we looked at grandparents' expectations in relation to their health, so in relation to physical health, but also depression status, we found that those who were depressed or those who were unhealthy or had functional limitations were generally more lonely. But we also found that the expectations for your relationships changed or had a different connection to loneliness among those who were healthy or not healthy. So we found that generativity, for example, was more important for those people who were healthy in predicting loneliness. And among unhealthy participants, as you see here on the right, in the right figure, so on the left side of the figure, we saw those who have functional limitations. The expectation for support, if that was met, was more related to loneliness than among the healthy participants, which makes sense because people who are unhealthy need more support. And if that was met, then that also resulted in reduced loneliness. So overall, what the study shows is that the expectation for support and who provides the support really is a determinant of loneliness in later life. So, and may be culturally relevant. So is it neighbors or children who provide the care in the grandparental caregiving relationship? I'll move on to the more qualitative studies, and this is something focused on older migrants in Thailand, although the study was also with Thai older people in Chiang Rai. So in the same village, it was Thai older people and Myanmar older people at the border to Myanmar in northern Thailand. And what we found here are two main messages. One of them was that older people, when they had nothing to do, older migrants, when they were alone at home or when they just didn't have anything to keep them busy, that's when they felt lonely and also thought about their unmet relationship expectations. So for example, this older Burmese man here says, after I send my grandchildren to school while they stay with their parents and don't come visit me, when my wife is busy with her job, when my children are going to work, I have no one to talk to and visit me. At these times, I feel lonely and think about dying too. And here this woman talks about her unmet relationship expectations when she sleeps alone at night. So she says, sometimes when I sleep alone at night, I'm also worried about the future. Will my children be nice to me when I'm getting old? When I'm unhealthy, will they take care of me? By thinking this, there are many sleepless nights, and sometimes when I get scolded by my daughter, I just feel sad and lonely. But then we also looked at kind of this nothing to do was like very strongly related to loneliness or feelings of now I'm realizing I have unmet relationship expectations because I can think about them. But we also found that providing care for others was protective for loneliness, not just to grandchildren, but also by volunteering, but also to caregiving to spouses, for example. But there were many contextual factors and barriers to providing care among these Myanmar migrants living in Thailand, so that they didn't have any care opportunities, or they didn't have money, or they had ill health, or couldn't ride a motorbike to pick the children up from school. They had mobility constraints, and they were separated from family members who, for example, lived in Myanmar. So then here we saw a very clear connection between being able to provide for others and reducing loneliness through generativity, making marriage, and seeing care as a routine, but then also not providing care, not being able to provide care among migrant groups, many migrant groups, or many of the migrants who had nothing to do and then felt lonely or didn't feel respected for their care. Here you see an example of older woman who did provide care for her grandchildren and was very happy about it. If I feel lonely, if the child wants to play, I just play with them to make them happy, cook what they want to eat, and when I put my mind into what I'm doing, I forget about loneliness. So really this activity, this caregiving activity, and just having something to do and also something that fulfills generativity made this woman feel less lonely. But how can we actually value older people's contributions, especially migrants who are marginalized or may not be recognized for their care in a foreign country? So I did this photo boy study with older people to visualize their contributions and also reduce loneliness. So in a 5-week photo boys workshop with 9 older people, co-facilitated by an older migrant, participants learned about photography and how to use a camera to take photos, share their experiences, and also share their community, how they contribute to society, how they contribute to nature, but also, what their expectations are from their community and their families, for example. And they shared these photos and messages that they curated themselves in an exhibition for the community, where also NGOs and public health officers attended, but also students and the community members, both Thai and Myanmar community members. There's also an online photo exhibition if you want to have a look, and as I didn't have time to talk about the photos itself, but they were also very interesting about what people expect, what they understand as caregiving, and how care is connected to nature and spirituality. So you can find the link here, and I might also drop it in the chat later. We found that there were different changes in loneliness, or changes in loneliness were found after this photo voice exhibition through different mechanisms of change. So we found that photo voice could reduce loneliness because photography really facilitated opening up to people about important things in life, such as also intergenerational caregiving. So here participants say, we would get closer communicating on how to shoot photos, asking each other what is what, but without a camera, it's hard to get friendly. I'm not lonely any longer because I have companions to unburden my feelings. We were less likely to open our hearts before we became close. And participants also found new friends. So even though they lived in the same village and they were all migrants from Myanmar, they weren't really connected to each other. Also because they thought, oh, we are maybe from different ethnic backgrounds, maybe we have different languages that we usually speak in everyday life, maybe we don't have so much in common. But then they realized that they did have a lot in common, also their expectations for providing care in later life. For example, we're getting along now. We look after each other in every condition. For instance, we asked Ma Pyu to go and see Manui when she was not feeling well. Previously, we were not likely to pay a visit to someone or accompany each other. Now we're encouraging each other, sharing and chatting all the time. And the exhibition made people feel young, valued, and respected. So having that connection at the exhibition with their community, with children, they showed also throughout the whole workshop, they showed little children how to take photos with the camera. It really triggered this or provided an opportunity for intergenerational connection through photography. People said, we know how to take care of children, care about household duties. We do everything, starting from cooking, but we're not being paid for these jobs. When children came to realize that we have done a lot for them here on these postcards, they showed their tenderness in return. So we had participants at the exhibition, so visitors from the exhibition write little feedback notes on the postcards, what they learned about the exhibition, and then the older people read these postcards and were really touched by the response of the younger generation kind of having this aha moment of realizing, wow, you're doing so much for us, and we're recognizing your care work. So overall, we found that all 6 relationship expectations were met in this Photo Voice project and this as an intervention to actually address also generativity and respect among older people. Here again, you just have a little overview of which kind of elements of the exhibition triggered what. So photography really helped visualizing care contributed by older people and visualizing the expectations of older people. The exhibition helped other people, including younger generations, learn about older people's expectations and then changed their motivation to also help older people address their expectations. And through the public engagement component, the postcards, as I said just now, older people felt seen and respected by their younger community members. So what does this mean for practice and also future research? I think what this research really shows is that helping social relationship expectations and understanding what people want from their relationships in a specific context can really help to prevent loneliness, because then we understand which kind of intervention a person needs, what kind of expectations are unmet, or even in everyday conversations, if we live together in the family with younger generations and we just learn to communicate what we expect or what we want from our relationships and which expectations might not be met, can help us realize how to then address loneliness. Second of all, grandparental care can be meaningful and has been shown to actually be an avenue for generativity, but it doesn't necessarily protect from loneliness among all grandparents, specifically those who have health constraints or who have restricted access to infrastructure, or also migrant workers separated from their kids. Reducing loneliness in old age is not just about providing care, but also about receiving support. So specifically for those kind of people who need that support, have that unmet expectation, both in the present and the future. So not just having all your care needed or support expectations met right now, but also in the future. So worrying about future unmet support needs when we provide, for example, for our grandchildren. And finally, contextual factors and cultural expectations about support, so from neighbors or from the family, need to be considered when creating interventions to create opportunities for older people to fulfill their social relationship expectations and reduce loneliness. And maybe Photo Voice can help us here to identify what we expect and create that opportunity for intergenerational connection and acknowledgement of older people as contributors. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me or contact me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khan. It was a very interesting presentation and flowed very well from the earlier one by Jo Paitan. Now I would like to, and all the participants are free to put their questions in the chat box, and then we'll take it at the end. Now I want to invite Ms. Latifa Odunuga, and she is a story psychologist and a founder of One Young African, a storytelling platform. So using the medium of storytelling for building intergenerational solidarity. Over to you, Ms. Latifa. Hello, are you able to connect?
So we can take the next.
Okay, so is she able to connect, Anupama?
I must suggest we take the next speaker, I think, till the time she joins in.
Sure. We'll then move to the next speaker. She's Professor Kavita Sivaramakrishnan. She is a historian of South Asia, and her research and writings have focused on health, aging, and the life course. She is based at the Mailman School of Public Health at Columbia University. May I invite Kavita to please make her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for everyone for joining us today. Can you hear me? I've unmuted. I'm not sure if I've
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to HelpAge India, Dr. Anupama Datta, all the colleagues here, and especially to our chair, Professor Rama Barup, for joining us in this discussion. So since a lot of the basic kind of points have already been made, what I plan to do really is to quickly run through, one second, let me just share my screen. Second. Yeah, so I want to kind of briefly say that this work that I'm going to present today is really drawn from a few sources, and I'm grateful to several colleagues and collaborators who have worked with me, and I owe them a huge deal in terms of the origins of the ideas and arguments I'm making today. Some of it is based on my book, As the World Ages, and a few of the ongoing research projects that I've identified here and that are ongoing, specifically some of the interviews and work I've been doing since last year in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, relating to the Parental Welfare and Maintenance Act, but also to explore notions of coping and resilience amongst older persons. And what does it really mean for policymakers in India to see, especially in a post-COVID period when there was a lot of reporting of loneliness and social isolation amongst older people, to begin to really enact a fresh set of policies and perspectives that are quite different from some of the older policy perspectives that have existed in aging. And at the same time, to try and understand what continues to be some of the challenges in this perspective. But briefly, since I'm a historian, I think it's incumbent on me to turn to you and also to raise some questions about categories and context. So I've heard my colleagues talk about some categories, which I think in this talk itself we've taken for granted. Questions of what is a generation? Whom do we think is old? What do we mean really when we say that older people and a middle generation and a younger generation are going to support each other? Do we really mean that what we're thinking about is really chronological age? What does chronological age mean, especially when you've gone through a life course of poverty or marginality? Are the young really able to support the old? So what does it really mean to speak of the young and old and to make certain assumptions about the frailty of some, the resilience of others, the lack of productivity or income of some, and on the other hand, the possession of an income and certain kinds of resilience of the other. So being a historian to me and a social scientist, I think context is very important in what we brought through. And I also want to draw your attention to the specific kind of questions that are being raised in state policies in India and how they're a departure from many decades of certain assumptions that the Indian state has made. And in this slide, particularly, I want to talk about how India has had several decades of emphasizing and thinking about family and family policies in very specific and restricted ways. And that's true, of course, in the context of Southeast Asia and China as well. So when we think about intergenerational support, intergenerational solidarity, and a lot of the other buzzwords now in terms of generational resilience, I think it's very, very important to be able to unpack what lies behind this and not to see the appearance of intergenerational solidarity, as many scholars are, as a kind of new panacea, because I'm kind of pushing back against that notion altogether. When we think about families, for instance, it was just a few decades ago, if all of you remember, in terms of family planning policies, in terms of planned families and parenthood, when the objective of many Asian nations and societies was really to lower fertility. And small families were really seen as happy families by the state and, of course, endorsed in public discourse in the same ways. In many population control policies and communities, surveys reported that elders were really against women who worked and who joined the labor force, which was a desperate kind of priority for Asian countries in the post-colonial decades, for women to join the labor force. So older people were seen really not as being forces for the good, but they were seen as people who obstructed in many ways. They were seen, who obstructed larger modernizing forces. So the same demographers who are really in many ways turning to understand aging as a means in which, larger, families could offer intergenerational support are a few decades ago were really saying that what we really need was a kind of nuclear family, and older people were sources of certain kinds of social fracture or impediment, and they were impeding the progression of modernizing forces. Particularly notions about the Hindu joint family, which persist even today, was really about how a joint family could be the seat of conservatism, of reactionary attitudes, and older people really obstructed, especially in terms of women. They stood really in terms of an identity between the new state and the individual, and family loyalty. In many of the policymakers and demographers felt that family loyalty came in the way of what was termed as civic loyalty. So aging was seen very much, has been seen as a conflicting process when you think of family histories. When we very easily talk about intergenerational support, I think the notion that we cannot go away from is that we are constantly speaking back and forth in certain kinds of contradictions. On the one hand, there is a sense that India has had a longer history of a mythologized history of older families that have always been traditional. You've had young people who looked after, like Shravan Kumar, who looked after in the Ramayana of his blind blind parents, and that there's a kind of longer history of what Lawrence Cohen calls the good family. And the good family and the traditional family was one where young and old people shared a relationship of respect, tradition, but also one which was one of dependence, that older people needed to be looked after. So and that discourse has not disappeared from policymakers' writings. And I'll show you an instance of it even in the Maintenance and Welfare of Older Parents Act. It persists in some of the writing in the newer policies that have been drafted in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So I want us to keep in mind that it's been convenient for the state and policymakers to move between both. On the one hand, to mourn the loss of a tradition where families were intergenerational and young people looked after old people. And on the other hand, a movement to very quickly now say that there are new kinds of tropes and ideas of intergenerationality when families need to kind of, pull themselves up by the bootstraps and be able to support each other in spite of urbanization, rapid industrialization, and the growth of certain of nuclear families in cities. So there is, on the one hand, the notion that India has had a long history of, and especially Asian societies have had a longer history of filial piety, which is invoked again and again, which I think is not only specific to India. I know that in parts of China, I think I forget the name of the city, there's an entire museum devoted to filial piety in the name of Xi Jinping and what he did for his family himself. So I think what that kind of puts out of perspective really is a question of class, a question of what is the capacity for younger people to have earned enough to support the elders, and questions of aging, poverty, and precarity, I think, are at the heart of these questions when we think of generational support itself. I think categories such as adaptation, coping, framings of resilience, which are very, very, and especially notions of resilience, which are really at the heart of aging and climate change. The fact that older people in the time of crisis can be made out to be coping, to manifest certain kinds of resilience. They can be, self-supporting. All of these are deeply problematic contexts unless we really see it from a life course perspective. What are the kinds of abilities they've had to earn? What are the especially in the case of those who have been based on informal incomes, and especially in terms of gender. So I think, to give you an example of some of this thinking, which has been very contradictory, I think, when you think of the Indian state and notions of filial piety, this is the kind of language which has often been used, and it continues to be used in terms of the Parental Maintenance Act. In our culture, in our civilization, we are brought up to obey our elders, to take their blessings. We take pride in serving our elders. So the state becomes, in fact, an enforcer of these intergenerational relationships. So however much we may really see the families as, in much of this research that we've been discussing now, as kind of agents who are making their own way and forging their relationships, I don't think you can get away from the fact that it is the state, in terms of welfare policies, in terms of pension policies and care-related subsidies, that is actually laying some of these framings and making us understand family and family responsibilities through these lenses. So I think it's important to see that, however much we think that there's been some shifts in this. And aging has been and continues to be, even when we think of the assumptions of intergenerational solidarity, it continues to move between seeing infirmity as being infirmity and dependence as one of the chief characteristics of aging itself. The real question is the state going to rescue older people, or our families? And at the heart of this is also a certain moral question, I think, which we cannot get away from. I think long ago, Adam Smith had written, when it comes to the morality of looking after generations, the responsibility will, most people who are in the middle generation will always turn to invest further. As a good economist, he said, they would always turn to invest in their children and to invest downwards rather than upwards towards older people, because clearly children were going to look after them. And we know from anthropological work in Nepal and other places that older people often themselves step back and say that, look, when it comes to chronic care, you don't really need to invest in me anymore. You should invest in children and their education going forward. So I'm not really making this out to be a kind of generational struggle, but I don't think it's this happy formula of intergenerational solidarity where people are kind of in harmony and thinking very easily about these things. And some of the work my colleague Isabella Abudarin did, for instance, in slums in Kenya, for instance, bring out the same kind of questions. There continues to be a huge amount of tension between generations. When there are limited opportunities and resources, older people feel that, and I remember when we did a study in Dharavi, that they would feel who's going to have access to one walking path and one gym that was available for people to go to, So is that going to be a place where you could have a memory center for older people or send older people off to, or would younger people have access to it? So we can't get away from the fact that these tensions really have been inherent, and the state hasn't done very much to be able to set this aside, except a lot of framings that have come up increasingly. But I don't mean to be cynical, and therefore I want to kind of show some of the good examples that have also come up. In some of the fieldwork I did last year, I really enjoyed talking to policymakers in Tamil Nadu in a report that I've been writing about in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, which are very unusual and unique states. So they're not very easily replicable to as examples in the rest of India, I have to add. Both Tamil Nadu and Kerala have had long histories of equity-based health policies, fairly effective health delivery at the primary healthcare level. Some of them, especially Tamil Nadu, have had innovative campaigns for HIV/AIDS. So a lot of health policy makers have been very confident in innovating in new policies. And they've also managed to have a history of integrating non-communicable disease and nutrition security programs in both these states. So I think there were states that were more prepared to see some of the things that came up after COVID in terms of the conditions of older people. So of course you can see here that in terms of the percentage of older people, the population above 60 years, Kerala, Goa, and Tamil Nadu, and these two states I'm talking about in South India, have been much more vulnerable. So some of the things that came out of this report in Tamil Nadu in particular are interesting, because what comes up really is that in spite of the fact that both these states are unusual in India and having this longer history of social welfare, the majority of older people don't have occupational pensions. A significant proportion of them continue to work. So I really want to challenge some of these questions, which a lot of my colleagues who are gerontologists talk about, which is volunteering, which cannot be done until you have a concept of leisure. And the fact that you can actually take time off, have a pension, because volunteering continues to be something that you can do. You probably extend your labor informally within your family, but it's very difficult to do it as a citizen, to extend yourself beyond the family. And we know the pressures of the labor within the family itself. So the absence of occupational pensions for the majority of the elderly has been very big. There's also a low incidence of the ownership of property and financial assets, especially amongst older elderly women versus elderly men. So the absence really of that kind of security and financial assets among South Indian women versus men makes this a very, very gendered question when we are talking about intergenerational solidarity. Whose solidarity and for whom, and who has the power to be able to extend it? Further, reports like this show that about almost 68 to 70% of elderly women have been dependent either on the state or their families for day-to-day economic sustenance. Whereas it's only half of that percentage, only 30% of elderly men really depend on their families or the state for those kinds of doles because they have enough savings. So in spite of the fact that here we are talking of two of the most socially progressive states in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and Tamil Nadu in particular has had a longer history of a Dravidian movement, which laid down the importance of social justice for poverty and hunger programs. They have framed a state policy for senior citizens since 2020. In spite of all of this, what I want to say is that the state, when it woke up in many ways to the COVID year and the lockdown, they came across the fact that there was a wider crisis of social security amongst older people, that there was a food insecurity amongst older people, and there were studies done by the Madras Institute for Development Studies in 2020-2021, which showed older people as being very vulnerable in times of a crisis. So this comes out of my project, which focuses on this intersection in the times of crisis. So when we speak of intergenerational support, I also want to bring out that when aging intersects with climate change and crisis of floods, or other kinds of crisis, how do families cope? Unless they have networks before, we can't expect them suddenly during a pandemic like COVID, or during flooding, or during a heat wave or other things, to be able to suddenly bring out resources which they have not shown at other points. And a paper produced by the Madras Institute of Development Studies in 2020 said that prior to COVID, almost 83% of the elderly in rural areas received some economic support from their children. But after COVID, which induced economic shocks, migration, loss of jobs, less and less of them, that older people could depend much less on their families providing support, and elderly women particularly, and they had to turn to the government or other kinds of schemes. So we are thinking about, the difference in terms of circumstances between so-called normal circumstances and crisis. How much can families really stretch in terms of crisis to be able to provide for older people? And this is in spite of, and this is a state that woke up at that time to do a series of studies with JPAL to be able to set up an aging policy. There was certain kinds of data that comes up that they become aware of. And I think most of you can kind of look at this household data that comes up in Tamil Nadu, which is that a considerable proportion of households with elderly have below poverty line cards. They have their monthly per capita consumer expenditure, really, which that indicates the economic situation was affected at this time post-COVID. So you see that the capital consumption and expenditure also is affected by COVID, and the report shows that. And many of the elderly in these age groups between rural and urban areas, and men and women, continue to have to work much longer than you would have estimated when it comes to questions of volunteering or other kinds of abilities. So don't want to take too much time. And therefore, I want to really kind of very quickly raise a few questions rather than have any answers for them. When we talk about intergenerational support and reciprocity, I want to really ask all of you, is that just another trope or another way in which the state is depending on families further? Because I feel families are already under huge amounts of pressure. And it's not really a difference between Western families and Asian families. Families have always been under pressure. And wherever they are, people will try to do their best. But the real question is, when we think about age, health, and generations, these are the conditions that keep changing. The economic and social capacity of people to help each other is quite fluid across a life course. And how can we really turn to categories like intergenerational support to play a role? And then also, how do we understand generativity? This is a project I had with Jennifer Manley and a few other colleagues in terms of trying to understand, how do we understand these categories like generativity, resilience, coping. When you think of them, they come out of they come out of psychology, about social gerontology, Erik Erikson's work. They come and they kind of get imported into the global south. And I have deep doubts whether they can just be used as framings when we kind of move them across and begin to ask questions, or just briefly kind of make some minor changes and say we can ask the same questions across contexts. I want to again say that we should really look at some of the pioneering work done in by social work sociologists, by economists and others who produced work in the 1980s. And that's the third bullet point, which is those who talk about how do we look at populations, particularly like Walter Fernandez and others and their work, who talk about how we can think about dependence and coping and care, especially for those who are very marginalized, especially when we think of agricultural farm workers, women who have really never had a dependable income most of their lives. How can we think of all of these capacities of generativity, of reciprocity, of thinking about volunteering, and all of this? So I think we really need to make this question about intergenerational support, we really need to complicate it. Including questions about volunteering and loneliness in itself, which I think are reliant on our assumptions about people having leisure, having certain kinds of social security and social pensions. So I want to kind of end with this, and I'm happy to answer questions and to interact with everyone. And I again want to acknowledge the help of many, including our chair, Rama Baru, in much of the thinking that I've had in this, but of course, take complete responsibility for many of the problematic questions I might have raised also. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Kavita. And I think it's very important to, one, contextualize and also to bring history and the fluidity of not only just families, but also fluidities of the context in which we locate our research. I think especially because, it's not just about the economics of, there's this whole question of marginality, but I think even in the South Asian region, we've had a lot of dislocations due to conflicts and, and mass migrations, forced migrations. And I think, how do you even imagine intergenerational solidarity in the context of such deep human crises and dislocations? Thank you very much. I've just been told by the organizers that Ms. Latifa Odunoga has joined. We welcome you, and Latifa is a story psychologist and a founder of One Young African. It's a storytelling platform, and it's quite interesting and fascinating to hear from the African region. And her work spans Lagos, so I presume you're from Nigeria, and also your international connections. Over to you, Latifa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Latifa Odunuga. I am originally from Nigeria, and thank you so much, Professor Barrow. I really appreciate this convening today. But before we dive into this convening, I need to tell you a little bit story. When I was younger, when I was like at the age of 5 or 6, my grandmother in the heart of Lagos, Badagry, she would bring us together in a circle and she told us stories. She told us stories of the famous tortoise. She told us stories of different kind of animals, different kind of people. And as a person, I learned so much from that experience. But my grandmother was so nice. She did not only tell us stories, she told stories to other children in our community. Whenever someone was not in our midst at 7 o'clock, we all sat in a big circle and she served us tea. But whenever someone was not in the midst, we get the lamp and she say, go and look for this person. Storytelling was a way of community care. We know whose mother went to the market. We know whose father was sick. We know who's on a vacation because we always told stories every night at 7 p.m. And this is how we cared for ourselves as a community. But you see, with this experience growing up, things have changed. It's no longer like before. We don't tell these stories no more. There are no 7 p.m. circles. We don't convene like that anymore because now we have technology, we have people being on their phone many times, and it's just very, very sad. And we see also that modern education systems, they don't adopt these traditional principles of learning, of knowing, where we pass information through oral wisdom. We also see the issue of migration, where families are now being scattered. Families are no longer together. It kind of breaks the physical connection. And in my case, my grandmother lived somewhere else, and we were living in the heart of Lagos. So this experience, we always had it whenever we traveled over to my grandmother. But even growing up now being an adult, I don't have the same experience, but I have lived the experience. That experience has shaped my life as I continue to use stories to help people to rediscover themselves, to get their pain and help them identify their purposes. So for people across intergenerational programming, how do we bring this old tradition back to these spaces where we operate? I think in Nigeria and other like global South countries, most of us are used to this storytelling. But now we are so busy that we cannot go back to the things that we know. So for a person who is much more older than a young person, whenever that young person is being told that story, they remember. There's a huge power when it comes to storytelling. It goes beyond entertainment. It is kind of like, I don't want to call it a psychological tool, but I want to call it a mind tool that enables us to bridge generational gap and also help us to foster community how would I call it? It helps us foster community growth or even empowerment, in the sense that, if one person who is much more older is telling us stories from the previous or the past, we're not hearing these stories because we want to galvanize into action and go and fight. We are learning these stories so that we can correct the mistakes, so that we can be aware of the mistakes that have been made and how not to make the same mistake, or of how to prevent something that has happened that has happened in the past and that we don't want to happen again. So you see, there's a lot of power when it comes to storytelling, particularly when it goes from when it is fostered around intergenerational programming. So in the case of Nigeria, and one thing that I'm thinking that we might want to go back to, even in the Indian context, there is something we call Story Clinic. And Story Clinic is one of the initiatives that I started where, young persons, they interview elders to document and preserve their life experiences, whereby they create the narratives that both heal the individuals and also heal the communities, because the elders have the information. The young person wants to know. In some cases, the young person might have the information and the elder might need the information. For example, how do young people teach elders how to use their phone so that they're not pressing links that is dangerous to them, or they're not sending their money away? So then you can see the shared experience over there. So in the sense of the Story Clinic, we're actually looking at the way whereby we can challenge stigma around aging, because aging is a normal process of life. We cannot say because people are aging and they want to, we don't want no ageism over here, but we want to challenge the stigma around aging by showcasing elders' resilience, elders' wisdom, and ongoing contributions to community life as they keep progressing. So in this case, we train the young persons on how to do sensitive interviewing techniques in a cultural context. And in this case, the elders also share their experiences and things that they might not even, that they have to recall. Because you got to understand, when elders tell stories, it also preserves their memory. Because when they always have the need to tell a story, they want to retrieve that information from their brain. So it fosters memory preservation and memory preservation and conservation. So outside of what we do with the Story Clinic, we also have something called Paddy's Fair. I'll give you a short case. Just 2 days ago, a young boy that I know from Nigeria died. And in this case, he used the rat poison and he ingested it. The idea of the Paddy's Fair is where we have the traditional art, where people sit down and they come to that circle and they share information. They also do things online where they talk about what's going on. It's a form of social connection. But in the case of this young boy that we lost in Nigeria, I wish he had the access to Paddy's Fair, where whenever he was thinking of what he was thinking about before he died by suicide, he would have used such a platform to connect and talk to somebody. But in this case, when they found him, he was laying on the floor and his entire body was gone. So the idea of having the Paddy's Fair, we don't want people to think that geographical distance should be a barrier when they are having meaningful intergenerational exchange. They could talk to elders, they could talk to young persons, they could talk to people that can contribute and support them and give them that social support, before getting that professional help. So in this virtual circle, we have over like 200 stories that we have, with permission of the co-creators, which we have kind of preserved. So to help future generations. For example, imagine someone who has gone through a very traumatic experience and they want that empowerment, that form of personal empowerment. They can go to our archive and read a story about someone who has had similar challenges. And that's how they can, they might be able to come out of it based on the story that they read. So I'm hoping that we can start going back to creating these storytelling programs that can help to create socially, emotionally connected communities. I'm not sure how it goes in India, but I think in Nigeria, one thing that we do is family meetings, where maybe every monthly people come together and they told stories, not just stories, they have meetings about family. They host this meeting in one family member's house, and the next month they do another one. The next month they go to someone else's and they do another meeting. So I think some of these things are things that have been very traditional to us, and we can adapt back and bring it to this modern context. One of the ways that storytelling programs can actually help elders is it reduces isolation, it increases sense of purpose, and also promotes mental well-being. And for young persons, it helps to foster their identity. It brings about cultural grounding and also helps them to enhance emotional intelligence. So just to move ahead, what are the methodologies that we want to use? There's something called digital storytelling process. I know that in some spaces now, we might not even be able to converge in persons. Where are the example of settings that we can meet? We can meet in religious places, we can meet in institutions, we can meet in our homes where we can talk about the stories. But also in the digital process space, we can go on Zoom and have these meetings. We can do one story cafe per month. A story cafe is a place where you create the setting, the team members, they create their rules. Whatever goes on in the story cafe, the team decides. We're not going to be sharing what is going on in this cafe. This is what we're going to be talking about. This is a safe space. A lot of people want safe space, and storytelling that is kind of intentional gives them that space when we set the right space for it. The example of memory books, which includes like guided prompts, where we use where young persons can document the elder stories with the elder's permission. There have to be a permission. You have to ask the elder, am I allowed to document the story? And then I think the importance of talking about just not doing only quantitative studies in the real sense makes a lot of sense. There is a lot that is hidden in qualitative experience. So one approach I would adopt is to do a mixed method so that we can see what the data is saying, but we can see what the information from the data is telling us to better inform us. So with this, we can start implementing from stories to systems. We can start looking at ways where we are speaking to people in their local languages, in their local dialects, and they can share better. You can see how that is going to help change the space. In using this intergenerational dialogue, I think one of the steps we can do is to identify that the issues we are bringing forward is addressed, to identify the relevant stakeholders in the community that are able to discuss and address these issues, and then by having a skilled facilitator and someone that might take notes if we want, and then we conduct this story dialogue. When you are conducting a story dialogue, make sure you have ground rules. Let the participants or the story listeners come together and say, this is our ground rules. This is what we are comfortable with before we start a storytelling session. And my last slide is just really more about every story that we share. It's like we're building a bridge and we want to come together. It is from us not worrying about all these passive care models that are saying, we're going to take care of you, but then they really don't. So a space where we want active care models, where even an elder is, on Sunday, I'm going to be telling a story. I'm going to be facilitating a story session. People are excited about that. So those are sustainable systems where storytelling would become a natural part of community life. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Maybe in once we have the last presentation, like to hear a little bit about, you know, if you've used these methods to in your different settings, and maybe you can share some ideas with the audience. But now we move to the last presentation for today. May I invite Professor Matthew Kaplan?
He will join a little later. He'll join by 4. So I suggest that Latifat has also shared like a presentation with me. So if she wants to go back to that and talk about it, or we can take questions that he joins in.
Do you want to take questions on Latifat's presentation or all the 4 presentations that I've had?
We can take questions first, or if Latifat wants, she can just share the presentation with me. So if she wants to use
I
that.
did already. I shared it already. Yeah, I shared it with Anu.
Yeah, so would you like to talk about that as well?
Yes, I can.
Should I share it, or ma'am, how would you like to go? Ma'am, you're on mute, we can't hear you.
No, if she is okay with it, we can do that. If she has a presentation, because we didn't see the presentation.
So, Latifat, you would like to share the presentation, or you want me to share it?
You can share it. You can share it.
Okay, just give me 2 minutes. Ma'am, can you see the presentation?
We can see the presentation. And Latifa, would you like to go through your slides?
Yeah, I basically did like a lot of part of the slides already, but we could take it where I talked about slide 5.
Do you want her to move the slides to any particular number?
Yeah, number 5. 5.
Okay, number 5.
And for number 5 is to answer your question, Professor Baru, that have we tried this in Nigeria? Currently, that's what we're doing right now in Nigeria, because Nigeria kind of suffers not having a lot of psychiatrists or mental health providers. In a country of over 200 million people, we have about 200 psychiatrists, and some have left the country now. So what do we do in that context when we don't have a lot of mental health providers to support the community? And even in a place where mental health still is a stigma and people don't believe so well in mental health. So it is for us to have systems where people can rely on themselves for community support, and even they can enhance themselves to go get that help as needed, right? So Story Clinic is that place where a young person has that is being trained to be able to culturally, sensitively interview an elder so that they can document their experiences. So we train young people to be able to do that. And the elder's role is the role of the storyteller. The youth is to listen. A lot of people don't have listening skills, right? So we train them how to listen, appropriately, so that as the elders share the story, with the elders' permission, we are documenting the story session. The story can be about, let me give you an example. Say the thing we're focusing on this month can be resilience. So in that regard, we ask the elder to share us a story about resilience in their life, something, who was there at the time, who experienced that with them, what were they doing, what age were they, and before we even go into the story session, we talk to the elder, because it might be a case of not wanting to traumatize the person. We let them know that if at any point the story session is becoming, a little bit uncomfortable, they can stop. They have the right to stop at any point, and we can get them help if needed. I'm a trained psychologist from Nigeria, but right now in the US, I work as a story psychologist. So we do have people that are on our team that can actually help support the elders and even young persons that might be feeling some type of way when these stories are being told to them. I feel like story clinic is something where we can all co-create. The elders can learn from the young person. The young person can also learn from the elders as we document these experiences. In the context of Nigeria too, I think it's very easy when you change the lingua around mental health and you change it to something very similar as there ever been times in your life where you have been sad? You're gonna get better responses compared to just saying, do you have any history of mental health? I feel like the big language scares people away. We've seen this even when we talk to parents, whose child may have been diagnosed with ADHD or autism. Parents don't want to hear that in the Nigerian landscape. So in this case, we ask the parent, have there ever been times where you feel that your child's energy is extremely high? And they'll be like, oh, yes, 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 yes. There are times he just keeps jumping around, jumping around, jumping around. But then when you ask them, do you think he has ADHD? The big language, they don't want that. So we've understood our community, and we're able to use language context to help our community to understand what their experiences can be and how they can report these experiences when they see them. The next slide, please. So the other thing that we have is called...
Good afternoon. I'm Neetu from Gideon Institute. So that bill has been passed or not?
Can you please mute?
Yes.
Can you please mute Neetu? I think you're unmuted, please.
So the second case study here is something called Paddy's Fair. In Nigeria context, Paddy means friend, Paddy's Fair. So like a friend circle, you understand? We realize that even at times peer-to-peer does not have to be that because you are 15 years old, 18 years old, you have to be friends with someone that's 18 years old. It doesn't have to work like that. So we are using this Paddy's Fair to actually challenge age stigma in societies. Elders can actually give younger people more information about what they're going through. So this Paddy's Fair is supposed to be there to help people connect better, to help people learn experiences, to be able to, have access to people who are willing to share and talk to you, right? We want to ensure that it's a safe space. It's not, we literally have guideline rules for people who want to connect on the Paddy's Fair. Before you connect here, we don't want any kind of harm to either the elder or the other people. We don't want nobody to face. It's not accessible to children for now because it's a regulated space, but for older adults and young persons, this space is there. We do virtual intergenerational dialogues. We have sessions where older people they might hold storytelling sessions, and we do like story cafes around this Paddy's Fair where we meet on Zoom every last Friday of the month. We meet on Zoom. You come with your coffee, your tea, or your water in a cup, and someone hosts a storytelling session we discuss during the storytelling session, and a young person might talk about their stories. Another person might share their experiences, and this is how we do in those two scenarios. And we are hoping that one can learn and adapt. It does not have to be in the way that we do it, but you can actually tailor it to the Indian context. So those were the two things I wanted to share in that slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Latifa. Has Dr. Kaplan joined?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Yeah, I can see him.
So,
hi. So the last speaker of today's set of panelists is Professor Matthew Kaplan, who is a professor of intergenerational programs and aging at Penn State University in the US. Dr. Kaplan's work focuses on fostering intergenerational connections to promote well-being, community vitality, and cultural continuity. His bio is on the screen. May I now welcome Professor Kaplan to please make his presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So, yeah, I'm glad to meet everybody. Thanks for inviting me. And sorry, according to the time here, it's only like 6 in the morning, so I missed the last few presentations. But I hope I can see the recordings because they sound wonderful. At any rate, so I should get started. Can I share? So I have about a half an hour, Professor Baru?
Yes.
If I'm correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I presume you could see my slides at this point?
We can see your slides.
Wonderful. So I'm guessing that I'm at a disadvantage not having heard all of the discussion so far. But from looking at the bios of people, it seems like we're all on the same team, looking at intergenerational strategies to address challenges and leverage assets in our various cultures. So I'm going to give a quick swing through about highlighting some intergenerational initiatives in different countries, different contexts, different objectives, different partners. So, and I'm hoping that we have time to discuss things. So my role at Penn State University, which is in the middle of Pennsylvania in the US, is to be like an intergenerational generalist specialist. So I look all around at different intergenerational initiatives. We do pilot projects and basically develop curricula, trainings, and so forth. So let me just get whisked through here, and we could have a robust conversation. So just to set the stage a little bit, so I started doing intergenerational work in the late 1980s. And at that point, working on my dissertation at City University of New York Graduate Center in environmental psychology, we had to almost beg principals to let us work in their schools to do intergenerational projects. But at this point, it's really, after that, it sort of became a big thing with Generations United in the US, different national networks, intergenerational networks. Intergenerational work has been thriving. And people have been calling it a field, intergenerational studies field, which combines practice and inquiry. And as a field, we could look at how it looks. Intergenerational works in different cultural contexts, national and cultural contexts. So what I'm seeing is that there are some universal elements and some variations. So I'll share some thoughts on that. And I'll also talk about some strategies for growing the field. In fact, I don't even call it a field. It's more of a movement, if you ask me. So that's my perspective. Okay. So I'm hoping you could see the top of the slide. So these are some trends in the studies, intergenerational studies field. So it really is becoming globalized. We're seeing different disciplines getting more and more involved. In the late 80s, at least in the US, it was more driven by social science fields, particularly the helping professions, in terms of psychology, social work, and so forth, counseling. But increasingly, different disciplines have gotten involved. From environmental studies, we see anthropologists, architects, landscape architects, geographers. So really, and that's the beauty of it all. So we're looking at the whole human experience, not just the interaction between two people, but how we create our settings, how we develop policies, and create partnerships to do excellent programs. So there's a broadened view of intergenerational practice. Again, when I first got involved, people were so excited for a single activity, a one-off, people call it, in the UK, I think. So it became more, people were talking about, let's create an intergenerational setting or a way of life community-wide. So it really has gotten larger and also a greater focus on participation, not just planning for, but planning with the participants. And as far as mechanisms for growing the field, there have been conferences and probably over a dozen national conferences in countries. We tried, a bunch of colleagues, to create an ICIP, Intergenerational Consortium, or International Consortium of Intergenerational Programs. That was very difficult to keep going, but those conferences were going on every 4 years for a long period of time. And I guess taking turns with Generations United in the US, Generations working together in Scotland, several other large intergenerational initiatives. At any rate, conferences are big, publications, there's a journal now of intergenerational studies. Networks, I'm very big on networks, local, state, regional, national, and international, for sharing information. And finding pathways to expand great work that's being done. And also international travel and learn opportunities. I think that's been so wonderful in terms of people trying to really understand what is it that we're creating here with this movement. All right. Most of my slides are going to be images, just to for those that are in time zones where you're not in the mood to read a lot. But my take on this intergenerational movement is that the special thing isn't what excites people is not the word intergenerational, but it's the application to address challenges, to leverage resources and abilities. So across national borders, we see intergenerational strategies for various purposes, in terms of helping people to eat healthier, exercise more, reducing social isolation and loneliness, particularly during and following the time of COVID, and national disasters and so forth. People are really super isolated. So that cuts across all of our work. Supporting families in challenging circumstances, so kinship care, or with programs for grand families or families with grandparents and other relatives raising children. That's a big thread of programs. We see programs in which schools or universities and other schools are actually bringing older adults in, not only as mentors and tutors, but also as co-learners. And so it's education and lifelong learning. There are centers that do that very well, passing on cultural values, climate awareness and action. And one area which I'm pretty heavily involved in is visioning, community visioning, planning, and development from an intergenerational angle. So I have some images on that. So I guess what ties it all together, I would kind of frame it this way to say that everyone has a story to tell. I think it's a human universal element. What varies in terms of looking at stories that are told across generations is the context that people have to tell the stories and the content of the stories. So sometimes people don't have an opportunity to even share their story. So the metaphor I like is that a lot of older adults have more under the hood of their car that to share, but aren't necessarily finding outlets to tell those stories. So again, there are cultural variables, how we plan our communities, societies, how we view aging, how engaged people are. So what are the opportunities to share stories with others? So there's just a smattering of intergenerational programs that I've really that I love. I've come across my travels. Again, people, the contexts are different. So the upper left photo is a retreat that we ran for kinship care families. These are grandparents and other relatives raising children, generally for not super happy reasons. The adult parents aren't able to care for the children. We call it the 5 Ps, the 5 Ds, sometimes detention, divorce, drugs, AIDS, so challenging issues. So how do you recreate family dynamic, family identity? So we had a retreat, which was on a farm, where they had a chance to learn about nutrition together and actually figure out how to prepare healthy meals, eat together. So helping to recreate family dynamics. So this we did in Pennsylvania. The scene in the middle, the chest of drawers, is from the Netherlands. It's an assisted living facility, or actually it's more of a small independent living facility for older adults. And they were enthusiastic. They were very enthusiastic to welcome school children who would come and visit, and they talk about their lives, the past of the community. In this chest of drawers, they figured it would be good to have objects to show them, show and tell. So each resident put something in a chest of drawers to share stories. It wasn't just like jewelry or, really like heirloom kinds of items. It could be like a spool of thread. One of the drawers had a spool of thread, which when she was the woman, when she was young, they used to, her and her neighbor, who was also 10 years old, they would unroll the spool of thread and play and pull the thread underneath the fence that separated them from the other house because one family was Protestant and the other was Catholic. And at that time, that was the biggest conflict. But increasingly, there are other religions, cultural backgrounds where there's tension for people to understand each other and actually not having much opportunity to connect. Anyway, and also the Dutch have a great saying, unknown equals unloved. So how do you get people to know you? And it's not just telling your story, but hearing the stories of the other people who are there. Even young people have the great stories. Okay, so upper right, we have a 4-H club where youth chose to do like a service project at an assisted living facility. They were nervous, like what did we talk about? So the head organizer of that 4-H club said, what do you care about? So they had their own miniature horses, which is, rural Pennsylvania, it's a big deal, 4-H clubs with different animals, rural settings. So they brought their pets, and everybody, they're all tuning into the pet while they start to talk, share stories about animals that they had, different farmscapes that they grew up with, and so forth. Bottom left is the 100-year-old club. in Taiwan. So some beautiful trees in this community, and you have older adults who are caring for the trees, but also keeping alive the stories, the mythology around some of these trees, like ghost stories and so forth. So they realized they were getting older. They couldn't keep this club going forever. So they started inviting school children, and they too, many of those youth joined the club. So they're all appreciating the stories and passing on this important cultural anchor and appreciation of natural wildlife, as well as rich cultural values and so forth, caring for the environment. Okay, anyway, so the other images are kind of self clarifying. The bottom one on the right is dancing across ages. We had an intergenerational festival where we invited all organizations that have some kind of a program, from dance to baseball, to sports and so forth. How would you envision the future? We called it a Futures Festival. By the way, all the programs that we have here at Penn State, we put it up on the website, and it's open for people to view our resources, and we're happy to share information on what we found. And my last slide has links to many of those programs. Again, so back to universal and variation. So each culture has its own heritage, and that heritage is passed on from generations to generations. It's key for understanding cultural identity, personal identity, cultural identity, and pride. So there's various tools you see, tools of the trade to pass on culture in terms of songs, crafts, stories, recipes, food, keepsakes, games. So making those alive, they're some of the most lively and meaningful intergenerational initiatives I have seen. I have a couple of examples to share. Again, we're in the Netherlands again here. Here's a park. I have some colleagues who actually were involved in an intergenerational work coming out of the National Youth Bureau, I believe it was. There's a lot of tension between people coming from Turkey, immigrants, and people who are longstanding residents, many generations in the Netherlands. So they've tried to find what they had in common, and it turns out that certain aspects of play, like building tops and playing with tops, spinning tops, they were all thrilled about it. So then all of a sudden the people from a different place became more known to them and dear to them because they realized they had play in common. They learned how to make these tops and they played tops together. And we see this kind of trend in different kinds of peacemaking, like food from all cultures, having parties together, dancing together, sharing each other's songs. So it's important for intercultural connections as well as intracultural connections. Like, how do you learn about your own culture? So I'm very big on networks. So it's okay to do great work, and it's great to do that, but we do want to, I guess if we're mission driven, trying to deal with big macroeconomic and socioeconomic trends, we want to share our models and learn about what other organizations in different places are trying to do to connect generations. So when you have networks, you have people working in different settings, in schools, parks, senior centers, preschools, doing really good work. So they come together, they learn about what each are doing, and they actually come up with synergized, larger, more ambitious programs, like community-wide, how do we want to live? And it's not just, do you want to do intergenerational photography, but it's like, well, you have a choice of 5 things to do to engage children from your retirement community or your senior living, or different ways to bring seniors, older adults into schools as mentors, as people to share different traditions, history, make science come alive. So the connections, sometimes people just stay in their own spheres of work. So, and I think that's limiting. So I see networks as vision enablers. These are some strategies that networks that I've been involved in helping to start. We started them in New York, Pennsylvania, Hawaii. My colleagues in Japan are doing great national work with intergenerational networks. So keeping a database of all the organizations doing intergenerational work is really key. So people can see that, running conferences, demonstration projects, training is key. One thing I learned is that a lot of people are working on a consultant basis. So they actually, their livelihood depends on actually getting paid, having contracts to do intergenerational work. So rather than just having a schism between those from nonprofit organizations and for-profit entities, we put up a national in New York State, and a consulting network directory was really super helpful. So everybody can find out who's doing what and who to engage as facilitators and grant writers as well. At any rate, so these are some of the other domains of action for networks to help build beyond one's own silo of an intergenerational project. People are very excited about their intergenerational work. We get at universities, we get rewarded with good research, good publications, and so forth. But if we're looking at an intergenerational movement, we really need to intertwine and raise up great models across domains. Okay. Oh, and international travel is really important. So you can understand not only new different ways to connect generations, but new ways to understand the human lifespan as experienced in different cultural frameworks. So here's a 90-second video that I'd like to show. I don't know, there might be a time lag, but this is a trip that we had a bunch of a small class from Spain, I'm sorry, from Penn State, visiting Spain to look at their intergenerational work. So Mariano Sanchez, a longtime friend and colleague at University of Granada in Spain, invited us over, and here's a video that one of our students put together, which is very lively. So let's see how this works. Professor Baru, maybe you'll let me know if it's not coming across so well. Oh, wait a second. I should probably put the sound on. So let me just see for a second. It's a nice short break. So let me just reconnect and click on share sound. Right. Okay. Okay.
When we were younger, we thought everyone was on our side. Then we grew a little and romanticized the time I saw flowers in your hair. 'Cause it takes a boy to live, it takes a man to pretend he was there. So then we grew a little and knew a lot, and now we demonstrated it to the cops, and all the things we said, we were self-assured. 'Cause it's a long road to wisdom, but it's a short one to being ignored. Be in my eyes, be in my heart, be in my...
Oops. Sorry about that.
'Cause it's a long road to wisdom, but it's a short one to being ignored. Be in my eyes, be in my heart, be in my eyes, be in my heart. So now I think that I could love you back, and I hope it's not too late, 'cause you're so attractive and the way you move, I won't close my eyes. 'Cause it takes a man to live, it takes a woman to make him compromise. So be in my eyes, be in my heart, be in my eyes, be in my heart.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to keep going here. Please let me know if you cannot see this. So, so some of what, so some examples, other contexts for intergenerational work. And by the way, those students who went on that trip, they were kind of like changed. They were humbled by the great stuff going on intergenerationally in different countries. They learned so much, and we all learn so much when we visit other places. At any rate, so dealing with problems, back to why intergenerational. So rural revitalization is a key issue in many countries in terms of experiencing demographic depopulation trends. It's big in Japan. So in different contexts, that makes sense. So interventions such as festivals and recreation programs, retreats, and even finding ways to create new entrepreneurial outlets, activities like the image on the left. So the Waraji sandals made in a small town. So there are several families can gather together to actually find a way to create a new market for their natural resource. And by doing so, you actually create new economic activity. A few more families can come back to town. The kids can fill seats and empty seats in schools, and so forth. So you could bring life back. There are strategies for doing that. So that's one area of work I've been focusing on. So as a field in itself, we learn with networks and conferences and publications principles for developing effective programs. So what I find is a universal need is to train staff in facilitation skills. Sometimes you have like a grad student developing a program, and they would be the sage on the stage, just lecturing, talking most of the time. And other times they would step back and say nothing. So what we find is there's a sweet spot. You basically develop a program with partnering organizations, set the stage, have the right materials, and get out of the way. So the one on the left is an image of a community center with early child education programs, adult day services for older adults, and you'll see the staff person on the left getting out of the way. The kids want to just talk to their teacher, but the teacher was trained in this kind of work, so maneuvered in a nuanced kind of way out of the way so that the main interaction is with the older adult, so they can have fun together and learn together. On the right was an example of a mochi pounding event, pounding rice into mochi balls to eat, in which there was very little interaction. And the kids were playing with their staff people, and the older adults were just on the outside watching and not really involved. And of course, I thought that was, well, gee, that doesn't look like a good intergenerational program. But then I realized that they then had fun eating together, families chatting and so forth. So sometimes we're quick to judge things based on our own lens of what we think is good, but different cultures have different ways to bring people together. But even still, there are facilitation skills. I like to categorize programs according to depth of engagement. They're not all the same. Some programs could be, like a 30-minute meeting, an activity, singing together. And then others, the singing together would be like a 3 on this scale. But like creating an intergenerational shared site where a retirement community actually brings a preschool onto the campus. So that's like that's a shared site. And there's the interaction possibilities are so much deeper and varied. So I tend to think about when I'm involved in a new place, wanting to do more intergenerational work, how do you help them go up the scale? Excuse me. So here's an example of an intergenerational park. It's designed to be an intergenerational setting. And you'll see that basically each of these micro settings, like playing in the sand on the bottom right, is designed so that people of all ages and abilities can actually get into the activity, get into the sand, get in and out of the sandbox and be able to be there. So whether it's related to gardening or table games or music or exercise, it's designed to facilitate people doing things together as opposed to just one generation or even multi-generational, having some passive seating supposedly for people who don't want to be, exercising or so engaged, and active for younger people, let's say. You actually can integrate it and design it in a way where there is that engagement. So intergenerational placemaking, how do we, shooting for like a number 7 at creating settings where people can see each other and do things together. So we tend to think, everybody comes to the idea, it comes to any kind of a visioning meeting, knowing about their community and how they live. So we have ways to have people share what they view as their community. And then they learn about the other age groups, the other generations, history and concerns about safety, fun, and so forth. And then if you start saying, okay, well, so what? What can we advocate for? How do we make this a better place for all of us? Then it becomes a search for our community. In other words, how do we figure out the intersection between age-friendly communities, childhood-friendly communities, family-friendly, dementia-friendly? So getting out of our own boxes. So we like to organize these kinds of intergenerational community building visioning events and bringing in planners and local agency people who can help tie that into the planning process. Some activities we've done, this is in Hawaii, where I was at for 9 years before coming to Penn State 25 years ago, the Walkabout Talk About activity. So this is great. People just talk about how they live, places that are meaningful to them. So again, that's going from my community to our community. Here's another scene of building a park, a model of a park that's to be redeveloped, but conceptualized as an intergenerational park, an all ages park. So the kids wanted this after school program, the middle school age kids wanted a skate park, and they just wanted a skate park. And during visioning, it was almost embarrassing. They started chanting, skate park, skate park. And we had trained the older adults involved, the volunteers in the center, to engage them in a way to say, let's talk about our relative desires and visions for the future of this park. So they said, we could support your idea for a skate park, but then we have some needs as well. And then the kids will quiet and say, yeah, what do you want? And then all of a sudden they're on the same team, and they built this park with all kinds of activities for whatever people were into, be it a skate park or gardening, braille trail, gate ball, and so forth. So, and they presented this to the recreation department that weren't expecting a mixed age group to come into their meeting with this model, saying this is what we conceive of an ideal park for our community. And I believe they had a lot of influence. So We learned some of the principles for doing community visioning, making it fun, make it relevant. Process is key. So hearing voices and having people understand that it's not just about their own voice, but listening to others and finding integrative solutions for making the community better. I also learned the hard way that futures festivals, people don't just want to talk about the future. So it's important to really look at continuity with the past, the present, what's there now, what do we have before, but what do we want more of in the future? So that was very telling. So this is a framework we kind of have. We have activities to help people learn together about the past. And of course, older adults do very well with, because they're living have living testimony about what was there and how it worked. And then the present, everybody is engaged in the present. They have their own lives in the future. That's the interesting question mark. What will the ideal place to live in look like? So we use models, murals, displays, and so forth to do that. Lots of creativity. I think my time is running out. Just a few more slides. To be creative, you could do so better when you're working across disciplines. So even though I've been doing this work for so long, I could never imagine a program like this. I know that there are meal delivery programs where they have high school students delivering meals to people who are homebound. So I know about that, and those are great programs. But what I learned from a group in Madison, Wisconsin, was the idea, what they started doing was putting birdseed packets with information sheets for bird watching into the package of food. Well, not in the food, but on the side. And then the people would get these meals and say, wow, birds. I never thought about birds. I see birds out the window. And they started getting engaged on their own and going outside and doing bird watching and attracting birds. And then the neighbors would see, oh, wow, what birds did you see today? And so you're creating a natural way for people to do more than survive with healthy food, but actually to engage people with a new hobby. I love this idea because it's humbling to know that we don't have the answers about what people need and what they're willing to do in terms of the interest groups. There are some great programs where you have high school students interviewing the people in the homes, and giving them a good time in terms of feeling connected, learning about the young people's lives. But still, the high school students leave and people are once again on their own. So thinking like this is great. Kinship family, again, we do retreats, newly formed families trying to, find a way to have a new identity for the family. So family banners are great. Let's create a banner that reflects how we want to live. And then, of course, using food is key. In terms of training people to do intergenerational work, we tend to talk about the 5 R's, and this I get from Nancy Henkin. She's now at Generations United as a senior fellow. The 5 R's. So whenever I talk, I show the slide, I see people taking out their paper and pencil, because it's really a very simple way to talk about excellence in programs. That really is all about relationships. If you think it's about building meaningful relationships, then you're going to think beyond the one-off activity. Find ways for people to continue to meet each other. And they're going to need roles. Like, what do we do? Why are we coming together? Reciprocity is big as well. So everyone has a story to tell. Everyone can contribute a beat, a drum rhythm, and a drum circle. And people need to be recognized for being there and valued and respected. And I always think responsiveness to community needs belongs in that. Here are some images. We started an Intergenerational Leadership Institute where we have mostly senior volunteers, older volunteers, who want to do more than just volunteer, follow directions of one model. They have ideas for new programs. So we would train them in basic intergenerational engagement principles and give them examples and open the door. What would you like to see? And they have great ideas, international as well. These are just some of the projects that people were focusing on. And the senior, and we also help them make connections with local agencies and organizations to help realize that. Anyway, I'll get back to the slide in a second, but I have this in a PDF format if anybody wants to see or a link on any of these curricula. We've done work in many contexts, including with farm families, trying to pass on the farm. How do you communicate families to do so? It's a big issue in many countries, early childhood education and so forth. Here's my website and my email. I'm totally happy to engage with anyone who wants to chat about different models, ideas. So I'm going to stop share so I can see everybody. Oh, there you are. So did I go? What do you think? Was that too much? Hopefully I didn't do too much there. But those are some of the things we've been involved in, we're excited about, and I'm happy to learn more about what you're doing as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaplan. And I think we have, how much time do we have for question and answers, Dr. Datta?
15 to 20 minutes.
Pardon?
15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, so I'm not going to try and summarize all the presentations we've had. I think a lot of the presentations provided ideas of practice in terms of how do you build intergenerational solidarity. And I think it's very interesting to hear all these experiences. But at the same time, what I found missing in most of the presentations was, what do we expect from the state? Is the state dead? Is it that in building no, because these are all micro experiments or projects. What do they add up? What does it mean from a population perspective? How do we how much of this is replicable? And I mean, you can have good practices, but you also have this question of scalability and replicability. And I'm a professor of public health, and to me, those are very important concerns. And increasingly, it may not be done, when we see there's a problem, we want to address that problem. But somewhere we have completely lost sight of what is the role of the state in all of this, because it defines a great deal. And when I say the state, I also mean global health institutions and global institutions that are pushing certain kinds of agenda which help to actually absolve state of responsibility. And I'm speaking from the context of societies that don't have pensions, don't have social insurance for majority of the population. And so financial insecurity, which is not just financial insecurity of the poor, but it's a financial insecurity of the middle classes. And I think so somewhere the class dimension of when you build intergenerational solidarity has to be contextualized. What are the vulnerabilities, which is not about individual vulnerabilities. But even when you rebuild a community, how do you do it, keeping in mind the kind of fractured social relationships that we all live in our respective countries, and the politics of it. So I'm going to raise that as just a bigger question for everyone, not to be answered, but I think we need to reflect on this as a panel. I now open the floor for questions. And Anupama, should we read out the questions or should we invite but be very brief in your interventions, please.
Ma'am, just read out the questions. There are 3 in the question answer box. The panelists can see the questions if they open the question and answer box, they can see. There's a question about maintaining relevance and self-esteem in conversations. There's a question about skills and attitudes for younger generations for truly valuing the elderly, and there's a question on stereotypes. Of course, I would request the panelists to answer the questions Professor Rama Baru has raised, I think, because these are very important questions. I think Professor Matt Kaplan just mentioned policy advocacy in one of his slides, but probably he didn't speak about it. So if you would like to speak about this.
So the main question, it sounded like, so it's sort of like how to bring people together, as I understand, is the question. Can you repeat that, please?
The question about.
I think we're talking about the relationship, the role of the state. That's what Professor Baru had brought out. I mean, we are talking about a lot of micro studies and experiments, but how do we really engage? If I'm right, Professor Baru was asking, how do we really engage with the state? Because these are not efforts that can be done unless there are partnerships. And so I think that's pretty crucial.
I just mentioned about it, about the Maintenance Act, which is actually putting moral and legal obligation on the younger generation to take care of the elderly people. But what is the quality of that care? I don't think there is any way of measuring that.
Okay, I understand.
We value this thing that 55% of the elderly are living in multi-generational families, but what is, how, are they marginalized in the families? How are the families treating them? That's a question I think which is more relevant. And that's where the intergenerational dynamics and understanding and bonding actually works out. So as an organization that's into intervention at the community level, those questions are also answered by the panelists. It'd be very nice.
I can take a stab at it if you want. Oh, sorry, Professor Kaplan.
Oh, no, please. I'd love to hear you, Professor Sivaram Krishna.
Just briefly come in. I think the question is very important, and I'm so glad that it was raised. And also Anupama's response about the HelpAge data, I think, has been very useful for those of us working. I think HelpAge is doing a great job of collecting data like this and looking at the Maintenance and Welfare of Parents Act. I think the issue here is really, can the state just simply set thresholds and standards and expect families to meet them? Because if you look at how families respond to legislation, basically it's a whole paper bureaucracy of people filing cases, children and parents interacting with each other through acts such as this. I think we're looking not simply at the state setting standards and punitive kind of measures, but like Rama pointed out, we're looking at a public health perspective, which is trying to understand how could it be that care itself is a network and a partnership between families and the state. And I think that is still a dilemma which I don't think just micro advocacy can handle. I think we are really looking at working at several levels, the micro, the meso, the macro. But how do we integrate this, I think, is a real question. And some of this is just virtue signaling, I feel, by the state that they're doing something, but they don't, it's not, it acts like this, again, put responsibility on the family. And we know in the US, for instance, where maintenance and welfare of parents acts existed and are still in the books in the US and many states. Some of it was taken back after Social Security came into place. But the real question is, even there, the Republican Party and many others have really pulled back from doing anything. Families are supposed to look after themselves. And the return of a reinvented family is also to lay it upon the family itself to look on and take on the responsibility, with the state stepping back in terms of allocations, in terms of welfare responsibilities, and in terms of long-term care. So I think we really need to address this, head on.
I could take a shot. Oh, sorry, and Dr. Neetu?
Can I say something? I think
Please.
there are so many things, but the first thing that, like we generally in India, there are only 2 to 3% who are government pensioners who are getting pension, and there is economic security. Other than our, there is no pension, no economic security. So we have to first look for the first basic thing like economic security, because and generally it is a main cause of conflict in the families after caring.
Yeah, I would just like to. This is exciting. There's so many variables to deal with. I think we need intervention at all levels. So this is why I talked about networks. Um, it needs to be effective. You do need leadership and systems, funding, policies at the top, the state. But yet, you also need good ideas at the bottom. The people who are doing pilot projects, like myself, I'm kind of like an ideas person, developing new models, curriculum, and so forth. And I could bring it to different communities and provide a contribution, helping people find fun ways to bring people together where the mode of interaction is appealing to all generations and people will show up and love it. However, I do not have skills with policy making. But that's the value of being of a network like Generations United in the US. So there are some policy wonks. Wonk is like a slang term many of you might have. Experts. They develop policy. They go visit politicians. They talk about different programs and related to pension and so forth. And you have researchers who are coming up with data about what interactions work well. We actually need all of those voices to develop evidence-informed programs which have political support and trying to get funding not only from the government, but also from foundations and so forth. So that it needs to be multi-level movement, and we need to understand that we need to get out of our lanes. So we need to be connecting with people, with creating entities that are between people's needs and assets and so forth, and the governing policies. Now, the US was mentioned here. I was hoping we would talk about American politics today, but it's like a wave in many countries in terms of political will to provide resources, financial and otherwise. So those things, it's up and down, but that's why I like to see it as a movement, because if you look at this point, you go to different communities. I think there are many thousands of intergenerational models. When I visited Japan, I had a Fulbright to go there in 1994. They said they had no intergenerational programs. But that's the way we define the word intergenerational. But they had hundreds all over. So these are bubbles, these are points of light. That's what a movement is. 1,000 points of light. You can't say who created it. It's happening, sort of like who created the stone, the wheel. So, but there has to be political involvement. And that's why I love to have people like Professor Baru, who will be engaged in the discussion, who will be asking the big questions. Hey, these programs are great. How can we help scale them up, upscale, downscale, deep scale? So we cannot just work in our bubbles in our universities and do well, get tenure or whatever. We need to connect with policy people as well as with human services, recreation directors, natural environment people, conservation movements. So it's a movement. It has to be, and I see it there, but we do need leadership in different countries and different communities. Anyway,
Dr.
that's
Khan?
I went too
thank
far
you.
on that.
Thank you. No, it's good. Dr. Khan?
Yeah, thank you. I was just gonna add 2 points on how policy could help here with scaling up, but also really ensuring that older people are recognized for the care. And I think we have to move past just talking about pension systems, which is really important. But I think another aspect to intergenerational caregiving is definitely also maternity leave, paternity leave, parental care. And I know that Sweden just issued a new policy where they can shift their parental care leave to older people or friends as well and grandparents, so that grandparents can be paid for the grandparental care and share that parental leave policy. But obviously, that would only work in countries where there are already strong parental leave policies, which definitely has to be expanded. And I think a second point is the infrastructure, so policies to really help infrastructure and create places where people can connect long term, and also implement these little small scale intergenerational programs into schools, into infrastructure that's already existent, to then create that sustainable process of participatory research, for example, in curricula, in school curricula, or also in old age homes, are something that also Professor Kaplan talked about, all these places where people can meet for intergenerational connection and have that sustainable, but then also being funded and through policies that create space for intergenerational connection. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may just come in, because I'm not part of Helpage, but I do know that whenever there have been projects or micro projects, they remain micro. You see, that's the concern I raised. Simply because if you even speak to Helpage's experience in the Indian states, they try their best to influence, to engage with governments. It's very important for us to do that. And with local governments, I mean, even in your countries, that's true. So that you can actually fertilize that idea into a larger, what I spoke about upskill. But I think the greatest difficulty is the acceptance and the it's an unequal relationship, right? So how do you take an idea and actually move it into the planning of local governments, state governments, the central government? So I think this is a huge challenge. And because, like you said, I think Dr. Kaplan said, we can all live in our bubbles and feel that what we are doing is great. But ultimately, how do we break out of these bubbles? And what are the kinds of ways in which you sort of influence the mindset? It's not just the policy makers in the abstract, but we have, structures of governance. How do you engage with that? How do you engage with institutions that can make a difference? So, I mean, I think I'm just raising these as questions which we could consider as we move on. And Latifa had a hand up, and then Kavita.
So I just wanted to chime in on the issue of policies. In developing countries, we could, even in developed countries, we can have the beautiful policies as much written by the best experts from Harvard, from the best universities, from everywhere. But the issue is when we cannot implement these policies, when we cannot popularize these policies, the policies are as good as not working, right? In 2014, we had the first forum of youth policies in Baku, Azerbaijan, on youth policy. And you can imagine that even a lot of young people don't know that there was actually a policy that was written for them where they had a lot of thematic areas where they had to focus on, in terms of unemployment, in terms of mental health, in terms of even physical health. So, around the idea of intergenerational programming, we can write these beautiful policies. But if people don't know that these policies exist, if these policies don't speak to people in the language in which they can understand, these policies are written by academicians, like people in academics. We come in with the big lingua, we come in with, the very expensive words. And then we want to use these policies for people that actually have lived experiences. So a lot of time it is important for people with these lived experiences to be on the policy panels as experts because they are experts, and this is how systems work. For example, if we're going to be talking around issues around climate change, right? For example, I don't want to talk about just flooding. People can really understand flooding as a concept than just talking about climate change at large. People can really understand drought as a concept than talking about, so it's about us simplifying this language that we use and explaining these people to the society, right? And then looking at how we can ensure that these things are well implemented in our systems for them to work. A lot of the programs, they did not design these programs to work really. These programs are just designed because we just have to design it because we've seen a problem and people come into this community, parachute themselves in this community and say, we're going to come and help you change the system without talking to the communities who are actually involved in these issues. So there is a point where we have to look at the expert of the community, because the community is the expert, right? And the people that are coming with these facilitations are just, they're just supposed to learn and we're supposed to co-create. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavita, and then Dr. Neetu.
You're on mute. Sorry.
I think there are a couple of things we need to keep in mind. The first is when we talk about the state itself, I think there are several, it's implicit here that we are not only talking about the state right on top. We are talking about various kinds of state apparatus. And I think that's what Professor Baru started to point out, which is that we're talking about the state in terms of policies on top, but also the state apparatus at a local level that people need to engage with in all local programs. I think one of the fundamental problems is that how do we conceptualize families and aging? And I think that's been a missing part of this discussion. Families are not just simply safe zones, which can be opened up to young people to visit them. I think we need to also keep in mind some of the work of Monica Ferreira, for instance, who's worked in South Africa, which is that you cannot introduce younger people into families, volunteering, a range of other things, unless you know that you're keeping older people secure. And I think one of the important things we need to remember is that we are facing in the global south a rate of aging which is very compressed and unprecedented, and it's going to leave us with older people who don't have certain levels of education, which they do have in parts of the West. So their ability to ask, their ability to participate, their ability to even push back when there are policies that are unsuitable or if there is abuse is much lesser. One of the chief conflicts in the global north and in the West has often been to see the family as a counterpoise to the exploitation in nursing homes. And that's not been the case here. So that history and genealogy of gerontology is very different in Asia and Africa as opposed to the West. And we have to keep that in mind when we talk about the interaction within families and caregiving within families itself. And that's why I think we need policymakers to be able to provide certain kinds of security, certain kinds of responsiveness. It's just not enough for movements and families and for communities to go on unless we know what are the guardrails that exist there.
Thank you. Dr. Neetu?
Yeah, I can't agree more with all these thoughts. And truly, it is like awareness. Awareness is very much needed when the policy came in the. Actually, I have seen in the village that there is a sarpanch quota of the pensioners. There is a old age pension. This is very less, but it is a pension by the government or state. But it is very less, and there is a relation between sarpanch and the other people. If they are cordial, they take the pensions. People will allow to get this, or otherwise, if there are not uncordial relations between sarpanch and other people, then they are not getting. So there are the practical problems in the field about this, and there is much about the awareness. And I am little, because many studies indicated that something education and awareness is not I think a positive correlation. It is much about the independence and about awareness and about knowing their rights. Because if we are economically independent, we can raise our voice. There are so many layers. I'm not saying there is only about economy, but there are so many things. But this is the one basic things, especially in women. I can see with my fieldwork, like in care homes, in households, in villages.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, sorry, Dr. Job. Yeah, Dr. Tan.
I think I would like to raise 2 points. One is related to multi-sectorial partnership, which is being raised by Professor Kaplan. I really agree with what he advocates here, especially when in low and middle income country, a lot of the care responsibility is being put on the family. And it is even in the policies, it make it really obvious that care should remain within the family. However, as we all know that policies it's not sustainable, especially for low and middle income country because of various demographic shift. So there should be shared responsibility, I believe, that between all the different sector, especially with private sector, where low and middle income country in Global South are relying a lot on the market in terms of providing care. I think the care responsibility or intergenerational connection should be shared by all these different social entities, the market, the government, and in order to support the family. Another point I would like to make is that the invisibility of middle generation in terms of public policies. So we can see that a lot of policies are focusing on early childhood development. A lot of policies are actually focusing on older generation. However, we know that the middle generation is the sandwich generation, and a lot of the program is actually relying on them as the vehicle to promote intergenerational. They should be the generation connectors in this sense. However, they are missing in a lot of this aging policy, in a lot of this early childhood policy. So I think that we need to be aware of this niche group, the middle generation, in order to support them, to make sure that we are aging together, not only the old and the young, but with the middle generation as the connector. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody? Yes, please. Yes.
Can I share a thought? Oh, first of all, just love hearing from all of you. If I had to be shipwrecked with anyone else, this group, I'd want to be shipwrecked with you because I think we'd be talking 24 hours a day. I think I would like to go back to the question, what drives a movement, an intergenerational living movement? So I think the challenge that Dr. Baru gave to us is what about policy? What about the state? I don't think it's micro versus macro. The best ideas that get bubbling up to support are local. So I loved Latifat. I only caught the last few minutes of your talk, but I heard you talking about people who have trauma. I mean, and ways in which intergenerational connections, conversations can have an impact. So that right away connected with me. So now I want to know what your model is. A great approach comes from the local. So again, from the African context. So in Zimbabwe, friendship benches. Right? It's a phenomenal, now it's international. I have people coming to me, oh, we want a friendship bench because our campus is disconnected from the university, from the community, and people are lonely. Students are miserable. They don't have connection. So it's a beautiful model coming from a context in which there are so few psychiatrists, but yet people really struggling, needing people to talk with. How do you find resources and so forth? So that's a great model. And that would bubble up because it was proven in a context and people will modify it in different places. I've seen cases where people start from the state, and the models aren't so great. For instance, in Spain, they realized that a lot of the seniors were just playing dominoes with each other and doing things. But what about more engagement with youth? So they came up with a rule, a policy for senior centers where you had to do something differently in terms of engaging different kinds of activities with the community. However, it uprooted a cherished dominoes game that a bunch of seniors loved playing with one another. So, and also I've seen some programs that are legislated to happen. I have a lot of experience with that. In Hawaii, there was a program where companion dogs, it was a group of preschool kids and older adults in a adult care program with moderate type cognitive challenges and so forth. But it's a great program. They brought in somebody who trains dogs, companion dogs, and they did a lecture. Everybody had their hands folded, listening to the lecturer for 45 minutes. It was a terribly designed program, but that was what the state was pushing. And then the person was called away on a phone call, and then one of the seniors, the older women, took a stick from outside and waved it in front of the dog. And the dog followed the stick. They went outside because there's in Hawaii, a lot of outdoors, threw the stick. The dog ran to the stick and came back. And the kids, they were energized. The seniors were energized, and they started playing with the dog, taking turns throwing the stick. And it became the most beautiful activity. But it's because of the flexibility of the model. So yeah, I know this is kind of idealistic, but we really do want to try to find the sweet spot. And in a way, it's a paradox. Do you start at the bottom or at the top? So, but yet there are models of frameworks for going into communities, participatory action research. That's what I call all the projects that I've been involved in. And yeah, I have a lot of blood in the road, a lot of bad projects that didn't find meaning in the eyes of locals. And then I have to start all over. I have to shut up and listen and so forth. So you need people who have the policy ability, and at the top, they know how to operationalize great programs with flexibility for different contexts. But yeah, when you talk also about people who need some financial support to live, or families that are disconnected, you do need resources. So that's where politics comes in, and that's out of my realm. But there are some heroes in every country, political energy, which lean into the movement, and they become popular because their platforms are popular. People need and want that. Anyway, so it's tricky. We can't have too strong on the top. We can't have too micro at the micro. We have to figure out how to bubble it up.
Yeah,
Please go ahead, Kavita.
No,
Sorry.
I think the point I was trying to make is that the various levels are integrated. And what often happens is people don't speak across these levels. And often, even in the storytelling experiences we've had through the Columbia Aging Center, for instance, and the storytelling experiences in the Bronx, for instance, I think one of the things that come up is that storytelling experiences are not simply pleasant invocations of the past. They have to tell you stories of deep inequalities, structural gaps, looking, for instance, at New York City, producing reports regarding aging and incarceration. So I think it also means that these stories directly, reflect on welfare policies. So I think it's the point that these stories have to be very real. People, the light that they are shedding is also on certain kinds of reform that are needed, and not simply a mythology of what people experienced in the past. And in a way, what I'm trying to say is that when we talk about intergenerational solidarity and the coming together of generations, it's setting an agenda for things that are incomplete between generations and the strong structural disparities in society. It's not a made through kind of lens through which we simply bring people together, but it tells us very vitally of gaps, I think. And if we don't address those gaps and aim to set them and address them, then I think we are left with a framing which doesn't really have any muscle. It's just a skeleton,
I also want to just point out very quickly, Professor Kaplan, it's not a macro versus micro. We have this, it's easy to say that, okay, you're only talking about the top, we are doing what we are doing at the bottom. And this is not a new idea to me, because we are constantly having to grapple with it in the arena of public health. But having said that, I think the point really is, whether it is the United States or India or Myanmar or Africa, countries in Africa, we are living in a world of deep inequalities, whether we accept it or not. And we are dealing with our respective states who are actually pulling back on any collective welfare inputs. And in that process, we are actually creating stresses and strains in relationships within families, within communities, across age groups, across class. And I think it is a huge challenge for all of us to actually connect the macro and micro, because otherwise we are going to sort of lose the woods for the trees. And I really do think, and I hope that this panel will take some of these ideas back, because we need to have more conversations around it. We need to I often wonder, in this whole intergenerational solidarity, where is the space for advocacy? Where is the space to say, hey, these are issues that concern this class of people, which doesn't concern the middle class. The middle class lives a very different world compared to the working class, the really poor, colored, in our case, the caste, gender. I mean, Kavita's presentation spoke about gender a little bit. And the helpage data is showing us all those cleavages, and we have to engage with it. So, I mean, I will stop here and I will now hand it over to Dr. Datta to conclude the session.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I don't know whether I thought that this will provide clarity. It has actually confused me further, I think, in a good way. I don't know whether what should I be doing, because we do a bit of both. Like, we do advocacy also. We understand the importance of advocacy, but we also understand the importance of micro experiments, which we believe that one day will be scaled up or scaled deeper, whichever way that will take place. Because for us as an intervention organization, the choices are very limited. We can't wait for the government to start acting. So till that happens, what is it that we can do to at least take the first step? So that's something, that's our approach as well, and that's why I'm very happy that Professor Kaplan provided. The first thing he said is, I love to have more ideas. So ideas are always welcome, because aging, for example, in India is actually not a very mainstream subject. Nobody has raised that point here, but youth is a primary concern, but aging is a secondary concern. Even when you talk intergenerational, there is a ministry that very jealously guards the rights of the youth, but it doesn't happen so for the elderly, and for demographic reasons and for cultural reasons, like Kavita mentioned that what not Kavita, but I think one of these speakers mentioned that culture is very important, and culture does at times provide that sort of a screen behind which all these exploitative things go and just take umbrage. So it's important for us to also look at where love and affection stops and exploitation begins, because in our intergenerational studies in elder abuse, within our elder abuse lens, we found that there were elderly women who were saying that I don't want to do childcare work in my family, but I'm so dependent on my children that I don't have a choice to say no. So there are some very important concerns. Where is the me time for this grandmother? Is it culturally okay for her to say that no, I have to meet I have to go to a club or a film screening or something. I will not be able to take care of the child. It's probably in India it's unthinkable. So there are these very nuances are there which we have to actually uncover and unpack. But I'm happy that I've made this I've taken this first step in that direction, and I hope to sort of benefit from your company and your expertise and experience and your erudition. So looking forward to much more collaboration on these related aspects. But for today, I'd like to place on record our special thanks to the chair for taking time out. 3 hours is a big chunk of her time. I understand she's a busy person, and of course the other panelists, and of course Professor Kaplan and Latifat, because they are from the other side of the world for us. So I think you're just waking up, and we are just going into evening. So thank you very much for taking time out and taking the inconvenience and speaking to us. And of course, Joe Pai was we had a previous conversation, which was like very lively. So I really was looking forward to her talk today. Somehow we couldn't connect very much, but she was also like, when she shared her details with us, it was very exciting. to see how that part of South Asia, especially Myanmar, which is not in the reckoning for many reasons, is getting highlighted. And Kavita is, of course, she's what should I say, old friend. We have traversed many journeys together. So happy to have you here. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Some very revolutionary 5 questions at the end, I think. And of course, to all the participants, I think I still have 45 showing in my list. So people who have with patience and with interest listen to us, and to all the other members of my HI team. I think I can't name them, but the IT team and my department team, and of course our CEO and the CEO who helped me ideate this whole concept and this whole exercise. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your evening and your day, of course.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks. Can we put our information up on the chat so we can all be in touch, maybe?
Yeah, I'll just do that. I'll just make a group chat and I'll share all the details.
Oh, and thank you to Help Age India for pulling us all together. So, and certainly you're not only focusing on one age. So I love the way you talk about the lifespan. And you're the ones to pull it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Nirupama, again for bringing us all together. It's always a huge pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.